Alright, let's try this again, hopefully without random power outages. Neighbor's tree dropped a branch. At least they fixed it pretty quick. Anyway. A reminder that today, which is to say later today, myself and Miss Morrigan Nightsage should be playing the next in our Scene Detectives Let's Play series, Sherlock Holmes vs. Jack the Ripper. But for now, we return to PokeRogue. It's going to be editing hell to put this together, but oh well. We had a power outage destroying everything, but it's not like it was a fight we were losing, so we live. No. We definitely Torch Song you, and we Arrow Blast you. At least I got to have a bit of a nap. Very grandpa of me, I know. Hail, Rodpiece. G'day, g'day. If anything, we're doing worse this time around. Good. Can't be accused of cheating, then. Potion, Ultra Ball, yes. We're near enough the end of the zone that just boom bursting our way to the end is plausible. Nah, still kills. Oh well. Now that you're Slow King, can you learn any better moves? Nasty Plot. Goodbye, Acid. Poor Me becomes Pormo. No Arm Thrust, it's not as good as Drain Punch. Although you don't have Drain Punch because you're not an Egg Move 1, so actually I should have learnt that, my bad. New level cap. The only thing that we'd maybe want here is, like, Medicham, but I don't think Medichams occur until we're all the way in the dojo. Hail, Vama. G'day, g'day. I might finally get some Vama points today. Today might be the day. And I finally got round to looking at that clip. It is very funny of him to... Ugh, what do I get rid of? Yeah, I get rid of Stop. To have a clip that's... Of course I don't forget your name, misnames you. Even if the forgetting the name is about someone else, not about you. That's a good giggle. Who do we shove this in? We shove this in the Slow King. Speed boost. Yeah, try and power up. You loved it? It's a good giggle. But you're also looking forward to being smugly superior about knowing all the answers? Of course. We won't need help? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. More torch songs, more boom bursts, more arrow blasts, but honestly, recover. I don't know if that's right. I still don't have a good handle on our newly pacified up Giraffarig and just how good they're gonna be. But my hope is that that's the right choice. Spark definitely beats Nuzzle. No, it should be the Slowking. No Zen Headbutt, wrong attack stat. Potion you up. Boom Burst, we couldn't Psychic a Scraggy even if we wanted to. We are all in on Giraffarig. There's a lot of stat ups. But it doesn't save him. Bye, Bridgington. Baby Birdie becomes Adult Birdie. Okay, let's try pushing Giraffarig. No Uproar. Special attack booster is fantastic. No one is a physical attacker here. But for the moment, we can safely store that on Pormo. No Amnesia. Continue boosting. Recover. I'd be willing to take a lure if one was offered. Try and increase our chances of finding a Medicham. There we go. Instead we just get double the Beware. If one of me's good, two's got to be better. No Psycho Shift. Special attack boost. Psybeam. Psybeam. This is better than Psybeam. Now we're gonna have to decide. If we're going Nasty Plot and Recover, what are our two attacks gonna be? In theory, they should be a Poison and a Psychic. But in practice... No, it does not, Dragon Lord. Only uses one, as far as I know. Though, I can't say I've specifically looked. We'll have to check. I don't think so. No, I think these are better. As much as I probably don't need... So let's check. This is 10. Well, it didn't actually attack twice there, so that doesn't answer that question. I tried to science. I tried. Okay, this one might. Nope, also too strong. Rarer candy, why not? You become full-on Vomit. You want come back to life attack. It's better than quick attack. Hitmonchan and Primeape. One. Still too strong. We need worthy opponents. However, in great sadness, this means that we did not encounter a single Medicham. 7 goes down to 6. No crunch, you're a special attacker only. You, however, so nasty plot, goodbye baddie bad. I'm gonna miss it, but... 6. 5. Okay, so we have our answer. If it's down to 5, it only uses 1. Which I think is what it will do. I don't think it will eat 2. Yeah, down to 5. Psychic is better than Eerie Spell. Do-do-do. Night Days and Torch Song. Recover and Torch Song. First time we've really got to use this on Girafarig. Lovely. Night Days and Torch Song. Arguably we should have caught the Claydol, but I really don't like Claydol. Claydol is far too slow to be useful, he says whilst using a Girafarig. Can't Sucker Punch Girafarig. And after our last almost successful run was ruined by Sucker Punch, it is nice for that to be so. Night Days is a move that the double attacks actually work well with, because double decreasing enemies' accuracy is quite tasty. Whereas, like, quadruple twin beaming isn't that super duper amazing. No Baton Pass. No Psych Up. No Entrainment. Can't Sucker Punch Girafarig. Psychic beats Stored Power for you. Paralyzed. Double Thunderbolt if needed. So Stunfisk was her new thing. Goodbye Thunderbolt. Flapple. Wow. Could become Flapple. So Fruki, Pedo... No, this is the old one. She has Blaziken, Flapple, Stunfisk, well, now Girafarig needs to run away. If they weren't stunned, they could probably heal back up there, but they were stunned. Sharp Beak is fantastic on Xatu. I have trouble imagining that we're slower than a Cofagrigus. And yet we were. Only because it was using a Protect. Defense booster. If one Chimcho is good, surely two is better. Trouble is this one won't have all of its egg movie goodness. Still, better than empty team slot. How many Chimchos can I possibly need? Yeah, you're better than a Pawmot. If I get a Fuser, you're not better than a Pawmot, but our odds of getting a Fuser are so low that the play that I think has the best expectation value is to take the extra Chimcho. You are probably better than a Chimcho. So let's look at the two that we just caught. Those are both pretty good natures, honestly. I think I slightly prefer the special attack up one. Terrible nature. Okay, you are the worst one, but I still think that the bad bird is better than an average version of you. It commits suicide. Okay. Twin Beam. No Heal Pulse. And I should have moved the berry off Pawmot. I was an idiot for not doing that in time. My bad. This is a terrible matchup. I guess I sacrifice the new Xatu to get a somewhat reasonable switch in. But even that leads to the death of someone we actually care about. Kind of thought it might be faster than us. Happy to be alive. Yeah, Psychic is actually better for this than Twin Beam. Unless we have, like, critical hit stacking stuff, but we don't have critical hit stacking stuff at the moment. Because the special effect of Psychic stacks, whereas the no special effect of Twin Beam does not do anything special if you double hit with it. The other Xatu wants Psychic. It's definitely better than Confuse Ray. Wish is better than... not for you. The other one, the Wish is better than some of its moves. Of all the Mons, I'd rather sacrifice this one. No, I'd rather sacrifice the new Xatu to the trade-in if anything's going to get sacrificed. Doesn't seem like it has a real attack. Okay. Can Farigiraf... Can't even outspeed Chubby doggo. You are disappointingly slow for a giraffe. No, I'd rather just take the Great Ball. It would be better than some of the moves on the other Chim Chow, but I'd rather just take the Great Ball. The accuracy down effect working to our favor. Oh, to within an inch of his life. This is the better long-term thing. This is not a good matchup. Big miss. Into the enemy is faster. Into the enemy is faster. Ooh, that's not going to be a nice matchup. One more, and I think we're good to sweep. Yeah. 3 stat ups is enough. We do, however, need to revive the dead. Come back for a giraffe. Please be someone that we can recover against. Okay, now we're definitely ready to sweep. Love me more, Bell. The only people we would want that for now is the Slow King? Recover, get the kill. The accuracy down is a bit of a blah. One hit KO. Didn't even need the baby's help. No heal pulse. Ugh. Can't cryo move me, bug. The lower accuracy effect worked. Saved us some damage there. Oh god, this is the bad Chim Chow. Just like this is the bad Xatu, so get rid of teleport. We can defeat Shed Ninja. Actually, I think we can try and squeeze in another nasty plot. Yeah. If he's faster than us, that might one-hit KO. Two defense boosters really helped out there. That's better than Psycho Shift. Speed boost. Double Night Days. We hit the level cap. No, I want the speed boost. I absolutely want to be faster than the opponents. Morning, Mari. G'day, g'day. Psychic. Psychic. And the baby helps out a bit. Psychic. And Psychic. Nice sweep. I should probably boost Psychic up. If we're faster, then Recover makes sense here. Ow. I have to go for the mischance. The mischance does not succeed. Which one is the good one? I think you're the good one. Yes, the good one has more health. Do-do-do. You aren't psychic, nor do you ever become it, so goodbye. Even if in most runs you'd be a lovely catch. Psychic and Recover. Girafarig exits the fight on full health. Replenish the Aeroblasts. I'm much more interested in destroying Scoliopede than the Venomoth. So they can have the Aeroblast. Nope. No one has any low accuracy moves, so I guess the Lure. Map. You are an Aeroblast enemy. Crit hit rate. Go down to Psychic for the finisher. You're doing Psychic and you had to kill Lugia because you didn't have any good enough Pokeballs? Yeah, they can be right bastards to catch. Legendaries can absolutely be right bastards to catch. Feed it to Slowking. This is a Girafarig enemy because we don't want to get Sucker Punched. Like that. You can't Sucker Punch Girafarig. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work, game. He is immune to Sucker Punch. You started with Mewtwo and Natu. Very all in on Mewtwo. Mewtwo or bust. You found Starmie and Armorogue. Starmie's lovely aside from the low health. And the low health is really nicely dealt with by its egg move, Bouncy Bubble. But in the wild ones where you don't get the egg move, it's a bit tougher. And I've not played enough with Armorogue to get a good handle on them. How did you find Armorogue? I don't have any ground move people, so it's not like catching this is a priority for catching the booster. Oh, no, as in, not where did you find it, as in, like, how did you catch it? Did you find it to be a good Pokemon? My poor expression. How did you find it in terms of being a member of the team? Was it a good member of the team? Was it helpful? Was it a good mon? Sorry. I spoke imprecisely. Power up that. The fire was useful against Bug and Ice. I think we can squeeze in a nasty plot here. Although, annoying that the enemy steals our berries. Yes, Mirage, very literally. Neighbor's tree dropped a branch. And the, Power Utilities traffic wumbles had to come by with a... Not like a crane, but a... Not a scissor lift either, but... You know, the things that go like this. And have a little thing that the men stand on to go up to the power lines. Scissor lift is more cross-shaped rather than, like, alligator mouth-shaped. But they fixed it up fairly quickly. So can't complain too much, and I got to have a nice grandpa nap. Old man Blobber having a grandpa nap in the middle of the day. Attack booster. Rivalry match. Psychic. Bye, Blazy. Night Days. I think we're faster than you. She's added Gimmighoul. I think I can recover through the owl, but the owl has suddenly become quicker. our pseudo-owl is better than your legitimate owl, is my claim. Even if it has Brave Bird. Though it is doing a little bit of scaring me because of that. Aeroblast. Aeroblast, even resisted, doesn't matter, Tinted Lens. And Aeroblast win. Okay. Defense booster or nugget? Big nugget. For the other Xatu, I should probably grab back Air Slash instead of Nightshade. Good enough. Critical hit rate. Sadly not hidden ability or special anything Ambipom or Toucannon. We're still trying to keep an eye out for both them and Chinchino with Skill Link. But no such luck. We're out of Aeroblast, so Psychic it is. But off 2 stat ups, it's doing alright. Have you been having problems with the addition of the Team Rocket variations? They've ended some of our runs. It kind of really depends. We've had multiple times when we've been trying to do the Steel one that we run into, like, Team Plasma, and it just destroys us. Groudon and Mega Camelrupt destroys a team full of Steel types. But other times, they're just sources of extra money. So it can go either way. Boosting Girafarig's speed stat is tempting, especially because it would double trigger. It would be better if he had, like, Mega Drain as well, because then we'd have a way of healing. But as it stands, I'd have to get rid of Recover for that. And although I'm not convinced that he's tanky enough to make Recover work, I'm not sure that we are either good enough to make the speed boosty thing work either. You got me. You finally got past them in a run. Yeah. It can also be very rough if when you're doing the Team Rocket grunts, because there's 3 of them in one area, and you can often end up with the trainer, it goes like them, space, them, space, them, space, them. And all of those spaces can end up being where one of the random trainers for that zone fits. So you can end up having to do Team Rocket fight, trainer fight, Team Rocket fight. And that can get rough on your ability to self-heal. You don't get to have a rest. So even without the bosses, just the rocket grunts can also throw a spanner in the works. I kind of want the nugget. Or in Umbreon's case, use all of the PP up? Yes. The game wants you to have Pikachu. Keeps giving you the extra speed and special attack ball for Pikachu. Aeroblast. I am very surprised we were faster than the cat. Although I suppose we've got a 20 level lead. Aeroblast. But now we are out of Aeroblasts. We're down to Psychics. Please don't be sturdy. I wonder what her last thing is if she was willing to give me that before something else. Beedrill. No, we don't need the rare candies. Yeah, the chameleon change types into whatever you attack him with. That's his ability, and it is very flavorful. The chameleon changes color. Good flavor. Not necessarily actually good mechanically, but good flavor. Oftentimes the enemy can manipulate it. It's a lot better than Ditto. Not great, but better than Ditto. Poor Ditto. Poor Ditto. Nugget or defense booster? I think even the one defense booster would end up saving us more than the Nugget. You cannot sucker punch me, friend. Defense booster. Squeeze in a nasty plot. And then double psychic. Double psychic. No infestation if you're gone. Ugh. Double psychic. Double psychic. Double psychic. None of them have even need to be doubles. Be glad that we're immune to Sucker Punch. Take the Pity Revive for Xatu. Gym Leader. Night Days. Whoom. Whoom. Nice. It'll be having a very hard time hitting us, but we're also faster than it. The balloon committed suicide. Recover. Nice. And again. We recover through the Mimikyu. And then start beating it up. Maybe Farigiraf is a bit tankier than I was giving it credit for. But only a bit. Good Xatu, Aeroblast. Psychic. It probably has a good rock move. No, it has a good ghost move. Psychic. And I expect we're faster than Miss... No, we are not faster than Miss Magus. Well, if you aren't faster than Miss Magus, then this isn't. But we lived through one attack. Doo-doo-doo. Nugget. Torch Song. Really? I am surprised. I wouldn't have thought Miss Magus is that quick. Yoink. Boom burst. Boop. How fast is poor old Misdreavus? $85, and it goes up to 105. Okay, okay. Okay, that one's a KO. Fair enough. Who can best take care of you? Probably good Xatu with Aeroblast. And looking at Farigiraf's stats, it's not actually that he's tanky, it's that he's spongy. He has big health, but only sort of medium defenses. Psychic should be plenty for Conkle there. Zinc up. We are all in on Farigiraf. Farigiraf is our champion. He is slightly better than Xatu in every way, aside from speed. Ow. Maybe we can accuracy down it. I mean, that probably puts it in range that good Xatu can now one-hit KO with Aeroblast. As long as the Focus Sash doesn't trigger. But now that has no way of hurting you. Sacrifice the other Xatu. Are you the good Chimecho or the bad Chimecho? You are the bad Chimecho. Good lord, that's useless. Nasty plot. Ow. Almost defeated by a Mandibuzz. I can live with dying to a Gillescent. Dying to a Mandibuzz would have been more embarrassing. All these bloody things having Dark-type moves. Come on. Come on. And it stole my booster. Oh. Potion up Xatu. Take the max revive for Farigiraf. I do not think that we beat the boss in the state that we are in. Well, definitely not with you. No. So what do we take from this? We take that we definitely like the increased killing power of Parental Bond. But the giraffe is just not sort of either fast enough or tanky enough to quite work the way that we would like. Well, back to the other one, which is steel. There have been no developments in our steel meta. It's not like with the giraffe where I did the off-screen grinding to get the special ability. The steals that we have are just the same as the last attempts, which is to say Earthworm Jim. Although Cosmog is now. Why are you valid? I do not understand why Cosmog is valid, but admittedly, I just remember this thing being a pain in the ass in the storyline, and not much else about it. And then you. And then you. And then who is our last two again? You. Okay. Earthworm Jim. It has a steel psychic evolution. Might as well try coiling. Potion for the damaged Clink. Sizzly Slide. Great Ball. Body Press, Dead Dog. It's called Solgaleo and has 680 stats. Certainly an amount of stats. Well, maybe we should consider adding that to our roster. We haven't used it before. How does it evolve? Is it love? It's probably one of those jerks that evolves from love. Nope, just at level 43 by... level 43 and then 53. Yeah, that could be a valid carry. It wastes a lot of its stats by having two kinds of good attack. Lure for more experience. But even then it's respectable. Huge amount of health, very good attack, reasonable special attack, good defense, somewhat okay special defense, and decent enough speed. Crush the baby birdie. She has Blaziken again. And this time she has Staraptor. Take the Pokeballs. Crush the rat. Burn the mushroom. Wasted my berry. Maybe I should have done things the other way around. And a Routes. Lots of chip damage. Maybe if we get a fuser, we can make our own homemade Tinkerton with that thing. That's enough Great Balls for the moment. I want the lure. And I want to capture that Bidoof. It has a booster. Thank you. No charge. I will be yoinking that booster for, at the moment, Earthworm Jim for Wrap. We boost recover. We throw away the Bidoof if we can. Now, about the only mon that we can catch here that's useful is the baby birdie, the baby fake Skarmory. Good enough. Some terrible miss rates here. Wrap, recover. No, that's the high miss move that he learns naturally anyway. The winner is Clink. 2 times Baby Birdie. Body press. Ice skate. Do we give it for you for Sizzly Slide or you for Flare Blitz? At the moment, you for Sizzly Slide. We are relying on Earthworm Jim's status as a I don't evolve mon, so that it starts with all its stats to be winning us things at the moment. Payback beats Tackle. It also beats Confuse Ray. Multi-lens. It's not really good on anyone at the moment. No one has special effect type things. I guess it's slightly useful on Beldum for confusion. Not Beldum. Bronzong. But that's about the only one. Yes to catching you because you've got a booster. Which we would like to yoink. No charge beam. Yoink that booster. Speed up. Throw away the chonk. I'm not interested in the chonk. Nugget. Oh, Bulbasaur! Sorry, friend. You have to be slain. In the name of progress. Goodbye, Growl. That's the game saying, please catch the fungus. I'd like to not be paralyzed, but I don't think it's worth actually paying for. Okay, so middle Blaziken. Staraptor. Which will be middle Staraptor. And Fish is the new addition. Burn the fish. Wrap the fish. Crush the fish. Iron Head is better than Wrap, but then we have to work out who gets the normal boosters. Continue boosting, recover. Earthworm Gym is just too strong. Defense boost. No metal sound. Pitiful heal? Absolutely not. Lumberry for your future. No teleport. Lumberry for your future. The lure isn't doing much so far. No, I'm gonna take that and continue banking on getting a fuser that we won't get. Surely Orthoworm does not sweep this gym when he's on like a quarter of their health. And yet, Orthoworm does. I am really, really surprised. No clear smog. Do-do-do. No, I think you'll be the best. Body press, insta-crush it. No automatize. What we should do is move those boosters across to U for Vice Grip. No, that's worse than Fusion Bolt, aside from that that's a low PP move. You wish going to the lab gave you a higher chance of splices? They're a more common item there? Yeah, that could be nice flavor. Beldum becomes Matang. What do we need for Matang? We need a wide lens, preferably 2, and then as many drugs as we can shove into them. Metal Claw is better than Tackle. Final Recover Booster. No Takedown. No Hypnosis. Doodly-doo-doo-doo! Drug up Matang. It's a special attacking one, unfortunately. Still, the burn gets them. Two for 0. Even if the earthworm does need some healing. 1 for triple axle. Crush the seal. Ice skate the ghost. Oh, good lord. Crush the cat. High horsepower the cat. The cat is terrifying. No dig. No discharge. Sizzly slide. The weak thing. Ice skate. The flying thing. No life due. Coil. Ice skate. And again. Potion, Matang, Big Potion, Orthworm Gem. Take the speed boost. With 2 stat ups, even Sizzly Slide is murderous. Body Crush. Fire Punch, maybe? No. Critical hit rate. Sizzly Slide, goodbye low kicks. Defense booster. We really should have traded into some of the others and leveled them up a bit. Now that they're burnt, I think we can afford to do that. So, Matang. And then high horsepower. Get some extra experience on Matang. Same again, high horsepower. No, I'm going to take the lure. Ice skate, Sizzly slide. Annoying people eating our berries. Ice skate the baby deer. Bye, Bambi. Giga Drain beats Mega Drain. Potion up. Ice skate, Sizzly slide. No sandstorm. Speed boost. That was kind of disappointing. So is not getting any of the metal claws to trigger. Extrasensory does beat confusion. Potion up. Defense boost. High horsepower, Sizzly slide. At least you didn't steal my berry. High horsepower, Sizzly slide. No charm. I kind of think we have enough Great Balls, but no, Steel and Psychic Thief stay. Although we might have discovered that our last set of hatchings might have given us something useful for using on the using on it. Well, using on either of them. Solgaleo could work for either of these two. So, what about the other one? Lunala. Lunala would only work for the Psychic run. But honestly, I'd kind of prefer the other one. Yeah, okay, we might try and use them on the Psychic run. We got one of the, like... It's kind of like Volcarona, but it's the Volcarona thing from its respective general... Wow, it's even better than Volcarona. But it's annoying storyline thing that has Ultra Super Mega Giga Evolution. No one else has a grass move, so the booster is kind of useless. But maybe we eventually get a grass thing that needs a grass booster. So for now it can go on Earthworm Gym. High horsepower, Sizzly Slide. Same again. Yeah, boop. There's a link to it, Thiefsty. Cosmog. Basically, the damsel in distress from that game is trying to save that Pokemon from the, like, evil people experimenting on it. Yeah, I'll take the Thunderbolt. We don't need Confusion if we have Psybeam. And then you help her. And you help disassemble the evil Totally Not Team Rocket who's doing these evil experimenty things. Dazzling Gleam or Alluring Voice? No, I think Alluring Voice is better. It has a better special effect. I don't want Dazzling Gleam. She also has a Chuny brother? Sorry, Amel? I don't know. What is Chuny? This is better for combining with Body Press. Chunibyo? Yeah, you're again... Teens who have grandiose delusions and desperately want to stand out. Okay. Goodbye, Astonish. It's useless on you. You don't have any attack stat. I feel like if I put the berry here, it's just going to get stolen by someone, but it is still the correct thing to take. Gear Grind is better than Vice Grip, but it means that those Silk Scarves that we captured are now completely useless on you as well. They get demoted down to service on the Bronzor for Tackle, because it still has Tackle. But it is no longer a Bronzor. No block. No heavy slam. Take the lure. Hydrapple. You are definitely a better thing to fuse into than the Amoongus. So we will put the effort into trying to capture you. Heal up. I'd rather not die to throwing Great Balls. Even if it means healing every other attack. Though we don't have many left. And if it keeps growthing like that... Okay. Goodbye, Fungus. No, that's all good. Now we needed to move those silk scarfs to Bronzong. But Charcoal is still fine on you, although it should probably start thinking about moving to Clink once it evolves. And the Miracle Seed is... It is good on Hydrapple, but we don't know if we're going to get a Fuser, and even if we get a Fuser, I probably prefer going for the Fairy than the Dragon. Well, the Dragon is nicer for Fire Resist. Hard choice. Hard choice. Might well depend on what we're fusing into. What makes the better stat and ability combination rather than only going for type. No lock on. Goodbye, Protect. Protect is garbage. Speed boost, Matang. That's gonna hurt. And it doesn't do enough to kill. Well, who's next? Earthworm Jim. Okay. No, Iron Tail is not worth taking. Calm Mind is worth taking for you. Kind of sucks to give up a way of healing. Like, Calm Mind, Drain Kiss lets us be a healing sweeper. Yeah, I'll give up on Psybeam for that. Sizzly Slide. Then go for the flinch. Clink becomes Clang. Earthworm has given his life so that Staraptor may have stat downs. Tachyon cut. Tachyon cut. Do we get rid of Tackle? Then nothing has any use for the scarfs that we harvested. And she added Axew. She has, what was it? Psychic Fix, Psychic Fish, and Axew. I don't need Dragon Pulse and Fickle Beam, so goodbye Dragon Pulse. Game apparently wants me to catch the Gardevoir. Or not. Thank you. Bring back Metang. Potion up Metang. Heal up Bronzong. Yeah, bonus attack, why not? We're attacking with actual attack. Big Nuggy. Firebird is kind of scary. The best I have is Thunder for you. Gear Shift is better than Gear Grind. Flare Blitz. The recoil is going to be disgusting. Oh, that hurt. Metang becomes full-on Metagross. No Hammer Arm. Yeah, it was a big ask for that to live. Metagross, Ice Skate. Psychic. So, do we give up Alluring Voice to be a Calm Mind Heal Sweeper? Yes, I'm going to be greedy. Big miss with the Ice Skate. And then big connect with the Ice Skate. Do-do-do. Attack boost is fine. High horsepower should be a one-hit KO after the 2 attack boosters. 2x attacks. Medium Ash is good, it's better than Metal Claw. I don't really like Earthquake on you, no. No Zap Cannon, no Future Sight. Well, I really don't like Payback very much, but nah, we'll keep it. Map. Map's pretty important. It helps us either get to the electric zone and the construction yard where we can get some metal things instead of looping around endlessly in zones with nothing that we can capture of use to us. Kling and Clang combine to become Kling Clang. As long as they don't form a clan and become the Kling Clang clan. Really thought we'd wake up. within 3 attempts, but no such luck. Moonblast rather than Draining Kiss. But I want a heal game. I'm probably asking too much. Moonblast is that much stronger. Revive up Metagross, heal up Metagross a bit. Citrus Berry for their future. Looks like everyone's gonna hit the level limit. Oh god. Rough Skin is mean on Ice Skate. Power Whip? Wrong attack stat, not interested. No Rain Dance. No Hyper Beam. Yes, so that when we do finally encounter things we actually want to capture, we have extremely good Pokeballs for them. Meteor Mash Chungus. Don't you dare. Oh good, I got nothing to steal. Accuracy boost, and I can happily use Meteor Mash without any downside. I should probably try and capture this. It has an egg and a sash. Do I want Dragon extra type or Fairy extra type? And who would I merge with? I would merge probably Bronzegong and Gardevoir. So the Hydra may go. Yeah, the Hydra may go. Metropolis. This actually lets us go towards building stuff. Body Press should be a one-hit KO. Move those items. For the moment, the Lucky Egg and the Silk Scarf. The Tackle Scarfs. I don't want to let the Ziggies live any longer than they absolutely minimum time must. God, that would give us good coverage. Yeah, I'm going to allow that. Goodbye, Carmine. You are no longer a stat-up sweeper, you are a coverage special attacker. No Dream Eater. No Amnesia. Heal once. Take the defense. Crush Raichu. if we can manage to hit him after the Zippy Zaps. Heal up Earthworm Gem. Crush Arctozolt. Sizzly Slide you. It was quicker than us, but it chose not to use Thunderbolt for whatever reason. Potion, potion. Some more body presses? Yeah, we'll have a couple more body presses. Now, are there any moves you can learn now that you are an adult? Flash Cannon. But you're a special no, you're not a special attack, you're a physical attacker, so no. Explosion! That's about it. Yeah, there's nothing that we're super interested in. So I guess just the Leper Berry to be more garbage for enemies to steal instead of stuff that we actually like. No superpower. So many doggo. Doggo, big bite too strong. No iron defense, sadly. And potion up. Boop, boop. Meteor Mash. Meteor Mash, why not? I don't think I care about catching you for one Enigma Berry. Do-do-do. Reverbrummer. You are a valid team member. Ice Skate the car. Electrocute the rat. Ice Skate the car. Stat up. Ice Skate the car. Stat up. That's about right. I don't want to do any more. Good Pokeball. Goodbye, Bibarel. We're up to 5 team members. Come back to Life Seed for... I guess we'll just not use Bronze Gong if we can. And another Reverbrummer. Was the old one a bad nature? Yes. So we probably try and replace our old one with the new one. Heal, Assurance, heal. It is a much better nature. Do we get rid of Gardevoir, or do we bank on finding a Fuser? Double car, or bank on Fuser? I don't think we can bank on Fuser. So goodbye Gardevoir, even if it means double car. No electric terrain. Heal up the good car. Meteor Mash. Don't risk the miss. Meteor Mash. Big miss. Such a greedy Weevil, but it's punished. Which one are you? Are you the good one or the bad one? You're the bad one, but it's still better than Swagger. For the good one, we would definitely like Shift Gear back instead of Headbutt. In fact, that's got a lot of moves it needs fixing. Thankfully, the game is being nice and kind with the memory mushrooms. Goodbye, Spin Out. So, what is the last move? Gear Shift, Iron Head, Poison Punch, maybe something better than Assurance? No, there's not really something better than Assurance. So do we start fixing the next one? I guess yes, until we find a better option to replace you with. I don't like Gunk Shot. And then that other one is actually kind of good. I slightly don't like the Spin Out, but it's also okay. It's not terrible. Nope. I mean, maybe we could put that on Bronze Gong, but... no, just heal Metagross. Ice Skate. This is... Meteor Mash? Sure, we'll finish this gym. So, maybe a minute or two. And I'll refill my drink. And we can swap over. Who is the most sensible for you? Burning you is the most sensible, as is crushing you. Crush you. I'm surprised we're faster than an Absol. Do. And there we will cut it for now, because today, which is to say right now, it is time for the next in our Senior Detectives Let's Plays. Myself and Maury are to immediately transition into playing Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. He tended to murder mistresses of the night. And I played just enough of this to check that it would save. Because I didn't want that error occurring again. We go over here. We say hello to me, but I'm going to be disappearing. Where is me? There's me. I disappear. We lose PokeRogue. And we gain... now this is a bit fiddly because it doesn't let me tab out while we're doing that, so I need that over here. And I should do my... I should do the yelling to the void because I have mod power there. So give me a sec. Here, and we say... that except with my Twitch address. Copy. Paste. And it's versus Jack the Ripper. And it has a nice little image to go with it. There we go. Okay, game. Minimize that so I can see that it captures. Please capture successfully. Pray. Oh, come on. You captured successfully yesterday. I even tested this. It hates my controller. Ah, it has caught up eventually. No, the prayer was heard. It was just very slow. Okay. So you can see that I did just enough to check that it saves. This is where we will enter when we exit from the start. But give me 2 mins. I'm going to refill my drink. And we should be good to go. That there. Join chat with Maury so that you can hear Maury. Hello! I'm going to grab my drink, but otherwise... should be... maybe 40 seconds. Yeah!
Let's see. I should get my note-taking stuff out, so that's ready to go. Also, Blobber told me that you recently played this game, Rumor. How did you enjoy it?
Okay. Drink got. Can we all hear Maury? Hello, hello.
I mean, I can hear myself, so
okay, I can hear you as well. That's good. Then, if you're good...
yeah.
In 5, 4, 3... Hello and welcome, beautiful people, to the Senior Detectives, myself, and Miss Morrigan Nightshade.
Hello, hello.
As we play the next in our Sherlock Holmes series, Jack the Ripper. Having just saved England from Arsene Lupin, even if he stole Her Majesty's heart. Okay.
Sneaky Frenchman.
Let's get to it, eh? Unless you have... I have played just enough to check that this saves. My understanding, Maury, is you played this long ago?
Yes, we're talking 10 plus years ago.
So...
well, probably closer to 15 now that I think about it.
Hopefully...
when did it came out?
Long ago. I daren't tab out because it makes life pain, so maybe on your side. We should be good, though. Okay, new game.
In the name of my health and yours, Holmes, stop smoking so much. There is more fog in our apartment than in the street.
You are right, Watson, but this evening is never ending, and I have nothing to do but make smoke rings. A more amusing pastime would suit better, but my doctor is against it.
Perhaps a little tune on the violin.
My heart is not in it tonight, Watson. Have you noticed how this cigarette burns? Would you not say it is like a life being consumed? How many lives will end tonight in London? How many crimes will be committed within the life of a single cigarette? Ah, the vanity of existence. It is but complaints and smoke, the meagre panache of its sickly soul.
The tobacco is giving you very somber thoughts. I am certain that this inactivity will not last. Let's retire. You'll be in better humour tomorrow.
Reason speaks. Let's to bed.
Your beloved science table.
Will we get to do science this time, though? The opening cutscene is pretty long, guys. Hang in there.
I mean, they have to introduce the story for people who don't know about Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, here in Oz, we get a lot of British media. Being ex-colonials. But I don't know how much he is known outside the coloniosphere.
I would say he's fairly well known throughout Europe at least. Though I guess it depends on your interests.
Come this way, my lovely. We'll have a right good time. Wait, let me help you. Oh, it's my hair that pleases you.
This is a bit much for me. I'm not much for gore, even if it's slightly off the bottom of screen.
I hate to tell you, it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
It's going to get worse. Back in
The
Baker
news
Street.
is as dark as the sky, Holmes. An inquest has been opened into the murder of a poor woman in the East End. The unfortunate girl was discovered last night, lying in the street, still warm. The murderer was filled with an incredible savagery. Oh, the article gave me shivers down my spine. The inspectors in charge of the case don't seem to have even the slightest lead. A similar murder took place less than a month ago.
Ah, love. A romantic walk, a kiss in the moonlight, a polite refusal, a terrible anger, and a hanging.
This area of Whitechapel is a disgrace to London. The government should take serious note of what is going on there.
Whitechapel? This woman was found in Whitechapel?
Yes, indeed. Bucks Row, to be specific.
Then it was not a question of romance, but of commerce. Unless these women actually take pleasure in the vice, the female nature is completely...
Holmes, do you hear yourself? A woman is dead under unspeakable circumstances. No less than any other, she was a human and one of Her Majesty's subjects. None of these streetwalkers of which you speak have any other way to survive but by selling their bodies. You know as well as I that our era is not a gentle one, and these women don't have much to look forward to. Some grace, if you would. Do not refuse them your compassion.
Do not say another word, my dear Watson. We shall leave immediately for Whitechapel.
to the scene of the crime?
No, I think it would be better to arrive there a bit later once night has fallen. At the moment, the spot will be overrun by police officers and spectators. It would be impossible to investigate properly.
Then where are we going, Holmes?
The best thing to do would be to head to the police station and attempt to get a copy of the preliminary reports.
But the article in the Star seemed quite complete to me.
You must know, Watson, that journalists often draw conclusions from the facts without a proper understanding of how to do this delicate task. We must obtain the reports from the inspector in charge, as well as those from the coroner.
Very well, Holmes, but all the same.
It seems to me that I have a map of London somewhere, Watson. Can you find it and locate Whitechapel while I get ready?
You are too kind, Holmes. Searching through your mess?
Reading up to the fifth word was hard, Sunaj. I know. Reading can be hard. Welcome, Sunaj. The Star. Special edition, Whitechapel Horror. The third crime of a man who must be a maniac. Woman lured to by-streets to be butchered. The latest victim identified. Opening of the inquest. Great local excitement. The victim of the latest Whitechapel horror, the woman who was found yesterday morning in Bucks Row, completely disemboweled and with her head nearly gashed from her body, was for a time completely unknown. As the news of the murder spread, however, first one woman, then another came forward to view the body, and at length it was found that a woman answering the description of the murdered woman had lodged at a common house, 18 Thrall Street, Spitalfields. Women from that place were fetched, and they identified the deceased as Polly, who had shared a room with 3 other women in the place on the usual terms of such houses, nightly payment of 4d, each woman having gathered a separate bed. It was gathered that the deceased had led the life of an unfortunate while lodging in the house, which was only for about 3 weeks past. Nothing more was known of her by then, but that when she presented herself for her lodging on Thursday night, she was turned away by the deputy because she did not have the money. She was then the worse for drink, but not drunk, and turned away laughing, saying, "I'll soon get my DOS money. See what a jolly bonnet I've got now." She was wearing a bonnet which she had not been seen with before, and left the lodging house door. A woman of the neighbourhood saw her later. She told the police even as late as 2:30 on Friday morning in Whitechapel Road. There's a nice little arrow telling us to scroll down. Late as 2:30 on Friday morning in Whitechapel Road, opposite the church and at the corner of Osborne Street. And at 3:45 she was found within 500 yards of the spot murdered. The people of the lodging house knew her as Polly, but at about 7:30 last evening, a woman named Mary Ann Monk, at present an inmate of Lambeth Workhouse, was taken to the mortuary and identified the body as that of Mary Ann Nichols, also called Polly Nichols. She knew her, she said, as they were inmates of the Lambeth Workhouse together in April and May last, the deceased having been passed there from another workhouse. On 12th of May, according to Monk, Nichols left the workhouse to take a situation as servant at Ingleside, Wandsworth Common. It afterwards became known that Nichols betrayed her trust as domestic servant by stealing £3 from her employer and absconding. From that time, she's been wandering around. Monk met her, she said, about 6 weeks ago, when herself out of the workhouse, and drank with her. She was sure the deceased was Polly Nichols, and having twice viewed the features as the body lay as a shell, maintained her opinion. There is a terribly significant similarity between this ghastly crime and the 2 mysterious murders of women which have occurred in the same district within the last 3 months. In each case, the victim has been a woman of abandoned character. Each crime has been committed in the dark hours of the morning, and more important still, as pointing to one man, and that man a maniac. Being the culprit, each murder has been accompanied by hideous mutilation. In the second case, that of the woman Martha Turner, it will be remembered that there were no fewer than 30 stabs inflicted. The scene of this murder was George Yard, a place appropriately known locally as the Slaughterhouse. As in both other cases, there was in this not the slightest clue to the murderer. No one was known to have there were so many double negatives there. No one was known to have any motive for causing the woman's death. She was parted from her husband and had lived with a man named Turner, but the searching coroner's inquiry revealed nothing connecting either with the crime. It was fancied that some of her many wounds had been caused by a bayonet. She was said to have been seen with a soldier shortly before her death. Some soldiers were paraded at the tower, and one was said to have been identified by a policeman as having been waiting around George Yard about the time of the murder, though nothing came of it. The first murder, which strangely enough didn't rouse much interest, was committed in Osborne Street. The woman in that case was alive when discovered, but unconscious and died in hospital without recovering her senses, consequently unable to whisper a word to put the police on the track of her fiendish assailant. And her murderer has remained a mystery. All 3 crimes have been committed within a very small radius. Each of the ill-lighted thoroughfares to which the women were decoyed to be foully butchered were off-turnings from Whitechapel Road, and all are within half a mile. The fact that these 3 tragedies have been committed within such a limited area and are so strangely alike in their details is forcing on all minds the conviction that they are the work of some cool, cunning man with a mania for murder. That's nice to say, a cunning man with a mania for murder. There was no new light thrown on the case this morning. At 9 o'clock, the body of deceased was removed from the mortuary to an improvised operating room on the premises, and Dr. Ralph Llewellyn made a post-mortem examination. The object of the examination was to determine, if possible, the order in which the various cuts were made. It is evident from the cuts in the throat that the head was bent back by the murderer before the knife was used. Whether the other mutilation took place before or after death remains to be settled, as also the position in which the woman lay where the deed was done. There are several questions of this kind which may throw light on the case, notably the small quantity of blood at the place where she was found and the fact that there must have been much of it somewhere else. At present, clues to the murder are entirely lacking, and the location of the place where the deed was done was the first point necessary to establish. Okay. You control Watson. To move in the game, left-click on the destination you want to reach. Double-click to run. Good. You can change perspective with R, and we can enter GoldenEye mode. Now you can WSAD. Pressing caps lock or left shift will make you run. Press R to return to the other vision mode. You can do this at any time. Press space for a dynamic help. We have interact object identifier.
Holmes's violin. He doesn't play nearly enough, if you ask me.
Now time to start the game. Find the map on the table and click on it to take it into your inventory.
Well, well. Holmes has received some French champagne with a card, a gift from a young admirer, signed Raoul d'Andrecy. Who on earth could that be?
No. Go get the map.
A map of London, at last. Let's see. The district of Whitechapel.
Whitechapel. Am I meant to go there yet? No, but it outlines...
I see you wanna explore the apartment first.
Oh, I was just like... if I click that, will it take me? But no, it takes us to a sub-map which doesn't seem to have anything clickable on it yet.
Yes, it does.
Am I blind? Oh, there. Okay, there's one dot. Yep.
Yes.
Police station. Okay. But last time we got punished for not exploring the house first, so... maybe we should explore the house first.
Have a small
Holmes's
gander at least.
experiment table. The adventure of the dancing men. I remember it well. The Queen's initials done in bullet holes. Good old Holmes.
Shooting his wall.
As you do.
Have you found the map of London, Watson? Come, my friend, it can't be too far.
Okay.
Understood, Holmes.
He says, get on with finding the map.
Treaty on Cornish, the Celtic dialect of Cornwall. And here, medieval pottery. How can Holmes possibly read such things?
Alternative
Holmes
is
uses
talking
his
to
old
you.
purple slipper to hold his pipe tobacco. Colonel Gordon, during the last adventure of the resident patient. This is how Holmes stores his post. Thank goodness his clients don't see this. Switzerland, a charming country. Perhaps Holmes and I shall investigate
What?
one day.
What? But we were just there.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah,
harpoon
this
that
game
pierced the
doesn't
sailor
acknowledge
Peter the Black.
Cthulhu Adventure.
Bizarre little relic.
Okay, so we're back in a world of science rather than one of magic, which I like. I like science world. Like, to do detectiving when there is magic means you need a magic system that, like, is consistent and explained at some point. Which is a bit hard to do. No, that was the post thing. Then I think we're done. There's nothing else to...
Yeah.
So, inventory, map, police station.
I found the map, Holmes, and I was able to locate the Whitechapel police station.
Congratulations, Watson. Come, the game is afoot. You can read the article to me on the way. We have arrived, Watson, in Whitechapel.
Not very bright, and what cold! Brr, a typical London morning.
Come, Watson, let's find this police station.
You control Sherlock Holmes. Damn.
Gee, I wonder where the police station is.
Well, this station isn't very well kept, I say.
It's a local outpost, Watson. The daily tasks that confront these constables are not the easiest, and they are poorly paid.
This police station is like a laundry. What a scandal. Her Majesty Queen Victoria. What would she think of this mess? Look, a suspect description. Michael Ostrog, wanted for questioning. Dangerous.
And the person.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello, I would like to speak with the Chief Inspector, if you please.
Constable Humphreys here. I am the only one in at the moment. What do you want with the Chief?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am...
Sherlock Holmes? The detective that I read about in the papers? Well, that's a treat, that is. You come about the PokeRogue case, have you? Indeed, we...
Not at all. We were just passing by chance. You say that there was a crime recently.
You don't know? You must be the only folk in London who haven't heard.
It won't be long until you find the culprit, no doubt.
Nothing is less certain. Suspects, 0. Clues, 0. It's not good for us, especially not in this district.
It's a handsome cape. The reports.
Listen, this isn't what I came here for, but if I can be of service, in a confidential capacity, of course, if you can entrust me with a copy of the preliminary reports, I could study them and return later with my conclusions.
It's just that these are official documents. I can't take a decision like that without the inspectors. The sooner we know the facts in the file, the sooner we can be of help, my friend. Say, if you are Sherlock Holmes, you can find anything, isn't that true? With your magnifying glass,
Oh, no.
footprints.
My
It's
performance
time to
is
measure more
often
footprints.
embellished by my biographer.
Ah, good. Good. I will give you the reports, but could you do me a small favour first? During my rounds, I dropped a leather folder containing some papers. Nothing of importance, but it's a big mistake. I would go looking for it myself, but I am stuck here on duty. I must have lost it near the seedy boarding house not far from here. Left when you leave the courtyard and left again in the lane. Perhaps you could go, ask around. We shall see what we can do.
Okay. Do my fetch quest, he says.
Yes.
Are we going to go look for these documents?
Why not? It'll give us an occasion to take a tour of the district, Watson.
Okay. Left, they said. And then left again.
And at the seedy boarding
Excuse me, my
house.
good man.
Nasty weather, eh?
Am I blind? No. Oh,
Commercial Street.
Commercial Street.
murder and mutilation of a female.
Mm-hmm.
Handsome cab. But we can't talk to you.
But it is still Lambert.
He's everywhere.
Commercial Street.
I just noticed, like, it's still his model.
God,
Commercial
there's
Street.
a lot of signs for it being Commercial Street.
You're in a rush, my pretty.
They really want to make sure that
I'll
this
have
time,
done
you know,
so
you can
quickly
always
you'll only
find
have time to pay.
find out what street you're on.
Okay, we're propositioned by the Mistress of the Night.
If you have the means, I can let you pass before everyone. But behind me.
No.
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, lovely cardi, ain't it? And not dear neither. I found it on Goldston Street. They have plenty of clothing stock over there.
Yes, but no. Maybe it was this laneway.
If you please, arms, arms for my children.
Do I have... We don't have money in our inventory to trade her for information.
Excuse me, my good man.
Leave me alone.
Are you a different policeman?
Pardon me, but can you give me some information?
If it's to file a complaint, you should go to the station.
What about
What are you
you?
looking for? Chicks? Opium? A girl? Sailor?
A leather bag. Is Timmy down on his luck?
I have nothing to ask.
Not poor Timmy.
It's not our Timmy. Our Timmy lives in a better neighborhood.
I have nothing to ask.
No time to talk, Governor. I've done my keep.
By walking back and forth? To church. Fair enough.
The hospital?
Good lord, the screaming.
A gathering, Holmes. And policemen. Let's go see, perhaps.
No, Watson, we have some business to take care of, and we are better off remaining discreet.
Okay, that's saying this way later.
This is the crime scene. We will explore it
Bucks
later.
Row.
Could I ask a question though? If you go to your
I
map
have no
now,
reason
has
to
it
go that
given you
way.
any travel
I have
points
no
to all of
reason
these
to go
signs
that
that
way.
you're looking
I
at?
have no reason to go that way.
If I can get him to stop. Not that I see.
Okay. So that's different in this game, that you don't get your travel
have no
points
reason to
upon
go
reaching
that
the
way.
location. It has to actually be something
You have
there.
to find them or some sort of trigger maybe. all of the endless "Here is Whitechapel" street signs. Although, can we go into the church?
For Whitechapel Church, the clock is wrong.
No. Yes? No. We already
I have nothing to ask.
failed to talk to poor Timmy.
I think there was another poor Timmy, but yeah.
They all look so identical, each more
I have
identical
no
than
reason
the
to go
last.
that way.
I was in Crimea, I was, sir, and you owe me some respect.
I have nothing to ask.
A rabbi, maybe? We've already tried these girls.
Batty Street. I have nothing to ask.
Come, my lord, a little coin. Oi!
Pardon me, but can you give me some information?
If you're looking for a princess lover, you found her.
I'm looking for a bag.
A folder, I believe.
A leather bag. No. Ooh, was that something? What are you trying to tell me about there?
I think it's just pointing to a sign
Burner
behind it.
Street.
Burner Street, Burner Street. Ooh.
On this poster is written Club for Socialist Jews, the Cradle of Liberty. Interesting.
Burner Street. Burner Street.
Come, my lord, a little coin. Oi!
I have nothing to ask.
Another street sign?
I have
Yes,
no
another
reason to
street
go
sign.
that way.
But there's also... No, I'm not allowed down by the river.
No.
I have no reason to go
No,
that way.
I'm allowed this... But there's nowhere else. We're back where we started.
Surely you must have missed a spot.
I've followed the left wall the whole time. I don't know if we came in here.
You didn't.
Good day, sir. You wouldn't happen to have seen a leather folder on the ground around here, would you?
Good day, gentlemen. Finley, caretaker of this building. Here to serve. And yes, less than an hour ago. But some of the local urchins picked it up and God only knows where it might be now.
That's unfortunate. This police bag contained documents that the local police will miss.
You're inspectors?
Not at all. I am Dr. Watson, and this is Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes, the great detective. You must be here about last night's murder. Have you discovered the identity of the poor woman?
Indeed, I'd only to read the papers.
Mine is dated from this morning, and it does not say who it is.
I'm not really engaged in this case, but if I can help the police, I will do so willingly.
Oh, to be sure. I've been told that Inspector Aberline is in charge. A very capable man.
So, according to you, I have no chance of finding this folder then?
Indeed. But I, on the other hand, should be able to find it. Do me a favour in exchange. A vagrant comes almost every night to sleep in one of the nooks not far from my windows. He coughs, howls, sometimes even sings. He's quite hefty and I don't dare approach him. I've lost 3 tenants because of him. If it's you who speaks to the police, they will take this matter more seriously. Tell them about the captain. They'll know who you're talking about. In the meantime, I'll find your police bag.
So now we have to get the cat to eat the dog that, etc., etc. Oh, but it's a new newspaper.
Yes.
The East
The Poor
London
People's Newspaper.
Advertiser. Another Whitechapel mystery. Horrible murder in Bucks Row, Whitechapel. Scarcely has the horror and sensation caused by the discovery of the murdered woman in Whitechapel some short time ago had time to abate when another discovery is made, which, for the brutality exercised on the victim, is even more shocking and will no doubt create as great a sensation in the vicinity as its predecessor. The affair up to the present is enveloped in complete mystery, and the police have as yet no evidence to trace the perpetrators of the horrible deed. The facts are that Constable John Neal was walking down Bucks Row, Thomas Street, Whitechapel, about 3:45 on Friday morning when he discovered a woman between 35 and 40 years of age, lying at the side of the street with her throat cut right open from ear to ear, the instrument with which the deed was done traversing the throat from left to right. The wound was about 2 inches wide and blood was flowing profusely. She was discovered to be lying in a pool of blood. She was immediately conveyed to the Whitechapel mortuary, where it was found that besides the wound in the throat, the lower part of the abdomen was completely ripped open, with the bowels protruding. The wound extends nearly to her breast and must have been effected with a large knife. As the corpse lies in the mortuary, it presents a ghastly sight. The victim seems to be between 35 and 40 years of age and measures 5 feet 2 inches in height. The hands are bruised and bear evidence of having engaged in a severe struggle. There is the impression of a ring having been worn on one of the deceased's fingers, but there's nothing to show that it had been wrenched from her in a struggle. Some of the front teeth have been knocked out, and the face is bruised on both cheeks and very much discoloured. The deceased wore a rough brown ulster with large buttons in front. Her clothes are torn and cut up in several places, bearing evidence of the ferocity with which the murder was committed. The only way by which the police can prosecute an inquiry at present is by finding someone who can identify the deceased and then, if possible, trace those in whose company she was last seen. In Bucks Row, naturally, the greatest excitement prevails, and several persons in the neighbourhood state that an affray occurred shortly after midnight, but no screams were heard, nor anything beyond what might have been considered evidence of an ordinary brawl. In any case, the police, unfortunately, will have great difficulty in bringing to justice the murderer or murderers. And then, great fire at London warehouse, blah blah blah, seems unrelated. Although it gives us an awful amount of information for something unrelated, so perhaps we will read this. Great fire at the London warehouses. A fire broke out shortly before 9 o'clock on Thursday night in one of the huge warehouses of the London warehouses. Please, have more words warehouses in the one sentence. The warehouses were warehouses,
More warehouses.
as usual, at 4 in the afternoon, and there are few persons except the night policemen and firemen left on the premises. At about 8:30, a smell of fire was noticed, and shortly afterwards there was an immense burst of flames from the top of one of the vast buildings right in the centre of the warehouses. The volume of the fire was terrific, but at 9 o'clock the authorities of the fire brigade had heard nothing of the occurrence. Shortly afterwards an alarm was given at the Whitechapel station, and the officials of the brigade instantly ordered every not streamer. My mind wanted to make that word streamer. And the officials of the brigade instantly ordered every steamer to proceed to the scene, and the circulation of the news amongst the other stations caught steamers to be sent from every district in London. On arrival at the engines, it was found that a fire of enormous strength was raging in the upper floors of a great building about 150 yards long and half as broad. The flames could not have been broken out in a more dangerous part of the warehouse than the site of this fire, the South Quay warehouses. They were crammed with colonial produce in the upper floors and brandy and gin in the lower floors. Through the great iron-barred windows, the fire could be seen raging like a furnace, and the enormous tongues of bluish and yellow flames, which constantly burst up with great roars, pointed to the fact that spirits were aiding the progress of the flames. The scene at 10:30 was an imposing one. In the enormous warehouses, crammed with goods of incalculable value, with vast buildings on every side, and with great vessels in the wet warehouses, firemen, policemen, and dock workers were either watching or aiding in endeavouring to extinguish the fire, while an enormous crowd gathered around the great gates and gazed at the progress of the fire from a distance. Whew. I don't know why all of that is... Like, you would think that if this wasn't relevant, that it would just stop at the end of this page and not let us scroll. So it makes it feel like this is going to be relevant.
Station.
So you want us to do what? You wanted us to find a homeless man and convince him not to exist near your window at night.
I think he just wanted us to tell the
Excuse me,
police
my
to
good
look
man.
into him, because it would mean more when it come from us.
Oh, that's not what I took from it.
Oh.
But perhaps. So you think go back to the police, then come back here, and then go back to the police again.
I thought that's what he said, like the police will take it more serious if it comes from you.
So, gentlemen, have you found my police
Maybe
bag?
I missed something.
Not quite yet.
No,
Do you
it
know
seems
a
you're
vagrant
right.
who
There's a
goes
new
by
talking
the name
point.
of the captain?
Captain? Yes, an old sailor, strong as a Turk and tattooed from head to toe. The drink has turned him into a derelict.
He appears to be causing some problems for the caretaker of the building at the end of the street.
What do you want us to do? Every night, stairwells, halls, and porches become public dormitories.
Gosh.
And people don't only come to sleep. I believe this man has a niece who puts him up sometimes. Her lodgings are in Commercial Street, right after the alley with the boarding house. You won't forget my folder, will you?
No, I haven't forgot your folder.
Do you believe this woman will agree to have her uncle stay with her?
No idea. Oh well, let's go see her just the same.
Now, the name of the street completely skipped my mind, so let's go... Commercial Street, right after the alley with the boarding house. Well, we know thanks to the 500,000 signs.
Street.
And if this was the boarding house...
It should be the next alley.
Right after the alley with the boarding house. In Commercial Street.
Yeah,
So
true.
it should
So
be
not in that.
this door. And yet no.
There. This is where the niece of the captain must live.
It is the door after that. Can we scream at you from down here? Yes.
Good day, miss. Would you happen to be the niece of the man known as the captain?
Oh, yes, that would be me. What has he done this time? He isn't... Oh, my God. I'm on my way.
She's a giant.
Miss, we have come to ask if you could have your uncle come live with you. He sleeps under the windows of a boarding house, causes the caretaker no end of problems.
I know. I've lodged him for a while, and he was the same here. My landlord made me kick him out. I'm
Now we
ashamed,
have to
you
do
know.
something for
I
the
never seen him
landlord.
in the state of his health. It coughs day and night.
There might be a way to calm his cough. I am a doctor.
Ooh,
I
why
could
not?
examine him.
You went to see a doctor at the clinic. but the medicine costs too much. I can hardly pay my rent.
We will see to it. Where might your uncle be found?
I don't know. He must be in the vicinity, but I don't know exactly where.
We will find him.
Okay,
Holmes,
man
this is
coughing.
serious. Find an alcoholic in Whitechapel. A needle in a haystack would be easier.
Come, dear doctor, let's trust to our lucky star. Moreover, we also have our informers, remember?
Are
Little
you referring
Timmy?
to those brats
Yes.
to whom you are always giving charity?
Exactly, my secret police.
Secret
Some of them must surely
police.
roam in this area. It suffices to find them.
Okay, find little Timmy.
Find the right little Timmy.
You.
Hello, young man. How are you?
I recognize him. It's the lad who sells newspapers, who is always calling outside our windows at
No,
Baker
he's
Street
our little
early
Timmy.
in the morning.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. It's a treat to see you again.
His
What can
voice
I
is
do?
different. What happened to you, little Timmy?
Would you happen to know an old sailor who goes by the name of the Captain? A poor man who hits the bottle a bit hard.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. He's there at the end of the street. Round to the left he is. But be careful. He can be a tough customer, that one.
Very good, my young man. The doctor will give you a little something. Watson?
Huh? I say, Holmes.
Is he always such a skinflint with you, Mr. Holmes? Well, thanks to you, Mr. Holmes. Anytime you need me.
Timmy is not impressed with the generosity of Watson.
Not even a little bit. Oh, gosh. It's so insane. Like, not only is his money given away right in front of him, but then he's told he's being a cheap bastard. Oh. Okay. That said, he didn't actually, like, tell us anything to do. At the end of the street, round the corner to the left. But be careful, he's a tough customer. Okay.
I mean, we're still looking to find him so that the Watson can look
Well,
at them and
there's
use the
two
medicine.
directions to the street.
I thought it was down that street, not the main street.
I took it to be the main street.
Oh, I took it to be the street that he was standing on, like the corner street.
Where are we?
Round to the left.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Because down the main street would be his right.
Well, I thought it meant, like, go to the end of the street and then turn left. Rather than be here. So it's maybe this guy that we were already talking to?
Got a shilling, Gov?
No.
I can hear someone coughing more than is natural, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. The poor man cannot be too far away.
Come on.
Come, my lord. A little coin. Oi!
No.
If, in order to listen to us, this man imposes as condition that we find his pet cockroach, there will be another murder in Whitechapel today, Watson. Yours.
Ah. He is in a critical state, Holmes. He has barely a month left.
Is there a way, dear
But his
doctor, to
pet
ensure that this
cockroach.
last month passes in silence?
Really, Holmes?
Oh my
Sometimes
God.
you... Oh, really? I will make note of some medicine to get immediately that will relieve his pain.
Very well. I will locate an apothecary or a clinic.
Okay. Find a pharmacist.
We already found the hospital.
Did we?
Yes, it was right across the church.
I don't remember reading hospital. Hospital.
Away.
not this one. Hello, we never
Excuse
talked
me,
to
my
you.
good man.
Leave me alone.
No, that's where you are. Does the map
But I go
indicate
all the way
where
to the
we
right.
are? Ooh, now we have more things.
Yes, the clinic.
That's what I was trying to... I thought the one I went in was that one. But anyway, there's a fast travel thing, so why not?
This building is a clinic.
Oh, this says dispensary. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, sir. Dr. Gibbons. You aren't from around these parts.
Indeed, Doctor. It is for someone from your neighborhood that I am here, though. His doctor asked that I acquire some medicine on his behalf. I have the note here.
Dr. Watson? Not from round here, neither. This medication is quite dear. Certain documents are necessary to obtain them for free.
I don't have it. You'll have to accept my spare change. Will it be enough?
Enough to relieve your patient for a month. Would you like me to make this prescription available after that time?
According to Dr. Watson, that won't be necessary.
The possibility of a recovery?
A definitive one, yes.
There, sir.
Thank you. It's rather quiet here.
An unusual chain of events. The majority of the people hereabouts went out last night to see the great fire at the warehouse. The patients that I was minding and my staff were no exception. The former were dramatically healed, and the latter ended up sick. And with the murder last night, most of the people who weren't working wandered over to the scene of the crime. Their little aches and pains will wait until tonight or tomorrow.
A squalid murder, it would seem.
Just like what this area has become.
My thanks, Doctor.
Not at all.
Okay. So everyone that was in here went to look at the fire that we read about in the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
The people that were pretending to be sick?
Partially to get a bed, I would assume.
Went to look, as did the people that actually work here. We have
Yes.
vial of blue liquid. We may fast travel back to Watson. And then do I need to rub blue liquid on you?
Here is the medication, Watson. Is our man movable?
He should be able to stand in a few minutes and will no longer be suffering from his cough before long.
Consider the affair resolved. Accompany him to his niece's while I return to the boarding house, and then join me at the police station. Let's return to the boarding house.
I mean, if you're going to give me a fast travel system, I'll use it.
I have good news for you, Mr. Finley. We have sent the captain to stay with a relative, and he shouldn't bother you for a while.
I also have some good news. I have your police bag.
Thank you. I bid you good day.
Oh, it was nothing.
But
Tell
he
me,
said the
one of
children
my
had
wife's
it.
friends lost.
Another day, Finley. Another day. Let's go to the police station.
I thought he was going to tell us which young Timmy had it. Oh, well.
No. He procured it from the supposed young Timmy. Though I do believe he had it all along. Framing the young Timmys.
Rub a bag on
Are
policeman.
you sure it's the police bag that you lost?
Yes, but someone attempted to force it open. They didn't succeed, but now the lock is stuck. Perhaps you could...
Let's see.
Do we have to arrange numbers to open a lock? We do have to arrange numbers to open a lock.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any hints?
No.
So, what news do you have, Mr. Holmes?
I would assume it's as simple of start with 1 on top and then go downwards. So you have to rotate the 1 to go onto the top.
I mean, that's in a order. But, let's try your idea. And then presumably you want 2 there. But then if we want 3 here...
All done.
A big thank you, Mr. Holmes.
That's not a
Think
puzzle,
nothing
because
of
it
it,
didn't
my
tell you
friend.
what you need to do. Ugh, anyway.
So,
Reports?
the reports.
Why don't you wait till the inspectors get back? You would certainly learn more.
If I wanted to meet the inspectors, I would have done so. So, give me the preliminary reports, and above all, do not mention my visit to anyone. Is that clear?
Sure, if that's what you want. Here are the reports.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could see myself fiddling with that for a long time, just, like, trying every single combinatorical option. That is not a good...
That's logic.
What's logic?
It's logical. When given nothing, it means it's the first obvious solution, and the first obvious solution is rank it in a pyramid starting with 1 on top.
Death of Polly Nichols, 31 August 1888. Autopsy report by Dr. Henry Llewellyn. Surgeon. Her throat had been cut from left to right, 2 distinct cuts being on the left side, the windpipe, gullet, and spinal cord being cut through. A bruise, apparently of a thumb, being on the right lower jaw. Also, one on the left cheek. The abdomen had been cut open from the center of the bottom of the ribs. The along the right side? Maybe that's meant to be an and. The ribs and...
No.
Hmm?
No, the ribs along the right side. I think it's the that's too much.
You just think remove the? From the bottom of the ribs along the right side, under the pelvis to the left side of the stomach. There the wound was jagged. The omentum, or coating of the stomach, was also cut in several places, and 2 small stabs on private parts, apparently done with a strong-bladed knife. Supposed to have been done by some left-handed person, death being almost instantaneous. Signature of doctor. Presumably Dr. Henry Llewellyn, even though that doesn't look like Henry Llewellyn, but okay.
Have you obtained the preliminary reports?
Yes, we'll read them on the go. Let's to the scene of the crime at Bucks Row, Watson.
Oh, poor Bummer. She sat there for a while, thinking you needed to have the other sides add up to the outside number, or the outside numbers add up to the middle ones. I agree with you, Bummer. Even if Maury doesn't, I agree with you. Okay, now what did Watson just tell me to do? We'll go to the scene of the crime. So presumably that was the police place where we were told, not yet!
Yes. Yes.
Inventory map. Here.
If
But
puzzle
what are all
doesn't
these
give
people
you
doing here, Holmes?
any clues as
Apparently
to
they
how
came
to
to see
solve
the
it,
scene of
assume
the
it is as
crime.
simple as
What about
possible.
us? Aren't we going to see it?
We will return this evening, Watson. The circumstances shall be ideal for carrying out our little experiments. Well, Watson, we are at the scene of the Polly Nichols murder. Imagine the victim lying at the spot where she was found and try to discern all of the clues we can. Watson, you are a writer. I am therefore entrusting you with our deduction board. It will help us to establish certain facts.
Understood, Holmes.
And you know what? This feels like a reasonable place to make a save.
Mm-hmm. That's right. This is the game that introduced the deduction board properly.
The body was lying on its back, legs straightened slightly apart. The skirt had been lifted up to the middle of the body.
I remember
The
correctly.
left hand was touching the barn door.
2 of 2. Why did that make her disappear? You must deduce the facts based on the observations that you made at the crime scene. Click on an observation on the left side of the screen and position it on one of the spaces in the center. Boxes containing an arrow appear on the screen. By clicking on an arrow, 3 possible deductions will display. You must choose one. All of the facts on the right side of the screen have a green outline. Your deduction work on the murder at hand will be over. Oh, once all of the facts on the right side have a green outline, then you're done. Okay, yeah, somehow that didn't make sense to me, but okay. So I'm supposed to click on this, and then it's meant to do something to the middle, it said. Position it in one of the spaces of the center.
Yeah, but we're not done looking at things yet, so...
Well then, this is a bad... This shouldn't be here yet, then, or it shouldn't let me in this yet.
It should.
The body was still warm. Let's reread the preliminary report for the details on the wounds inflicted upon this poor woman.
The notes don't contain any new items. They are only meant to expound on the facts already stated. We already read this, which is what he just said. And it's not tracking his cutscene text either.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible. Oh, there's an up and a down. But why? Can I move you onto these squares? No. Can I move these onto the squares? But it hasn't made anything bright on the right-hand side.
The body was still warm. Let's reread the preliminary report for the details on the wounds inflicted upon this poor woman.
Is there any other ones you can look at?
Well, it wouldn't matter because there's no third space to put them in.
No, but maybe it's like you get 5 options, you have to choose the 2 right ones. But by all means, you can go through the documents there and see if it changes anything.
No. And we don't have... Maybe I'm meant to be at the police station. No, I'm not meant to go anywhere else because I can't move anywhere.
The body was still warm. Let's reread the preliminary report for the details on the wounds inflicted upon this poor woman.
But we've read this.
Yes, and you have received a clue for it. The clue
They
has been
are
added to your
not
deduction.
introducing this system at all well.
They're introducing it perfectly fine.
They are not. This says do things we literally cannot do at the moment.
You haven't finished.
I've supposedly done 2 of 2, but nothing happens.
You're on
According
page
to
2
that.
of 2.
And the thing that it keeps telling me
body
to
was
do in
still
here
warm.
doesn't
Let's
do
reread the
anything.
preliminary report
Because
for the
it's already
details on
been
the wounds
added.
inflicted upon this poor
It
woman.
added it once. You can't add it again.
Well,
If you go to your deductions,
and I
the
can't
murder cut
remove
open
these
Polynecto's
either.
throat.
I can't like undo them. Where's the?
Have
this,
you
this
have you
used
drawn
to
the
have
line
a
between them?
reset button. This used to have a reset button. Do they have an arrow on them? They don't! Click on an observation on the left side of the screen and place it in one of the spaces in the center. We have done that to the 2 that we have. Boxes containing an arrow. What arrow? There are 0 arrows at the moment. Will appear on the screen. By clicking an arrow, 3 possible deductions will display. You must choose one. Show me the arrows.
They don't have arrows.
The help menu tells us there will be arrows.
It says some. It says some boxes containing an arrow.
It doesn't say some. There's no some. Boxes containing an... Okay, maybe there are boxes that do not contain arrows. I'll grant you that maybe that wording is that way. And I can't go anywhere else.
No signs of blood.
Okay, there's more points we're meant to have looked at here.
Yes.
No signs of blood.
Which I have been saying from the start.
There is a black bonnet near the left hand. The body was still warm. Let's reread the preliminary report for the details on the wounds inflicted upon this poor woman. Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
Please say I'm not pulling up her head. Okay.
There is a bruise at the level of the right maxilla.
I really don't... We're imagining a woman based on the report and then reproducing
There's a
the
bruise
same
on the left cheek.
information that it tells us in the report anyway? Like, this feels like it should be click things not on here to me, but click... How do I... Go away. It feels like it should be click things in this. This feels like it should have things that we click on that are like 2 cuts from left to right. And we should identify individual things on this to become those facts.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
Rather than imagining a woman that isn't here and using our real magnifying glass on an imagined woman. Oh, God.
Just go with it.
I long to measure real physical footprints. This is what it has brought me to.
The throat was slit from... There is a bruise at the left...
Maybe I just spam click everything is the solution.
The throat was slit from...
Okay. What else have we got? This one.
No marks on the ground. The ground is muddy.
Is that enough that we can now...
No, you're still missing something.
Oh, but I can escape. What if I put them in the wrong places, though? Like, I can't pull them back out.
Mhm.
The corpse was warm, plus there were no footsteps, plus the murderer cut open her throat. Equals one of, they weren't dragged, they were dumped, or the murderer warmed up the victim.
Mm-hmm. Which one do you believe to be the correct answer?
If there's no footsteps, it doesn't make sense for them to be dumped or dragged. So he must have warmed them up. That is
The victim
consistent
wasn't
with
dragged.
these two.
Wasn't dragged.
Yes.
Not was dragged.
Yeah, it wasn't. There would be footsteps
Yes.
if there's movement.
Yes, and then you would say that... But the victim wasn't dragged is exactly what you're saying is correct. It would be wrong if it said the victim was dragged. Then it would be the wrong statement. Do you get me?
No.
Okay. If
No,
the
I
first
like this
statement
one. What if we
is-
get it wrong? Are we allowed to get it wrong?
Okay.
What happens? And do we need more than one thing for this? No. So, Nichols' murder took place during the day. That's no. Everything has been at night. The murderer took place on the premises. That seems likely if we've said that they aren't being moved. The murderer moved them here. No, I'm going with the they are not moved story. Now, the victim had a bruise on the right jawbone. He beat them. It was caused by hard pressure on the fingers. He gagged them by gripping tightly. Well, you can't gag someone on their jaw, so that one does not make sense. You can only gag people on their neck. I mean, that makes sense. There were two of them. They were fingerish. Yeah, I like that one the most. But that's it. But it doesn't have a green outline.
Mhm. Which means that something is wrong.
Does it change if we change these? I mean, the combinatoric space isn't big, so it's easiest just to try all 9 options.
God, this is gonna hurt.
But I don't agree.
It says right there, the victim wasn't dragged. Therefore, the murder took place on the premises. It makes sense.
But I don't agree that the victim wasn't dragged.
Why? If it was dragged, there would be marks. You said it yourself. If the victim was dragged, there would be footsteps. There would be drag marks.
I can go with the... Ooh. Ooh, it's killed everything. What killed everything?
Because you're back on page 1. Because you finished page 2.
No, these squares should exist from the start. And then that would let you know how many things you have to go find. Especially because it's described in a way that's like, you must put them in here, and then you try to put them in one and it's like, no. So why even have the put them in the little boxes part of the... Just click them and it should auto go to wherever they go if you're going to do it like that. So we're still missing something here. But we can do this bit. It was dirty and damp ground. He could not have had relations on the ground. The murderer threw water on the ground. There were relations on the ground. I'm going to assume the murderer doesn't want to get dirty. But we're still missing something. Oh, no, this one. No blood plus throat slit equals... Washed the wall would correspond with damp ground. The killer slit the victim's throat quietly. That has nothing to do with that there are no... Like, how does quietness have anything to do with the amount of blood? The victim didn't have her throat slit while standing. Well, I mean, we saw that in the video clip, so we know that to be true because of the intro video.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably there's something here that we're missing, then these two will combine and become a box to here, and then all three of these combine to a box here. But what did we miss?
There was something with the
No
face
marks
thing
on
that
the
you
ground.
didn't find. That
The
wasn't
ground is
completed.
muddy. There is a black bonnet near the left hand. The body was still warm. No signs of blood. Let's look at this poor woman. There's a bruise on the left. There's a bruise at the left. The throat was slit from...
Maybe these
the
two
throat
cuts
was
are
slit
different?
from left to... The throat was slit
No,
from left
those
to...
are the
A
same.
small pool of blood, 6 inches in diameter. A small pool
The
of blood,
was
6
the
inches...
thing. Okay.
A small pool of blood.
Mm-hmm.
Let me out. Let me out.
Is it now green?
A little pool of blood, which suggests the blood the murderer wanted to drain the victim of blood. And that's the only one that makes sense. We conclude, based on the evidence, that the victim had her throat slit, that she had her throat slit. No! The evidence that she had her throat slit does not support the conclusion she had her throat slit.
That she was killed. There's a difference between having her throat slit and being killed by it.
Was dead before being stretched out and having her throat slit. Wasn't killed here. Well, because of the video clip, we know that that one's the correct one. The intro video clip is her getting stabbed. Stabbed while standing up. Then he lays her down. Then he slowly, meticulously chops off her head. And then finally we have the, like, fog vision as he walks away. But that suggests there's even more that we're missing. This presumably needs some other things to connect to make another one for this one. Unless these two things are the two things?
What's the one with the head all green now?
Once all of the facts in the right side of the screen have a green outline, your deduction work on the murder at hand will be over. Now, you can weasel your way out of the other things by saying, this only means some of the boxes contain arrows. There is no way of weaseling out of, once all the facts on the right-hand side have a green outline, you are done. 100% of the...
Yes, but it doesn't have to say that it has to show 4 boxes to show you that you have to make 4 deductions before you have found all your clues.
But there are no more boxes at the moment, Maury. Right? 100...
No, because they appear. They appear once you insert the clues.
If they don't appear, they're not there.
But we haven't found everything. It makes sense. It's not greatly explained, but it makes sense. It's not contradictory to how the world exists.
This is really poorly written.
I don't think so. I think it could have been written better, but I don't think it's poorly written.
Currently, 100% of the facts on the right-hand side of the screen have a green outline.
Yes, but we haven't found all the facts. You just said so as yourself. You probably need more clue to get
We
more
probably
facts.
do, but that's not what this says. Right? All of the ones we see have a green outline. What else? Is there more in this road?
Yes, there's more on the head. There's more on the head. You haven't finished the head.
No, there's probably people to talk to.
This spot is deserted, Holmes. The prostitutes only come here to exercise.
Bucks Row.
This spot is deserted, Holmes. The prostitutes only come here to exercise.
I have no reason to go that way.
No, you're not allowed to go away. And I bet we won't be allowed... Ooh.
There is only one streetlight lit on this street, Watson, and this spot is particularly poorly lit.
Oh, there. There was something
I have no
away
reason
from the
to
body.
Go that way.
Is there anything else? No. Not unless there's something
Can
up.
we please finish the body?
Look, I think it's finished.
No, I keep telling you, you haven't finished with the head. It doesn't show green.
The head is going to light up green?
Okay, if you go one back.
How these ones are red outlined.
No, so everything else is green inside the magnifying glass except the one that you haven't finished.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
You don't mean... Okay. I thought you mean this head is going to go green.
No.
The imagined lady's head is going to go green.
No.
There's a bruise on the left.
No,
there's a bruise
the
at the
thing that
left.
shows if we're done with the clue.
The throat was slit from a small pool of blood 6 inches in diameter. The tongue is swollen. Well, Watson, we have found all of the possible clues, I think. We will now attempt to recreate the scene of the murder. Come closer, Watson.
There
I
we
have
go.
to make you up.
But that wasn't in the notes.
You are joking, Holmes?
No, because now we'll just be there.
I feel ridiculous, Holmes.
You are the only one, Watson.
Now, Watson, come and stand here in front of me. You shall play the role of the poor woman and I shall play that of the murderer. Let's try to reconstruct the facts to ensure the final result corresponds indisputably to the way that Polly Nichols was killed.
Oh, I love this bit though. Or Watson, but I do love this bit.
No, we choked her, standing up, with... Wasn't it with both hands in the video clip? Well, if she's got a thing on her jaw and it's on the left-hand side, it makes sense for it to be out. It's on her jaw's right, but in terms of facing us, it needs to be our left hand.
Didn't the newspaper also say that it was a left-handed cut?
Yes, but I was going off that there are 2 marks on her face. So if we are doing the first bit of the murder where we choke her, it's standing up with both hands. I don't know why it's then got a split for which hand is which, but it only makes sense to be the left hand because of the finger marks. This doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And we were in front of her. Go.
This position is unlikely.
He's using the wrong hand? Maybe he wants me to stop. Maybe he wants the other hand.
Yes, it's quite possible the events occurred like this.
But that's not your correct hand. Oh, you mean the hand that's on the throat, not the hand that's making the marks. Okay, I can live with that. Yeah, now what? We succeeded at this. You've said it's likely.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
And then what happened?
That's cool. We can watch people making out continually. They're doing this while we're recreating the murder.
Look, strange things happen in my chapel. Just don't mind it. It's just their thing. Don't mind them.
Reenact the Ripper's actions to determine how his victim was killed. The icons at the bottom of the screen will help you to choose the position of the victim, played by Watson, and the different possible actions of the killer, represented by Holmes. From left to right, the icons represent position of the victim, recumbent or standing. Recumbent? Ooh. Knife in the killer's hands or barehanded. Which hand struck, left hand or right hand. The killer blow zone, neck or stomach. Position of the killer compared with his victim. So maybe we're meant to do the other one now? So maybe we're meant to do the lying down, stabby with our left hand, because we said they were left-handed cuts to the neck. No, to the neck. And that I'm not sure how we're...
I would assume it would be front.
Well, we didn't see our camera angle change when we were watching the video.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't flip to looking at her head upside down. So this is the only thing that makes sense based on the video clip.
The murderer had enough room to inflict the wounds to the neck, and these wounds suggest the left hand was used. My dear Watson, now that we have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject them to our most likely hypotheses in order to deduce the facts.
Good. Now I can go
and
back...
Now you're told that,
now I can
okay,
go
you
back
have
to
everything.
this and make my other objection that I want to make. Did it mention tongue at all in here?
Why would it?
Because how else are we envisioning the imaginary lady having an issue with her tongue if it's not in these notes? Like, either there has to either physically be a corpse here that we were looking at to investigate the tongue of, which has disappeared because we've progressed now, or we're using the notes to imagine the imaginary lady that we then had to use our magnifying glass on for some stupid reason instead of this, and we extracted extra information out of the imaginary lady that wasn't in this.
Yes, because Sherlock makes his deduction based on what he sees rather than necessarily on the notes.
You can't see a woman that's not there.
Embrace the mind palace. Embrace the mind palace. It's easier. It's gonna be easier for you if you do.
It's not gonna be easier. Where are we? We got new things. Poorly lit street. The prostitutes only go here to exercise, in air quotes. Okay. A black bonnet plus a poorly lit street plus this equals the victim wasn't cold. True, she was warm. The bonnet was already on the ground. The victim was holding her bonnet in her hand at the time of the murder. Yes, we know that from the video clip. The victim wasn't... but, like, almost all of these things we haven't known because of this. We've known because of watching the video clip. The victim was asking for alms. The victim wasn't afraid. This is true. She did not pick up the bonnet. This leads us to the conclusion... She wasn't cautious, this was true. She did have a bonnet, so that one's explicitly false. She had her bonnet in her hand. This is also true. And we have more down here. The tongue is bloated. The information that we have magicked out of the ether. And this suggests that there's another thing that we haven't found, but maybe this will combine into something up here. The victim had a bruise on their jawbone. The bruise was caused by someone else's fingers. The murderer was standing in front of the victim. These two things mean the killer's right hand prevented the victim from screaming. There were relations while standing up. The killer's hand prevented... Aren't these the same? Oh no, left hand. Okay, left or right hand. So we're going with the right hand choked them while the left hand held their head in place.
Yeah, I believe that was what we went with.
The killer strangled the victim with his right hand. Yes. The killer strangled the victim with the right hand, plus...
Oh, then it's the left hand, because he can't do both with his right hand.
Yeah, we can.
You can't
left
both
hand
hold
is...
your right hand to prevent her from screaming and then strangle her with the same thing.
You're preventing them from screaming by doing the strangling. You're crushing the windpipe and arteries.
But you're holding one hand over the mouth to prevent screaming. You're choking her with the other.
Oh,
you can't have both hands.
You want the holding the mouth closed to be what's stopping her from screaming, not the like throat crushing. Okay. The killer's right hand. No, that's the left then. And now this leads to... No. The conclusion is he left or right-handed? Question mark. Which is correct. What?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't have two knives. And if the slashes are from left to right, yeah. These two are excluded. These two are wrong, but this isn't a conclusion. That's silly. That's not a conclusion. The tongue is bloated. What do we get
that
from
leads
this?
to another fact. What's the other?
It was strangled, poisoned, or suffocated.
Strangled?
Aren't these the same? How? Oh no, one is to do with blood reduction to the brain, and the other is to do with lack of oxygen. So this. And he is a big man. He is a strong man. He is a woman?
I'm assuming we're going with strong.
Could be either. But yeah, strong makes slightly more sense.
The victim was
considering
most
that all that
dead
leads to this is that he's capable of
Once
strangling
the
with
heart
one
stopped,
hand,
gravity
so...
drained the body slowly, not in a heavy spurt that would have stained half the street.
Thank you, Holmes. I understand why you told me not to change clothes. Do you realize that our behavior didn't alarm anyone?
Yes, we did. I was very mindful that our acting didn't interrupt people's activities.
We have confirmed something. The crime definitely took place here. The victim and her murderer were able to come here without making any noise, and afterwards the murder took place without the slightest cry being uttered. Come, Watson, let's go home. We have spent far too long in this sinister alley.
That I can agree with, Sherlock.
And so, my dear Watson, the day and night which we passed in Whitechapel were enlightening, weren't they?
An adventure that I most certainly will never relate. To be in the skin of that poor woman. I prefer not to speak of it further. But have we really learned anything about the murderer? Obviously a man, given the necessary strength.
We have little to go on, at least no more than the police. But in my opinion, Inspector Aberline has a trick or two up his sleeve. No, I want to talk about the facts and what we can draw from them. We know where the crime was committed and under what conditions. I would like to ask you about the possible motives for the crime. According to you, Watson, what could have pushed the murderer to act in such a way?
The victim lived in misery. Resentment can lead to irreparable acts. The victim has suffered horrible mutilations. Credible motive, even if it's a field that Sherlock doesn't know. The victim was an occasional prostitute, without family or ties. Revenge, love, theft, madness, or... Ooh, Cthulhu is an answer!
Okay, black magic is more than just Cthulhu. You do know that, right?
I mean, it's not theft, because nothing we know was stolen. So we can say no to theft. It could be love, it could be revenge, it could be madness, and it could be black magic. It can't be theft because... Do we have to put a thing here? Is there a... There's no explanation thing.
You have to drag.
No, but I mean, yes, it's implied that we have to do this, but I was wondering if there was another little box telling us what to do in a wrong way again. The victim lived in misery. Means that there's no theft. Poor.
Theft, perhaps.
I have a hard time believing that someone would attack poor Polly so fiercely just to rob her of a few coins.
Tick. Resentment can lead to irreparable acts. That could either be revenge or love.
But love has another one that makes more sense.
That Sherlock doesn't know love?
Yes.
But he does know madness.
Yes. And he does know black magic.
But it didn't give us a...
Oh well. Maybe I was wrong, but I assume that was his
He does know
known
black magic.
Black magic?
I'm not terribly interested in the occult or black magic. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive.
Oh. And yes, Rocky, we just finished the other week playing the Cthulhu one, where Cthulhu was real. So... That's why I'm going with Cthulhu for black magic. Love makes the most... Someone could fall in love with their prostitute.
A personal drama.
Love can certainly lead to many a drama, but we have to consider the fact that the victim didn't know her attacker.
The victim was mutilated, suggests yes to madness.
Homicidal insanity, Holmes.
It is indubitable that the man who did this to Polly Nichols is not of his full senses.
And finally, resentment leads to this.
Revenge, Holmes?
Revenge could be a possible motive, but with one small reservation. We have reason to believe that the victim considered her murderer to be a typical client.
The end?
Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation,
Yes,
Watson.
the end.
Low heat, no.
What are we
We're
doing,
not done
Holmes?
yet, apparently. Apparently we clicked wrong on something.
That is a really, really big compass. And a ludicrously large pencil.
You call those compass?
Compass, yeah.
Oh.
Isn't it compass? Compass and protractor. Does it actually want me to go back in here? I mean, it said yes to all of these things. Maybe there's meant to be more things here, if we found more things.
It could be that one of our yeses is a no.
Elementary. Very well, Watson. I think that we've exhausted the topic. Take a rest and we'll speak again later.
They don't agree with me that you could fall in love with your prostitute.
It would seem that the investigation is advancing, Holmes. Yesterday's Star said
implausible.
that a suspect is in the
in their universe.
It was that he didn't
a
know
man
her
with a rather
attacker.
sinister reputation.
I was about to join you in your optimistic outlook until you informed me that the good news came from the press, Watson.
But surely they wouldn't invent the fact that the police are holding a suspect, or the acts that are attributed to him.
You will have an exact answer to these two questions in less than 50 seconds, Watson.
Pardon?
Enter, Inspector.
Now, is he Lestrade or...
Dear Watson, allow me to introduce Inspector Aberline. Inspector Dr. Watson.
Inspector?
To what do we owe the honour of your presence, Inspector?
I heard that the two of you made your way to Whitechapel a few days ago. Your arrival, you are aware, coincides with a very serious affair which our police service is going to great lengths to solve and which is creating strong tensions in the area.
Pardon me, but haven't you arrested someone? A certain Leather Apron?
Absolutely not. The man who hides behind this name is indeed being actively searched for by the force. Besides, nothing at the moment suggests that he is the Bucks Row murderer.
There, you've been enlightened, Watson. Now it is our turn to answer Inspector Aberline's questions.
Indeed. I will be brief and precise. Do you intend to investigate this case, or have you already started?
It is to be of service to a friend that I went to Whitechapel. We did, out of curiosity, familiarize ourselves with the preliminary reports, and we made our way to the scene of the crime. Our conclusions are slim, as are the clues. Having not been officially appointed by a client, I believe that my intervention in this business will end there.
Very well. To be frank, you take the weight off my shoulders by distancing yourself from the case. Our image isn't very good, to say nothing of what the press puts us through. Thus, if overnight they found out that you were on the case, people would turn against us.
And they would pester me, overwhelm me, and finally make me out to be responsible for the inevitable failure such a scenario entails. Neither you nor I wish for this to happen. I know that your time is precious, Inspector. I will send you a note regarding my conclusions shortly.
With pleasure. Gentlemen?
Do you think that he will find the murderer?
The chances are slim to non-existent. It is 7 days now, short of a confession from the murderer himself.
And you will not go further?
You heard the Inspector, Watson. My presence in Whitechapel would hinder, which doesn't mean that we will drop the case.
How is that?
The Inspector spoke of me, but not of us. It is you, Watson, who will lead the investigation tonight. It is you who will bring to the police station the little note that I will write regarding our conclusions. Despite the late hour, there is nothing to stop you from making inquiries about this famous Leather Apron while you are there.
You control Watson. The Star, London. 6th September. Now, did it have to be that other person because they were actually a person around during those cases?
Yeah. He's
the historical,
since it's historical accurate
person that was in charge at the time. Okay. Leather Apron. More about his career, his latest movements in the borough. The sense of fear which the murder of the unfortunate woman, Nichols, has thrown over the neighbourhood, and especially over her companions, shows no sign of decreasing. A number of the street's wanderers are in nightly terror of Leather Apron. One of our reporters visited one of the single women's lodging houses last night. It is in Thrall Street, one of the darkest and most terrible-looking spots in Whitechapel. The house keeps open till 1 o'clock in the morning and reopens again at 5. In the house nightly are 66 women who get their bed for 4D. The proprietor of the place, who is also owner of several other houses of similar character in the neighborhood, told some gruesome stories of the man who has now come to be regarded as the terror of East End. Night after night, he said, the women come in a fainting condition after being knocked about by Leather Apron. He himself would never be out in the neighborhood after 12 o'clock at night except with a loaded revolver. The terror, he said, would go to a public house or coffee room and peep in through the window to see if a particular woman was there. He would vanish, lying in wait for his victim at some convenient corner, hidden from the view of everybody. The police are making efforts to arrest him, but he constantly changes his quarters. Some of the unfortunate women state that he is now in one of the low slums in the borough. One of them said she saw him crossing London Bridge as stealthily as usual, with his head bent, his skimpy coat turned up about his ears, and looking as if he were in a desperate hurry. The hunt for Leather Apron began in earnest last evening. Constables 43 and 173, J Division, into whose hands Leather Apron fell on Sunday afternoon, were detailed to accompany Detective Enright of the J Division in a search through all the quarters where the crazy Jew was likely to be. They began at 10:30 in Church Street, in Shoreditch, rumour having located the suspected man there. They went through lodging houses, into pubs, down side streets, through their bullseyes, into every shadow, and searched the quarter thoroughly, though without result. The hunt concluded later down in the Brick Lane neighbourhood, Floridine Lane being Leather Apron's preferred lodging place. He was not found here, however, and the search, which then took the direction of the London hospital, resulted in nothing. It is the general belief that the man has left the district. The clue furnished by the woman who denounced the man on Sunday is a very unfortunate one. Her offer to prove by two women that Leather Apron was seen walking with the murdered woman on Baker's Row at 2 o'clock last Friday morning is the most direct bit of evidence that has yet appeared. His conduct on Sunday was as usual. He never answers a question when it was put to him and only speaks under strong compulsion. Mike... The grocer in George's Yard dwelt a long time last evening on this peculiarity. He knows Leather Apron well and has known him for 6 years. He says the man is unquestionably mad. Anyone who met him face to face would know it. His eyes are never still, always shifting uneasily, and he never looks anyone in the eye. Leather Apron used to live in the lodging house around the corner from the grocery, and was turned out of there some months ago with an order not to return. The lodging house is a few doorways below the model doorway, in which the Turner woman was found with 39 stabs. No more pages. Okay. It is you who will bring to the police station the little note that I will write. Do we have that note?
I would assume so.
Yes, this looks like... Okay. Baker Street, September 2, 1888, Bucks Row. This day and night passed in Whitechapel were full of instruction. Regarding the murderer, we know very little. In any case, no more than the police. It is a man, certainly, given the presumed strength. We have discussed the possibilities of right-handed and or left-handed, an unconventional lateralization, or the possibility of ambidexterity. That he's up and down-handed, perhaps? But the given facts could help us to guess what might have pushed the murderer to act in this way. Revenge is a possible motive. The ferocity against the victim might be the expression of a deep resentment, a veritable hatred. But with a nuance, we have every reason to think that the victim considered her murderer to be a regular client. She acted with him as if it was a trick like any other. A discreet location, not particularly neat or festive. She didn't or barely knew her attacker, or perhaps didn't recognize him. If revenge was the motive, our murderer wanted to charge Polly Nichols with a deed that he considered as being extremely serious and which she had neither the knowledge nor memory of when they met that night. A thorough police investigation into the victim's past will bring us closer to an answer to this question. Love can certainly lead to many a drama, but we must consider that the victim didn't know her attacker. If it consisted of a meeting based on true love, with its highs and lows, it would have taken place elsewhere than this sordid corner, and would have provoked raised voices before the actual act. In my opinion, this possibility is completely ruled out. Oh, it's a different way of scrolling than before. A deep jealousy can change into hatred, but who would have reason to be jealous of poor Polly Nichols? Furthermore, we know for certain, or almost, that it was a man. Unless we opt for a woman with an iron grip disguised as a man in order to lure her rival to a secret location. This doesn't make sense and should be ruled out. Money. I have a hard time believing that someone attacked Polly with the sole purpose of stealing the few coins that she had. Perhaps the murderer picked her pockets, but in none of the cases can it be the reason for the crime. Certain gangs extort money from the prostitutes, but while the third degrees are plentiful, murderers are rare, and don't show such savagery. This possible scenario should, thus, be ruled out. As for what concerns madness, it is certain that a man who did to Polly Nichols what we know him to have done does not have all of his reason, but I will qualify that. The work is not that of a crazed madman, a bloodthirsty beast good for nothing but a straitjacket. Our man has shown himself to be cunning, patient, and calculating. He is certainly well integrated into society and bided his time in order to give free rein to his insanity. I think there is, generally speaking, a method to this madness. A deep reason, like another motive, or a specific relation with the deceased. Perhaps both. And even the scroll wheel works. Black magic. I'm not terribly interested in the occult sciences and could not link Polly Nichols' suffering to a secret cult or satanic ceremony. Or I don't know what. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive for the moment, as a thorough police investigation will either confirm or invalidate it. Furthermore, I know that the body had a great symbolic value in the mind of certain people and can be considered as mystical or magical depending on the beliefs, and the Christian religion is no exception. But, yet again, I am no expert in this matter. Okay, we've got the note, unless there's some obvious new interactable, which spacebar is not revealing, and in fact we can't interact with a lot of the old things that we could, although we can go into our room.
Go into our room and sulk?
Sulk? I wanted to see if there was anything to interact with. Like a barber's knife. Everything seems to be written the wrong way round. That's written right to left. These are written right to left. That's written the right way round.
It's like it's been mirrored.
But in any case, there's nothing here. Or at least I don't think so. Spamming spacebar suggests no. Can we travel by a teleport?
Well, if I follow Holmes's instructions, then to begin my investigation into this leather apron, I must first head to the police station.
Good evening, sir. What do you... I know you. You were here last week with Sherlock Holmes.
Indeed. I have come to bring a message from Sherlock Holmes for Inspector Aberline.
Very well, I will pass it on. But come to think of it, someone was asking about you recently. Finley, the caretaker of some shady boarding house nearby. Does that mean anything to you?
Ah, perhaps. Actually, I read in the Star that you have arrested a suspect called Leather Apron.
You shouldn't believe what you read in that rag, sir. The man is being hunted, but we have yet to get our hands on him, and we aren't close to it either.
Why ever not?
Bah, he's a specialist in the streetwalker racket. These girls make pitiful witnesses, and we don't inspire confidence. Furthermore, the man seems to be pretty discreet lately. Someone must be helping to hide him.
How do we find them?
How to get on his trail, then?
One of these girls would have to confide in us and give a valid description of the man. Then we'd ask around the journeymen, who use aprons, I imagine.
Well, goodbye. I must go to Finley's boarding house. I must go to Finley's boarding house. Good evening, Finley.
Oh, good evening, sir. Aren't you the gentleman who was with the great detective the other time?
That is indeed me, Dr. Watson. Tell me, have you heard talk of Leather Apron?
By the papers, that's all. This man seems very sinister.
Do you know any journeyman who
Ignore
used
his
this type
table
of apron?
covered in blood.
The slaughterhouse butchers, I believe, but definitely the cobblers. I know one, old Isaac Solomonovich.
His giant
His
pot
workshop
of
is
blood.
on a small street in the Jewish community, across from the hospital. He's a good man. He can help you. But you know, the people there are very close and don't share much with non-Jews.
Tell me, Finley, I was told that you were looking for us at the police station.
Indeed, I wanted to thank you for last time, you know. That vagrant has never set foot round mine again. I even found a tenant, one who pays his rent, I mean.
You don't seem very happy, but you were lucky to have found a good tenant so quickly.
It's just that this man is very strange. He paid several days in advance and I gave him a key to the place. Since then, he goes out every night and returns at ungodly hours. I'm sure he goes to visit the ladies, but still, every night. And when he moved in, something must have broken in his case and stank up the stairs in his room for 2 days. I think it was a jar. It must be over there.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Okay, let's go investigate the pile of garbage. Yet no, there's nothing to investigate here.
It appears to be but garbage.
Maybe he means inside? Also no. And also no.
A third door?
I mean, there's the door behind there.
No, I mean upstairs there
this
were 3
one.
doors.
Ah, there's one over here. And also no. But thank you, I did
great.
miss that. Well. His workshop is on the small street in the Jewish community across from the hospital. Now, is the hospital the dispensary?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a looming shadow. No, it was just when you were looking down the street, there was just a dark shadow standing there.
Everything seems shadowy to me, but I live
Yeah,
on...
it's a cop, so he had a lantern, but he was just
cobbler
standing
shop.
still. And you were looking there, it's like,
I live in low brightness mode. Like, I actually have a much better time seeing anything by looking at the stream preview than looking at the game itself.
Closed. I will return later. The policeman said the street girls would know something about the Leather Apron. Maybe I should go and see Lucy.
Let's just double check we don't have to look in a window before opening that door. There is precedent. No. Okay, street girls that are nearby.
well, he said Lucy,
Tell me, is it...
which I
should
find
return
strange
home,
considering we haven't technically been introduced to Lucy, but oh well.
was that maybe the name of...
It's probably the name of one of the prostitutes we talked to, but
Yeah, this is this lady up here.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
it's
that's
you. I'm coming.
Okay. So that was
Dr.
Lucy. I
Watson,
missed that the first
how
time.
are you?
But I didn't think she was one of them.
Well, and yourself? And how's your uncle?
Oh, he sleeps a lot, but he doesn't seem to be suffering. Your medicine has worked wonders. Thank you again.
It was the least I could do. I have come to see you about a certain leather apron. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yes, of course. Terrible things are said about that man.
Have you ever come across him?
Goodness gracious, no. But I know that he has threatened and taken many girls in my situation. I don't know what more I can say, but Bella would be able to tell you some.
Who and where is Bella?
Pullman. She's the landlady of the place where I could take you there if you like.
Please do.
It's me. It's Lucy. This gentleman would like to speak to Bella. It's the doctor who helped me. I must leave to return to my uncle. Thanks again.
Allowed in? We are allowed in.
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
He is very nasal.
Can I get a refill, please?
If you'd be patient, Madam Bella will arrive in a moment.
Good evening. I am Dr. Watson. It is young Lucy who told me to come see you.
Ah, so you're the Good Samaritan who saved her uncle without asking for anything in return. And now you've come to see me, no doubt, to explain that the poor little thing doesn't belong here, and you will see to her future. Well, if you expect me to let her leave with you...
It's not that, Ma'am. You should know I am a married man.
And why should that matter?
I believe there has been a misunderstanding.
Indeed.
The reason that Lucy sent me here is that you may be able to give me some information about Leather Apron.
Are you a doctor or a constable?
I am most certainly a doctor, but I am acting in this matter in a private capacity, and I would like to find this man.
Well, if you're able to rid us of him, I'll give you a week's worth of free passes. That man is a thorn in our sides. He spies on the girls in the streets and watches them inside the houses, spying through the windows. And as soon as they're finished with a client, he jumps on them without any warning and forces them to give him their money. I've never seen him, but one of my girls was attacked by this man, and she said that he wore a leather apron and carried a knife. And his face, oh, he has a horrible head with rat's eyes and a deformed mouth. She even said that she knew his name, Pizer or Pizer, I think. But I don't know where she can be found. Margie, Nutcracker, the girl I'm talking about, could tell you more, but I had to let her go last week.
Where is she?
Why did you let Margie go?
The poor girl caught a shameful sickness, and the symptoms have attacked her face, if you know what I mean. So I gave her notice, and a little bit to help her along. I don't know where she is now, but she'll certainly be getting treatment at the clinic if she's still in the neighbourhood.
Did you speak to the police?
What would they do? Who cares about the girls in the streets?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am.
No problem, my angel.
Wait, you're actually interactable?
What happened to this rug?
Oh, it's when we got a coal yesterday. I asked the young man to fill the pail. Came back to put it down, but his feet were covered in soot and he made a black print. Madam Bella said it was my fault and I got a shilling's penalty. I also have to clean the print and it's no picnic. He has immense feet, that boy.
Who delivers the coal?
It's never the same person. I'd never seen that lad before.
Until next time, miss.
With pleasure, sir.
Can we measure his footprints?
A large black footprint.
No. And it's got the red outline, so it's finished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Best not to stray off in that direction. Best not to stray off in that direction. These paintings are suggestive, at the very least. These paintings are suggestive, at the very least.
I think they're all going to say the same thing, but...
Suggestive, at the very least. These paintings are suggestive, at the very least. These paintings are...
One more.
Suggestive, at the very least. These paintings are...
What about you two?
Suggestive, at the very least. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, my dear man. I was led to believe that you're a doctor.
None of the residents of this establishment are among my patients, sir.
Oh, you're not here as a doctor, but as a man, then. I understand. This is my kind of place, too. It's in these houses in Whitechapel that you find the girls that are the most natural and definitely the most docile.
Your way of speaking about these women is not that of a gentleman, sir.
God.
Well, I shall leave you, Mr...
Sickert, artist and aficionado of lovely girls.
Okay. And with
There
that...
was one picture that I think you missed, but I don't think it's important.
There is?
Above, well, right next to the other side of the couple sitting.
Ah.
These paintings are suggestive,
Now, can we escape?
at the very least. Best not to stray off in that direction.
Are they all saying that, though?
Best not to stray
How
off
do I-
in
No,
that
I think the
direction.
one
Best
to
not to stray off in that direction.
Okay, that one is
more
allowed.
that's out, yeah.
Now that we've visited this, we need to go to the clinic.
Yes.
Because she's
And try and see
supposedly
if
going
we
to be
can
there.
find, or the doctor might know.
You are not a woman. Although, can I talk to you anyway? No.
Sound asleep.
She's got blood all over her hands, poor thing. But isn't talkable. Ooh. Oh, that's the door. No, I don't care about the door.
Good evening, Doctor. My name is Dr. Watson. Pleased to meet you.
Good evening. I am Dr. Gibbons. Likewise.
I have come to see you about one of your patients. Margie goes by the nickname Nutcracker, who gets her prescription from the clinic. She's a lady of the night and is afflicted with a venereal disease.
I know who you're talking about. Indeed, Margie has syphilis and has been treated with mercury.
Do you have her address?
No. And for your information, she left London for good 3 days ago. She felt threatened.
Margie felt threatened? But by whom?
I believe that Margie was particularly scared of a terrifying man who attacked her once.
Did she say the name Pizer or Pyther?
Unfortunately, she didn't give a name, but she described a man with shifty, rat-like eyes and a mouth twisted in a sinister grimace.
Did Margie have any idea where this man who terrified her so much might be found?
No, but she told me that another girl who'd been attacked like her had told her that this man worked in a cobbler's run by an old Israeli. Also, she saw him again last week, the night of the big fire. She told of going to see the fire like most everyone else in the area. While there, she recognised her attacker in the crowds gathered at the warehouses.
The subtitle was wrong.
There was no mistaking a face like that, she said. She kept an eye on the man the whole time the firemen were working in order to avoid him.
Did Margie
No.
have any idea?
Let
me out.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Okay, so she's left London.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another girl who said he was working as a... No, who saw that they saw them at the fire. But we don't know that other girl's name.
No, but this man worked in a cobbler's run by an old Israelite.
Which is the same lead as the other thing.
Yeah. Which we said we would come back to later.
When it's, yeah, sunny and open.
This interview with the doctor revealed an important fact. Leather Apron could not be the Bucks Row murderer. According to Margie, the villain passed most of the night of the crime at the fire. He could not have been at the scene of the murder at the moment it was committed. He is, nonetheless, a dangerous character.
Okay, that's just new dialogue. Dr. Watson talking to himself.
I have nothing to ask.
Do I go report this new information to Holmes?
I have no reason to go that way.
Not yet.
What have we missed then?
Why is this one not green? Whatever. Maybe we go talk to the policeman again.
Maybe.
Some news, Doctor?
How to get on his trail, then?
No.
One of these girls would have to confront...
Yeah, it wasn't blue, but I was hopeful that it would be like, instead of how to find Leather Apron question, it would be, we know how to find Leather Apron statement.
Well, goodbye.
However, if we now go to the place where it's supposed to be, can we look around that place, or will it just...
Kick us away again, say come when it's light. Where was it?
It was next to the clinic, I thought.
It was directly opposite one of the teleport points. The clinic one, you think?
I think it was the clinic.
Yes, the clinic.
Closed.
But if we look around this neighborhood, just walk around, is there anything else we can interact with?
No, and there are some very small blocks that... Oh? The parrot store.
I have no reason to go that way.
But no.
But what if I want a parrot?
Whitechapel Street. Whitechapel Street. Tell me, is it...
You coming, dearie?
And you talk to the policeman with the lantern, right?
No, I don't think so. You just commented on him being a ominous figure.
A mysterious figure.
Tell me, is it...
figure in
I'm
the
on
night?
duty, sir.
Nope.
Okay. I was hoping maybe he could give us some more information about the neighborhood, but
Yeah, maybe.
I guess not.
Alas, no. About
Alas, no.
the couples making out at the
people
murder
are
point.
Still here.
I have no reason to go that way. Bucks Row.
Oh.
Bucks Row.
Ooh. Damn.
Bucks Row. Whitechapel Street.
Why does it reset
Do we-
these
do we
every
tell
time we
the-
come here? That's painful.
Whitechapel Street.
Do we talk to the
Whitechapel Street.
the madam of the brothel
I have
again?
no reason to go that way.
Perhaps.
Maybe she would know what other girl was that's seen it, or maybe she's just interested in the information. I don't know.
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
He really sounds like someone holding their nose.
Giving me that old, like, adventure announcer sort of feel.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
Thank you, ma'am.
No.
Okay,
And what
nothing
about
there
you
either.
again?
Yes, sir.
No.
Until next time, miss.
With pleasure.
And finally,
There's...
Loosen.
Where to look?
Well, I shall leave you.
Secret.
Best not to
and the
stray
great
off in
task
that
of finding
direction.
which door is the actual one you're allowed to leave. Okay, you. No, we already talked to you.
No, it would be better not to insist.
Preston North End should take the cup. This time I won't mess up my bets.
I have 8 children and 5 grandchildren. All beggars, thieves, trollops and tramps. And all because of my old lady.
You're in a rush, my pretty.
Completely unnecessary
Come,
voice line,
I'll
but I
have you
do
done
appreciate
so
it.
quickly, you'll only have time to pay. You're in a rush, my pretty. Come,
Aye.
I'll have you done
Aye.
so quickly, you'll only have time to pay.
Quickly, let me talk to the other person.
Got a shilling, Gov.
Not you. My hope was kind of that one of those ladies might be the other lady.
Okay.
Tell me, is it...
Let's see,
Now
where
time
else
to
have we
chat,
been
I've got
sent
business,
to
go
that we
ahead.
might have missed something? The boarding house. We're at the boarding house for a period of time.
Oh.
Maybe we missed something
Oh.
there.
No, it would be better not to insist. I have nothing to ask.
Oh, I thought this was maybe another...
I have nothing to ask.
Like we just waltzed in on a murder, but no. She's just lying down. She's resting. You wanted what? You wanted the housing man. Elliot
Yes.
or whatever he was.
He's right next.
Here.
You're right next to him, but yeah.
This one?
Mhm.
Aren't we still quite far away from him?
No, we were like one away, I think.
What do you want, Doctor?
No.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service.
Unless we're meant to find that object in here now that... No.
Is there anything when you stand there from his angle and you look at the screen? Is there any interactables? Oh, yeah, there is.
This odour is very strong
Oh.
indeed, but the whole neighbourhood as such has a dreadful stench. Finley might have an idea as to what this jar that contained.
I thought it was going to be in the
What do you
pile
want,
of garbage.
Doctor?
There is, of
You're
course,
right,
one
the
small
pieces
piece
of
of
the jar
garbage
that
separate
your
from the
tenant
rest of
broke
the
do
big
give
pile
off
of
a
garbage.
strange smell.
It's
Accidentally
true.
lost on the stairs.
That's quite normal given his trade.
Yes, and what would the trade be of your strange tenant?
A doctor, like yourself, I believe. Dr. Tumblety, a foreigner. Canadian, perhaps.
Dr. Tumblety. It might be interesting to know more about him. Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Now can we break into his house or knock on his door? No. Can we talk to the prescription man about... Because
another
he
doctor?
might work in the clinic, yeah.
Yeah, that could be.
Or, yeah, he might know them. Either or.
Or you might know the smell of the
What
the
can I do
glass
for
as
you, my
well.
dear colleague?
No.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Unless we rub glass shard on you.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
No.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet.
Darn it.
Just double check. Yeah, but I have got it active. I definitely like it's in
Do
the...
we present the glass to Sherlock?
Am I allowed home now? Yeah,
are we
we
allowed
might be
to
allowed
go?
home.
I feel
I
like
have
usually
no
we get a
reason to go
cutscene,
that
but
way.
No. Yeah, I agree. We would probably have gotten a cutscene. Like, I have made all my conclusions. I should return to Holmes and inform him at once.
okay. Could you re-enter the clinic since we're here, please?
Yeah. Good.
And then could you just use the button?
There's door and man. Oh?
There's things on table, and there's footsteps.
These footprints are the same as those found on the rug at the brothel.
And there's items, you say?
Maybe it was just the footsteps
It
and
might
it
have
just
been, yeah,
showed through the
teleporting
table.
through. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it made it look like there was something on the, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because from this angle, when you go there, it looks like it's on the table, but then it's around on the other side.
It's obviously that plate.
Mm-hmm. Obviously.
Okay.
Or maybe it is the fork. That spoon came in very handy on the previous.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Yeah, opening all those doors.
Pardon me, Doctor, but who made the large black footprints there near the beds?
The brother of one of my patients. The poor thing had a leg amputated after colliding with a carriage. We
Oof.
arranged to find her a prosthesis.
Prostheses are very expensive. How did this man pay?
He told me that one of his uncles gave him a walking stick with a chiselled silver knob. I agreed to accept this knob in exchange for a simple prosthesis with harness. But this object is of great value, and I could finance half a dozen other prostheses by selling it on Petticoat Lane.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Can I talk to the legless man?
This whole affair with the cane is rather odd. Why would an apparently rich uncle give a highly valuable but totally useless cane to help his niece, rather than simply giving her money?
Have we seen any one-legged people? I don't know. You'd remember a one-legged person. We've not seen any.
Yeah. No. But if you turn around. Could you go over to the cabinet in the back? Can we do anything with that now? No, doesn't seem like it. Doesn't have a mark.
No.
I'm just assuming that that's where he has the damn cane.
Maybe we go to Petticoat Lane? Or maybe is there a third location where we could find more footprints?
That could be.
So this was an inside location. Like, this was an inside location that had footprints. This was an inside location that had footprints. I don't think he's going to have left footprints in the police station. You're going to say there's no reason to go this way, Mr. Watson?
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay, but we found more at
Tell me, is it
If
More
you're
at that
looking
one
for a
location.
princess lover,
Maybe we can now
you've
find
found
something
her.
else at another one as well. Maybe it's opened up something. I don't know what. But we only have so many places to go. We have the hospital, we have the brothel, we have Lucy, and the boarding house. We just found something new at the boarding house that sent us to the doctor. So are we done brothel again?
The one-legged... I thought that it was a one-legged man, but yeah. Maybe the one-legged man visits the brothel a lot.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
Can I get a refill, please?
The doctor
Would you
visits
have
here?
received a visit from another doctor, a stranger by the name of Tumblety?
I'm just like you, Doctor. Sworn to secrecy in my profession. But as I've taken a fancy to you, I can tell you that this name is not unknown to me. And if you do me a little favour, it is possible I might remember something about him.
Please, tell me what favour.
What kind of favour must I do for you?
What
You see that man
quest will
over
I have
there?
to do?
He's a rich artist, a painter, a regular client round here. Well, yesterday, he came and left his cane in the umbrella stand in the hall before going into one of the rooms. Well, when he returned to this room, the cane had disappeared. It's a cane with a massive silver knob. Must be worth a fortune. He threatened to call the police unless he got free services in my establishment for a year. I'll be forced to accept, unwillingly, of course, given the services that he's demanding, unless the cane is found.
Did you question the residents regarding the theft?
They didn't see anything, and there's not one of them that would risk stealing from a client here.
Who was in the room when your weasel of a client was in the chambers?
There were a few that came and went, but Mary could tell you better than I can, because she was the one at the counter yesterday.
Okay, speak to Mary.
Thank you, Ma'am.
No problem,
We're getting
my
somewhere.
angel.
We have a trail again.
Yes, sir.
I heard that there was a theft yesterday. Did you see anything?
No, and I was here the whole time.
Do you always keep an eye on the coat stand?
Oh, yes. Well, when the coal delivery came, a client came out of the chambers and stopped me from seeing the boy who brought the bucket of coal. You don't think he would have taken advantage?
Until next time, miss.
With pleasure,
And
sir.
now we can confront the other man.
Best not to stray off in that direction.
Can I just fast teleport from inside so I don't have to work out which door
Do
is the...
you have to talk to the artist as well about his cane?
Maybe.
Can I get a refill, please?
Loosen your belt, my friend.
I mean, while
We're
we're
in
here,
Whitechapel.
before we fast travel away.
These girls would die of hunger if we weren't here.
I heard that you were the victim of a robbery here.
Oh, I'm not complaining. The loss of that walking stick will certainly bring me a very pleasant compensation.
What does your cane look like?
The stick is ebony, about 35 inches long. The round knob is made from chiseled silver with a ring around the middle of the same workmanship, just like the tip, for that matter. If you find it, don't tell a soul. Keep it for yourself.
He's quite happy with the current situation.
Yes.
Well, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, or until next time. And good evening.
Oh. Okay. Go to the clinic. See if we can now talk more about that.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Doctor,
can.
I have reason to believe that the silver
Okay,
knob that
and
you
then
possess is from a
probably Watson
cane
will
that
have
was stolen
to,
by the man who brought it to
Find
you.
some money and
I believe
a
I
bet on
know to
turtles.
whom it belongs.
That's what I was worried about. The story of the uncle seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, you must have proof of what you claim. I will show you all of the knobs that we have here If you find the knob that the young man gave me, I will believe you.
So be it, but something is bothering me. I will need a complete cane, not just a knob.
Don't worry, dear chap, build one. I can loan you some tools. Make use of the odds and ends in my cupboard. It'll help get rid of it.
Well, I shall try. I will have
He
to
has
remember
ebony
the
just
description that
sitting
Sick
around in
gave.
his cupboard.
So be it.
No.
but
I
something
was
is-
trying to click the next one. Stop it.
So be it.
No,
but
again.
Don't worry, dear.
Come on.
Goodbye, Dr.
There we
Gibbons.
go.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Can you open the other bit?
No, we get to open it.
Okay.
Hooray.
Can we inspect the various things? How do we tell? Ah, here we go. So it was, what was it, 65 inches in size?
I thought it said 35, but you can you still have access to your notes from here, so.
Well, let's read this. You must recreate the walking stick in the space given. Click on the inventory icon to find Snickett's dialogue in which he describes the... Yeah, so it even tells us go look at the dialogue again. Click on an item of your choosing from the left side, and then click with this item on the right side. This item will take its place automatically. It snaps. To remove it, proceed the same way in the opposite direction. You will need 4 to recreate the stick. Okay. No. This, him. How is it? Ebony, so black, 35 inches long, round, chiseled silver, ring in the middle. And a silver tip as well.
With a ring around the middle of the same workmanship.
Yes, so whereas this one is like a plain silver sphere, this one has got a ring in the middle, and so makes sense to be our thing. Ebony is black, but it's too big. Which is puzzling. And I don't think any of them is going to be 35.
No.
So I'm a bit...
Do you think that it's
Can I cut it?
It's a bad case of wrong measurement things.
$35 inches. You think these are centimeters? That would be...
I fear that it would, because it would be like if you look at 35 there, that's a tiny walking cane.
35, it's 2.5. So I can't exit out. Can you do 2.5 times 35? It should be like 7, it might be like 80. Yeah, that's about 80.
Let's see. 2.5 times
35.
87.5.
So this is too small. But this is also too small.
But maybe when you add like the entire thing with the handle and the tip and everything, maybe we can make it longer.
So the blackwood is the total size of this thing now. Yeah, that looks like it's almost... Like, that's just shy of 90.
And then you just need a
this.
ring in the middle.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought it meant a ring in the middle of the knob. Yeah. The round knob is made of chiseled silver with a ring around the middle of the same workmanship. So I took that to be the middle of the knob, not the middle of the stick, which is in a different sentence.
Yeah.
So, same workmanship, these two match.
All done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
This is
I
it.
believe I found the knob from the stolen cane, which I succeeded in putting back together.
That's the one. And yet I cannot give it to you, Doctor. I will only return it to the police, and only if there is an official complaint against me.
Would there be a way to convince you to give me the cane?
Find me a dozen solid adjustable harnesses for wooden leg prostheses, and it's yours, Doctor.
Go kill 11 bears and collect 12 bear pelts. Bring them back to me. This sudden...
I had... Oh.
This is suddenly feeling very MMO. But okay.
I will admit
Goodbye,
I had
Dr.
forgotten how
Gibbons.
fetch questy
Until we meet
this
again,
one
my dear
was.
colleague.
I mean, at least we got a puzzle there. I liked that puzzle made sense. We looked at our notes. Okay, there was a weird thing between centimeters and inches, but when everything here would be in inches, and so it should just be consistent. But otherwise, that worked well. So what it was, he wants us to collect leg bits. Or,
Yes.
potentially,
The harnesses. Leather harnesses for prosthetics.
get a complaint from the police. So we can try talking to the man and seeing if he'll give us a complaint, and the same for the police. Not going to take very long to come talk to you.
Loosen your belt.
Nope, he says,
Well,
I will
goodbye,
not
sir.
give you a complaint. And if we
What
try...
about the brothel lady?
Oh, you think that the mistress or the helper lady will do the same?
Yes, sir.
Can I get a refill?
I think we could tell her,
Until
like,
next
we have
time,
the
miss.
cane, but we need this thing, perhaps.
Yes?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
And my other thought was maybe ask the police station to make a complaint report thing that he wanted.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The night is cool. What a horrible summer we have had. Does the name Tumblety mean
No,
anything
but we
to
could have
you?
come and asked
Not
him
at all.
about the man.
But if you like, I can make inquiries.
Fine, why not? One never knows.
And there's nothing about a
Well,
complaint.
goodbye.
Okay.
So where would
Prosthesis
we find
parts.
leather?
In a tanner.
Which is closed. Is it now open?
No, a cobbler. A cobbler. Well, a cobbler, I suppose, if they had leather shoes. Sure, we can go. The cobbler was opposite this. And here. Here. No. Wrong one. Was it Lucy's?
It was next to the hospital.
Really? I just went to the hospital,
look-
though.
Oh,
Oh, wrong way.
there
Okay.
and then other way.
There's nobody here. How very odd.
I am a bit angry that we're in here now when it was like, I'll come back in the morning.
I guess because now we have a reason to be here.
I say, these things look like harnesses.
This is
Oh
this is
my,
the whole thing.
they
We
are
can't
noisy.
pick up this thing because we don't know that we need it
Good
yet.
evening, sir. Pardon the interruption. The door was open. I didn't think that I would find anyone working at this hour.
Good evening, sir. I didn't hear you come in.
Say, those things that made noise, they are really harnesses, aren't they?
Yes, horse harnesses. But I must tell you, sir, that the store is normally closed at this hour. That is why I've asked you to return tomorrow.
I didn't come about my shoes. I came to speak of a cobbler, perhaps one of your former employees? A man with very particular habits.
You aren't with the police by any chance? I'm sorry, but I do not want to speak of anything but shoes with you.
I am not a policeman. I am Dr. Watson. It's Mr. Finley, who told me that you might be in a position to inform me.
Ah, that Mr. Finley is a very brave man. And if he sent you, then you must certainly be a worthy man also. So, Doctor, who is this cobbler with strange habits?
The man of whom I speak is called Pizer or Pyther, a man with a frightening face. Do you know him?
Yes, John Pizer. He worked here for a while, but he is no longer here.
Where is he?
Do you know where I can find him?
No. And if you look, you will not find him.
Why?
Because he is in hiding, Doctor. You see, a week ago, a horrible murder took place in the neighborhood. A rumor circulated that he might have been responsible for this crime. They say he has quarreled with women of certain virtue in the past, if you understand me.
His beard is so perfectly rigid.
Isaac, it is about the PokeRogue case that I have come to see you. I have the certitude and an incontestable witness that Pizer is innocent, at least of this crime, although he has attacked a number of street women. If he doesn't come forward to explain himself to the authorities, he is condemned to hiding and to take the fall for this murder. Furthermore, it will cast suspicions on your community because they must be hiding him. And while the whole police force is hunting for him, they cannot concentrate on the real assassin who roams the streets and, one never knows, may take any one of you any day.
If what you say is true, your visit is a godsend to our community, Doctor. I tell you something. I know Sergeant Thick, an honest policeman who lives in the area. I'll tell John's family that he must go there to explain himself. But if you could please go as soon as possible to the police to give them this report that you say is incontestable.
I will go as soon as I take leave of you.
Thank you. If I can ever be of
I
service
need lots
in
of
any
harnesses.
way, do not hesitate to ask.
I will not.
Could we transform
I do
your
have
horse
something I
harnesses
need.
into harnesses for wooden legs? Adjustable harnesses.
A good craftsman can do anything, Doctor. And I do believe that's what I am. Come back in a while and it will be done. That will be my thanks for what you have done.
I shall return later.
At your convenience, sir.
Very well.
Okay,
I
go talk
am
to actual
spent.
policemen.
I would like to return home.
No.
But I promised to go to the police as soon as I could. Now then,
good.
let's go to the police station.
I thought he was going to say, let's go to Sherlock. And it's, but no.
We promised. We haven't finished all of our fetch quest yet.
Oh no, he's murdering another person.
Will you?
Yes.
Hey, Doctor, you seem tired. Were you wandering the darker parts of Whitechapel all night?
You could say that. I have some information on Leather Apron, the man of whom we spoke earlier.
Do you know where he is?
No, but I can clear him of the PokeRogue crime. A witness proved him totally innocent.
Oh, Watson, is it only now, after many hours of walking, that you decide to pass on the important message that Inspector Aberline is waiting for?
But, no. But what are you doing here, Holmes?
I was worried, Watson, and with good reason it would appear. Go give the message to this policeman and let's go home. Nobody appreciates me hanging around here, you know, and it's freezing cold.
Ah, Creddle, none too soon. You will take the testimony of this.
No, you continue with your duty shift. I must find Chandler in Ambury Street. He's struck again.
Who?
The murderer, the PokeRogue assassin.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose.
Is it a different street in London? Yes.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose.
You know what? Reasonable time to make a save.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a fair while.
We've done a lot of things since then. Would be a
Looks
shame to
like
have
he
to do
acted
it all
up
over
good, this
again.
girl.
I have nothing to ask.
She had a weakness for the drink, I think. My God, she didn't deserve all that.
Looks like he acted her up good, this girl. You can go in, Mr. Holmes. She's there. We didn't touch a thing.
We've With all of these killings, the work becomes risky.
This time a killer beat her to a pulp, the slut.
She had a weakness for the drink, I think.
Oh, you're the same as that
My
woman.
God, she didn't deserve all that. She had a weakness for the drink.
And you're the
I think.
same as her.
My God, she didn't deserve all that.
Clones. Okay. Presumably we're meant to go in
everywhere.
this door. Do we go up the stairs? No, we were not meant to come up the stairs.
It was very good of PC Chandler to let us pass. He said no one has touched the corpse. It's the
You
perfect
see,
opportunity.
now when
to
we
ask us
investigate
to
the
test. Watson,
corpse,
let's not
it
waste
makes sense.
So, Doctor,
Instead of
should
an
we examine our
imaginary
victim?
lady.
Oh, I'm tired, Holmes.
Mind
I'm not
palace.
sure if I am in a state to do this work.
Come, Watson, there is little time. Show me what you're made of.
Oh, my God.
Pray, Watson, pull yourself together. Can you establish the time of the crime?
The extremities of the corpse are cold and rigor mortis is beginning to set in. I would say that the murder was committed over 2 hours ago, before 4:30 a.m.
No, but there was a... London, 28th of August, 1888. And it's doing them...
M2S.
Yep. Or perhaps a very bad U.
A torn envelope. It smells of rubbing alcohol. It contains 3 pills. I will take one. 2 should suffice, please.
We're gonna do science! An envelope is near the victim's head.
I mean, I would just wait with this until we've gathered everything.
An envelope was brought out by the victim. An envelope drifted near the head. I mean... Why would they want to give him a... It belongs to them? You want to wait? Fine.
Yeah. Because there might be
Now,
other
let's look
things
at the
that
stomach,
connects to...
or at least what
well,
Well,
not
the fact that
connects,
it
but gives
doesn't
us more
have lines
information.
suggests
dreadful,
no,
Holmes. Who could
No,
do
but
that
like
to someone?
it's relevant
That's
for
what
the
you're
situation,
here for, Watson.
if you
Tell
will.
me what this man has done.
The stomach has been entirely opened and... Oh, my God. A number of organs have been removed.
So, you're telling me that the organs were removed, Watson. They weren't ripped out.
Not at all, Holmes. On the contrary, this is clearly the work of an expert. I couldn't have done any better myself. And the uterus is missing.
There's some blood behind the door. No. I want the... No. There was blood behind the door. How do I... There. No, it just teleports me. Fine.
Looky here. It would seem he has a mark on his left hand.
A ring, like the ring that was involved in the other thing? Oh, come on, that's clearly... Oh, I need to use the magnifying glass.
The victim must have worn a large ring or several little ones, and someone pulled them off forcefully. This detail will be very valuable, Watson. You can be sure of that.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense, because she can't choke people. As a woman, she's incapable of choking people, we've been told.
The victim must have worn a large ring or...
No, that's the same. That's maybe it? Yes, okay.
There are no trails on the ground. There's no sign of a struggle.
Can you reach the... Oh.
A piece of coarse muslin.
The magnifying glass that you wanted to look with the blood, can you kind of get to that from this angle up in the corner?
Maybe. I'm
Two
gonna do
combs, curiously arranged.
Yeah.
other things that we can see just at the sec. Let me exit out of this, and then I can look at the wall.
This fence separates the courtyard from the neighbours, 27 Hanbury Street.
No, there's clearly blood on the wall. Let me... Please, game. No, it just...
I think you have to be in that window. Like there.
The blood is a dozen inches or so from the
to
ground.
me, that was like,
Bloodstains on
it's
the
too
wall.
far off screen. Please go... And what, you think the other one that's up here...
Bloodstains on the wall.
Yeah, you could kind of see it, but those were connected, so you only needed one of them, apparently.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
This makes so much more sense when there's actually a person here. Oh!
A bruise. The victim's face appears to have bruising, wouldn't you say? Look at her neck. What can you tell me?
There are 2 incisions.
Look at her neck. What can you tell me?
There are 2 incisions.
Anything else?
Anything with this one's mouth?
No, there is something.
The tongue is swollen. My dear Watson, now that we have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject them to our most likely hypotheses in order to deduce the facts.
Okay. Place these anywhere because it just auto-places them where they belong. Neither footsteps nor streaks of blood were on the ground. They weren't carried anywhere. The blood on the fence is a dozen inches off of the ground. They were killed standing up. Some blood spurted on the wall near the stairs. No, she's not lying down. She's not lying down. Must be standing up. And then these two stand...
Really?
Where are we? This.
I would have thought it would be lying down.
Hmm? If she's lying down, there's no way the blood's getting halfway up the wall.
But it's only a dozen inches off the ground. I would assume if she's just standing, it would be higher. I would assume it's lying, but she isn't dead, so it's actually splatters. But maybe I'm wrong.
And she's already dead?
Yeah, like the other one. The other one was dead when she had her throat slit. Like she was strangled and then slashed. But that doesn't make sense because her tongue was still swollen, so she has died from suffocation. So yeah, no, she is dead.
You want
at
her
the
to be
time of
lying
slashing, I
down,
guess.
but dead. Yeah, I don't want her to be alive. I definitely don't think she's alive. If she's alive, I want, like, splush, splush, blood.
Yeah.
Not dragged, already lying down. He cleaned the ground. It took place here. It took place elsewhere. I mean, we know that he was here because the cutscene. So, but
Oh, that was in the street though. But yeah. Was she alive? Was that really?
Maybe they blurred the traces. Maybe they dragged the victim. Maybe they carried the victim. You're really saying it wasn't here?
No. It's here. It's here. I agree with that. And I didn't clean it, so that one's correct. I very much agree with the middle answer there. But it just seems like that means that she's If they say that she's standing and the blood that hits the wall is only a dozen inches off the ground, I am very concerned about height here, but oh well.
I mean, it's just as quick to do this combinatorically.
Yeah, but no, it's not satisfactory.
This
This hurts so much you don't understand.
Well, what options do you want then? I will stop. What options do you want?
Could you just now
You
put
want
it as that he was murdered here?
so wasn't dragged, and
No, that's fine. Wasn't dragged.
standing
I don't
up,
want the
lying down dead,
entrapment.
lying up alive.
Just leave it as it was, because you already done the other ones anyway. At this point. And then just the one on Chapman's murder, clean the ground, is the one I want to be. She was killed here.
Didn't we
Yeah,
have that
she was
before?
still alive. Yeah. No, because you said you didn't want her alive, you wanted her dead. So we did dead first.
Okay. Next. The victim has bruises under the right jawbone and beneath the left cheek. Still think that was slower than the other way. The victim has bruises under the right jawbone and beneath the left cheek. Can we actually go look at it again, please?
Right.
My dear
I wanna
Watson,
I wanna
now
look
that
at
we
it.
have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject
No,
them
I'm
to
not
our
allowed
most
to.
likely hypotheses in order to deduce the facts.
So that would be with the left hand.
Oh, that's mean.
If it's... No, wait. Right jawbone, left cheek. Yeah, no, that would be with the right hand.
The murderer bit the victim. The murderer held the victim's chin with his right hand. The murderer held the victim's chin with his left hand. If it's beneath the left cheek...
No, it's the right jawbone and left cheek. And I can only do that with my right hand. I can't do it quite with my left. It's very...
It's
I mean, I
hard to do
guess, but-
underneath the jawbone with the left hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree to that. That plus lying down equals... He slit the throat with the right hand. Slit the throat with the left hand. Well, that makes the most sense if the other hand is busy holding the chin.
Holding.
Or used both. We'll go with left. That then becomes... Do you use your... Are you using your knife with your preferred hand, or are you choking with your preferred hand? I'm going to say using the knife.
Yeah, but... He could still technically be
No.
ambidextrous.
And it's none of these.
Huh.
So... One of the precedents must be wrong.
Yeah.
Now this is correct, which means this is correct. So it's not further back in the chain than
Oh,
that.
so
It must be one of these two.
Really? So he held it with his left hand? That... I don't...
So we can only really swap it the other way around.
Right jawbone. That's a very unnatural for me, but maybe it's because I'm right-handed. Oh. Okay, sure.
Like, the reason I wanted to go back and look at the face is last time looking at the face was how you worked out which hand was And the word description is harder to interpret than just looking at it.
Hmm.
Also, in the last one, when we were told how it was slit, we were, like, told in the autopsy report thing. Whereas in this one, Watson was just like, the throat was slit. I refuse to give more information about in which direction.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Now that I'm redoing it, it makes sense, I guess.
The tongue is bloated. They were strangled. They were thirsty.
So thirsty. So thirsty.
I mean, given her job, the victim yelled during the attack. No, strangled.
I mean, we can assume that not yelled because there were people around, so strangled.
Strangled plus lying down equals... strangled. Strangled equals strangled. Partially strangled
and then...
Or died of fright.
No. Partially strangled.
You want partially? You want partially? Okay. An envelope is near the victim's head. The thing that you didn't want us to do before that I don't think is any more clear now. It was brought out by the victim. It drifted near their head. I find the most likely is that she wanted to give them something, but...
But with pills? Why would she be giving the guy pills? I would have assumed he was giving her pills or something to make her more still, maybe.
You think the envelope was brought by the victim to give...
No, not to the victim. I
So-
would assume that it was the killer who wanted to...
But neither of
do
these is
anything
killer.
with him. Oh, well, fine.
Brought out by the victim,
Fine.
the victim wanted to give it to the killer. Either they're bringing it out but not giving it to the murderer, or they're bringing it out and giving it to the murderer.
Okay, I guess in that case I believe it drifted near her head, but...
You think it just... An envelope happened to fall down from the heavens.
I mean, I assumed it would fall down from the killer, but I'm not allowed to do that, so well...
Yeah,
well.
it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
I mean, if it's drifted here, it doesn't make sense. It fell during the murder isn't right. And it can't have drifted... Oh, I wish there was a better way of cancelling out of those. If it's just drifted here, like, the person isn't holding it doesn't make sense as an answer.
No.
Now, I am restraining myself dearly, Maury. What do you want to try?
Fine, just do your combinatorics then. I'll close my eyes and not see it.
Done. She brought the victim out. They were holding it in their hand. Okay. Page 2.
Next page.
The items at the victim's feet are orderly.
Yes.
They belong to the victim and they were withdrawn and, like, laid out. Makes sense to me.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The body is cold and the extremities, and rigor mortis has barely started. He said it was committed about 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The items belong to the victim. The murderer must have searched them.
Yeah.
Also notice that didn't have an A at the start. Chapman's murder... He likes combs. He is unfeeling and unorganized. They were panicked. Panicked doesn't feel like putting things down in a neat and orderly way. So no to that.
No.
Liking combs just sounds silly. So the only sensible option is B.
Unless is Combs the new train?
People that like combs are murderers?
Yes.
The crime was committed 2 hours ago. I don't actually know the time. So...
I would would say he took his time, though. I mean, he's
No.
taking the time to arrange things, but I guess not. I guess it's because it isn't connected with the other one, so it wouldn't make sense.
And then a recent large scrape on the first phalanx of the middle finger. The victim struggled against the murderer and scratched him. They wore rings. They had arthritis.
Well, you said that they wore rings.
I
so.
think that looking at it, it very much looked like that was a ring indent.
Yeah.
The rings have been stolen. The murderer is a... that doesn't logically connect in any way. The person stole their rings. Both of these could be true. No. I don't think she took off her rings, so I think that they were taken, probably.
Yeah. Probably.
Okay. Place these down. It doesn't matter where you put them. There is an incision from the right to the left going around... They didn't say this. He specifically didn't say which direction it was. Grrr! Grumpy blobber. There is an incision on the neck from the right side, stopping in the middle of the throat. The wound around the neck is jerky and not at all in one piece. So they're trying to behead
We would have
her.
liked to have that information when we were going, if we cut from the left or the right hand, but...
So you think next time we should read all of these before we start trying to do any of...
Not necessarily, but it's like, this would have given us the answer. The murderer used a bad knife. The murderer panicked. They used a sharp... Well, it's not that. But the panic doesn't make sense with the orderly stuff from before. No. So it must be a bad knife. But a sharp blade wouldn't make jerky. A piece cut.
Organs are missing. The uterus was removed by the hands of an expert.
That again says that they would have a good knife.
The killer used a weapon of great size. I don't see how that relates to a uterus being removed. He didn't use weapons.
I also don't
That's
think you can
plausible.
make that sort of...
That could be we used an actual scalpel. The killer used a knife with a short, supple blade. I
would
don't see
assume
that either.
that.
I like...
Oh.
I like that, but...
Okay, sure.
Like-
I would just assume that by that they mean ripping it out rather than that a scalpel is not a weapon.
Okay.
But
No,
we can try.
it agrees with you. So you used a small, supple blade.
Yes.
Also, apparently no. But that could be because this is...
Yeah, I guess.
Oh no, it's wrong because maybe this hasn't been done.
Ah.
So, he drew marks on her neck. He wanted to remove the glottis. Not Glottis. Glottis is the best character. But Manny... Chapman wanted to decapitate... I mean, that seems plausible given that there's one going all the way around the neck.
Yeah, and several cuts.
But apparently no. And the only
Well,
other...
if you change the bad knife to a good knife.
The only option is they panicked.
Yeah, no. And we know it isn't panicked, so...
Bad knife. He wanted to remove her voice box.
So she couldn't scream.
Good knife, but wanted to remove her voice box? The only other option is he was drawing marks on her neck. With a knife? No, we've tried all the good knife, bad knife options. So apparently he must be panicked.
Strange.
No. Huh? Wait. 1.
Oh, wait.
One.
Yeah. No.
1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3,
Oh.
1, 3, 2, 3, 3.
I-
Maybe this doesn't go downwards. Maybe that goes upwards.
Yeah.
So maybe this is wrong.
Try putting it back to that he wants to decapitate her and using a sharp blade, because if he's trying to decapitate her using a sharp blade, it makes most sense.
And then this is wrong, and this is...
If it's trying to decapitate her, then that would mean a big weapon? But you can't really... Can you really remove expertly organs with a big weapon?
With great difficulty. Yes! Apparently so.
Okay then, fine. Guess my organ removal skills need to be sharpened up.
Not like his blade, which is sufficiently sharp. The uterus was ripped out, it was removed and taken, it was eaten.
Removed and taken.
I mean, it could be either of these.
Didn't he say that it was missing, though?
Yeah. It could have been removed to be eaten.
Oh,
Like
that is
Hannibal
true. We just don't
Lecter.
have any proof.
But yes, this one makes the most sense. The killer has a knowledge of anatomy.
Yes.
He's lost the uterus. Oh, I better go get a replacement uterus for this one I lost. The killer went at it with no. They're knowledgeable
I
in
hear a
anatomy.
noise coming from the street, Watson. The authorities are arriving. It's time for us to go.
Oh, dear.
Holmes has been locked away in his room for days.
Hey,
Always
g'day,
saying
VGF.
the same
Welcome,
things.
welcome.
I'm thinking, Watson. Very good, Watson. As you wish, Watson. But I am thinking too.
Welcome to the madness.
So much so that I can't sleep. Annie Chapman. Good Lord.
Big weapon, and then you make an incision to remove a uterus with delicate precision. Like,
we didn't get to do science.
Holmes examined the broken jar that
You
belonged
can do
to
science
Finley's
now.
tenant. I wonder what this substance is. I don't recognize the odor.
It's not.
We only ever do
Formalin,
science
Watson.
as
This jar contains
Sherlock,
formalin.
and we're still
Interesting,
Watson.
don't you think? I've been waiting for something for days. Just the tiniest bit of news that would make sense of this whole matter. But there's nothing, neither from the press nor the police. Unless Inspector Aberline is holding on to some information without realizing its importance, which is quite possible. It is time for you to return to the police station in Whitechapel, Watson. And didn't you tell me that you had a matter to take care of it? Take advantage of it to learn more about this pill and its contents.
Ah, but Holmes, it's late, and spending another night in this district is hardly my idea of entertainment.
I know, Doctor, but we don't have any choice. Time is against us. Take your pistol in case you run into any troublesome characters.
Fine, as you wish, Holmes.
I've just spent several nights doing nothing. You must do this immediately now, because time is against us.
Mm-hmm.
Rude.
Sherlock.
Okay, so he wants us to come back here and to do what? Return to the police station. Sure.
Good evening. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all, Doctor. This man, Mr. Richardson, is a witness to the horrid affair at 29 Hanbury Street, the murder of Annie Chapman. We are discussing the relevance of his testimony.
You're probably not in a position to discuss it with me, but I would like to know more about what you call the relevance of this young man's testimony.
Oh, there's no secrecy. It's simply that the testimony given by Mr. Richardson doesn't match the time of death given by the coroner, Dr. Phillips.
What was the time of death, according to him?
Before 4:30 in the morning.
My conclusions were the same. Were there any other conflicting testimonies?
Well, 2 other witnesses summoned at the preliminary inquest gave testimony, but in these cases too, the times don't match.
Do you remember what it was they said?
I didn't question them myself. A colleague of mine took down their statements on paper, but on deciding they were of little use, he tore
it's
them up
puzzle
and threw them in the
time.
bin. There's no point in being bogged down with useless paperwork.
I sense
I
a
will take my
puzzle.
Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Where's the waste paper basket?
Here are the ripped statements. I can piece them together again.
Maybe.
And they rotate, so yeah.
Yes. Not like the painting.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Maybe there's little missing bits? Like identification and number. But these don't quite look like they...
That could go with the witness. You see, there's 2 pages.
Yeah, there is. There is. It was more a, does this make a perfect...
Hmm.
It looks like everything matches perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
No. But that's the only place... I suppose it could go there. Yes. Maybe... No, but those 2 match. Well, in any case, you are definitely that. Then we swap these 2 around.
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
Testimony of E. Long. On the morning of the murder, the witness left her domicile at 32 Church Street at approximately 5 a.m. to get to the Spitalfields Market. She was passing down Hanbury Street at about 5:30 a.m. The witness was certain at the time, as she declares that she heard the clock at the Black Eagle Brewery on Brick Lane strike the half hour just before she entered the street. In front of 29 Hanbury Street, she saw a man and woman talking. It should be noted that the witness identified the body of Anne Chapman at the morgue as being the aforementioned woman. This identification was solicited by our services. The man seen with the victim is described by the witness as follows: 40 years old at least. A little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing, 5 feet 3 inches. Dressed in brown, deerstalker hat, dark coat, a doubt on this point, general appearance of a working class. Particular markings: dark hair and moustache, dark face, looks like a foreigner. Only saw the man from behind and wouldn't be able to recognize or identify him. The term foreigner is often associated with Jewry. Can we see the other one? There were 2.
Apparently not.
No, there is no scrolly.
Hmm.
Here it is. Testimony of A. Kadosh. The witness resides at 27 Hanbury Street, the building adjoining number 29 of the same street, and the 2 respective backyards are separated by a wooden fence, tall and thin. On the morning of the murder, the witness got up at 5:15 a.m. and went into the yard where the latrine was. It was then 5:20 a.m. On going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence coming from number 29. The only word that he understood was no. He went into the building again, but returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later, whereupon he heard a noise as if something fell against the fence. He departed for work. When he passed in front of the Spitalfields Church, it was approximately 5:32. So yelling at 5 o'clock versus... No, these both seem to be somewhat reasonably timed at about 5:30. Old police report concerning certain arrests, April of 1886, at gunpoint from the White Plume Mountains Inn, also called the Kayak Affair. 5 years, Dartmoor. Benjamin Benny the Scholar, faggot, 46, Houndsditch. Falsifying bank records, using false bank records, misappropriation of funds to the detriment of the Royal Bank of London, 8 years, Dartmoor. Jacob Levy, 30, Aldgate, theft of a weight of meat from his employer. Hyman Sampson, butcher, at 58 Goulston Street, Whitechapel, 20 months, Essex County Asylum. Ron Obvious, 26, address unknown, vagrant, embezzlement, indecent assault, degradation of a religious building to the detriment of the authorities in charge of the Chichester Cathedral, City of London Lunatic Asylum, immediate duration. James Longfoot Jim Noser, 20 Whitechapel, and there's no scrolly. So presumably either we're meant to be getting that someone about the gunpoint, Benjamin, Jacob, or Ron. Now, Ron's name is ridiculous, so presumably we either care about Benny the Scholar, because we're going to avoid that, and Jacob Levy. One of these is presumably what we care about. Stealing meat or falsifying a bank account.
An old report on arrests that took place a few years earlier.
Anything else?
Closed.
Oh, we can try talking to them again.
Excuse me, Doctor, but I must take Mr. Richardson's statement.
And you?
May I introduce myself? I'm Dr. Watson. I am...
You wouldn't be the chap what writes the detective stories in that there paper?
Well, yes, indeed, my stories have been published in the Strand.
Go blimey, wanna tell me old mum?
It would seem your testimony is the subject of some debate. Could you tell me what it was about?
They'll be telling I'm a bit befuddled about the times that I told them. But it can't be so. I knows what I sees and what I don't sees that morning.
What did you see, or what didn't you see? And at what time, would you say?
I'll tell you this for nothing. It's me old mum who lives at the house where the body was found out back in the garden. She has her shop at the bottom to the right of the stairs. Her door was broken down not too far back because it's a real zoo it is. Right, the morning it happened, I head that way to see if me old mum has finally had the place broken into. It was 5:15 when I got there. That I'll swear on me dear old mum's life. I had a look round to see if the cellar had been taken. No. I had a little sit down on the stairs by the courtyard because me shoes were causing me no end of pain and I had a cut and all. I didn't see a single thing below the steps, Doctor, not one single thing. If there was some bird all covered in blood, tain't no how I could have missed that, even if it were night time. Right, 5 minutes after getting to number 29, I had to clip off. And now they tells me that either I can't tell time no more, or I was fixing me loafer next to a stiff that was still steaming. All right then. Evening, gents.
Didn't we notice that the clock on the thing was broken before?
I can't remember.
Can he talk to you again now that you've
Okay.
stopped
Yes,
taking
Doctor?
his testimony?
So, how far along are the investigations into these 2 recent murders?
Everyone around here believes both crimes were committed by the same man. But as for the Hanbury Street and Bucks Row crimes, nobody has heard or seen a thing.
By the way, have you heard of a Dr. Tumblety?
No. Is it important?
Yes. Well, no, maybe. Actually, I
thought
don't
we already
know.
asked him to look
I
into
have heard
it.
about this man, his frequent nocturnal outings and bizarre behaviour.
What does this chap look like, Doctor? And where can we find him?
No, Holmes interrupted us, I think.
Oh, and then, yeah. Please tell him the report.
The last I heard was that he was staying at Finley's place, the man who was looking for me a few days ago.
It would greatly assist us if you could ask Finley what your strange associate looks like. We could then see if the description matches any witness accounts.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Ooh.
This police station is like a laundry. What a scandal.
Okay, so he wants us to... Yeah. Ask Finley what your associate looks like. So go talk to the man that's like 2 doors down.
There is a strong smell of gas. It seems to be coming from the abandoned building.
Another fire, perhaps?
Good evening, Finley. How are you?
Oh, good evening, Doctor. So. And you?
It smells of gas here.
Ah, you might say, Doctor. Without wanting to speak ill of the force, I have to wonder if the police are up to something.
What do you mean?
Well, I was outside yesterday evening when the light went out at my place, and a gas smell came from the abandoned building across from my place. And a minute later, the police arrived and was snooping all around like it was them who hid the gas before arriving.
Have things sorted themselves out with your strange tenant?
Don't talk about it, Doctor. That man is truly bizarre. He goes to the most sordid locations once night falls. 3 days ago, my wife told me she saw him come in with blood-stained clothes and a fearsome look.
Interesting. What does he look like, and how old is he?
Oh, he's my age, give or take, so the other side of 50. He's always
Too
dressed
tall.
in a striking manner with an American hat. He's big, close to 5'11", I'd say. He has a strange voice, not just his accent, see, his voice.
Because the other thing said that he was basically only slightly bigger than the 5'3" lady?
Yeah,
Very well.
I think so.
Goodbye for now, Finley.
Goodbye, Doctor.
So the other thing that
Now
I
then,
was...
Let's go to the police
Yeah,
station.
you want me to go to the police station, I know. But the other thing I was trying to raise was that for... not the chapel, but the church, we noticed that the clock was wrong. But we can't... The clock is no longer an observable thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that at one stage we looked at that and it was saying something about the clock being wrong.
Okay.
Which might lead to why the people are giving the wrong time
Could be.
for their evidence. But anyway, what we're meant to do at the moment is clear. Go back to the police station.
Oh, I would also just stop by the cobbler butcher,
Sure.
just as we were there.
Oh. Nah, sorry, my bad. Cobbler.
It's fine. We don't have to.
What do you have to say?
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Good evening, Doctor. What a pleasure to see you again.
Have you finished converting the harnesses?
Yes, just now. I got a little behind because of all the commotion.
Commotion?
Don't you start. 3 days ago, the very afternoon that you passed by, there was a chase throughout the neighborhood. Hundreds of people were chasing one man, claiming he was responsible for the murders these last few days. Schmonz! It was awful. I hope those maniacs didn't catch him. Better the police should.
Tell me, did John Pizer turn himself in to the police?
Things unfolded as they should. Look in the newspaper, the Daily News from today.
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
So you want to go, oh, here's the newspaper from today. Hand in the thing to the other doctor.
Yes.
Daily
so we
News.
Get the cane and can...
United Kingdom, the Whitechapel murders. There is a good reason why, without prejudice to the case of the man who is now in custody, the public acceptance of the maniacal theory should be endorsed and encouraged. There is positive danger in the growth of any other opinion at present in Whitechapel. As we have said, the mutilation of bodies, excepting in rare cases to further the murderer's chances of safety, is foreign to our style of crime here in England. There is a disposition at once, therefore, to set down such atrocities to the credit of some ill-bred and ill-nourished foreigner from the lowest dens of vice of mainland Europe. So, in Whitechapel... Sorry, Maury. Sorry that you are from the lowest dens of vice. So in Whitechapel, there was arising a murmur of ugly foreboding by some of the foreign elements there. Sheer rumour of the silliest kind was beginning to take an odious precision, and there was arising in the East End a... Judenhelz. It sounds like a compound German word.
I don't think I'm encompassed by this. I think they're being very specific about who they talk about.
I assume that means Jewish person. Maybe. A Judenhelz. More abhorrent than that which abroad... Oh, it might mean hate. Hate of Jews. Is due to religious fanaticism. To hate the Jew for his religion, to call him a misbeliever, a cutthroat dog, and spit upon his Jewish gabardine, even metaphorically, is bad enough, but to call him leather apron, and to imply thereby his readiness to murder women and practice anatomy with his knife upon them, is the refinement of cruelty. There was reason to fear till yesterday that the tendency towards thus insulting the Jews of Whitechapel was growing amid the embarrassing perplexity as to the origin of the murderers. The murders. The police have discouraged this line of suspicion by acting momentarily upon it and then proving by their release of the Jew whom they arrested that there was not a doubt of his innocence. For the happy result, we may look lightly upon the apparent ludicrous error of this arrest. Pizer, the man arrested, was found sitting quietly at home, undisturbed by any panic or bloodthirsty demand for the mythical personage Leather Apron. He is said to be a poor sickly man whom it was not possible to associate with the assassin now so eagerly wanted, and the reporters seem to have found, what the police might easily also have learned, that he had not left his house since Thursday. He, however, will probably not regret his short detention if it has finally put a stop to the anti-Jewish suspicions. The inquest on the body of Anne Chapman was opened yesterday, but without throwing any new light on the murder. As a result of the investigations of the police into the circumstances attending the murder of Anne Chapman at Whitechapel, several men were arrested yesterday on suspicion. The arrests, which were considered to be of the most importance, were those of a Polish Jew named Pizer near the scene of the crime and of a man named Piggott at Gravesend. Pizer was released last evening, but Piggott is considered to be insane and is detained under observation. And then look, they do blur things that aren't potentially relevant. Or at least maybe
absolutely no relevance.
Maybe they've gotten lazy and they're just not... Like, it could also be that.
Could be.
Now, what was it? Return the things to the doctor.
No.
Hmm?
Give him the harnesses so we
Yeah.
can return the cane.
Return these things to the doctor. Yeah.
Oh, and excuse me for a second. There's a dog that wants to go out.
Doggo!
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons.
Dr. Watson.
Did you keep the cane we spoke of last time?
I was going to sell it tomorrow, would you believe, having not heard word.
Do you have any formalin here?
No, definitely not. They have it in university hospitals to conserve anatomical specimens in jars. But in a little clinic like mine, we don't keep anything but bad memories.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
I must retrieve Sickert's cane at all costs.
So this is my fault for not equipping this and then rubbing it on him.
Yes, Doctor?
So we spoke to him. He was threatening like, oh look, you still haven't gotten me the harnesses. I'm gonna sell the cane. And for the other thing, it was that the broken jar that had some medical residue on it, it couldn't have come from his place, he says. Only fancy universities have that.
Okay.
And then I equipped the harnesses in the inventory, and I've rubbed them on him, and now we have
Here are
harnesses.
your harnesses, Doctor.
They are top quality, I'd say. Definitely worth the price of this walking stick. Here, it's yours.
Ah, and thank you, chat. Chat is so helpful. Jeffo. Anti-Semitism. Yeah, so it does mean hate. We get the cane.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Now, can we go ruin the
must go to
man's
Miss
year-long
Bevis.
pass to the prostitution place by giving him his cane back? No, he's gone. We can't.
But we can probably return it to her and she will then kick him out.
Good evening, ma'am. Your door was open. Isn't that a little dangerous?
That's why there's a bouncer outside.
Doctor. Don't worry, if the looks of anyone who enters doesn't please me, me and my pistol know how to convince them to leave.
I
You
found
mean
the
the pistol
cane
that
that
you
was
leave
stolen
straight
from your
on top
client.
of the bar
Here it
where they
is.
could grab
Doctor,
it before
you are a real saint, I can see that. I'll finally be able to present my bill to this damned painter. If by chance you see him, tell him that a little surprise awaits him here.
I imagine he'll have quite a account balance to settle.
You told me you would give me some information on this Dr. Tumblety.
Agreed. He's a Canadian or an American. He parades from time to time through the neighbourhood in a 50-guinea suit and acts like a doctor. But for business, he isn't worth it. This damn Yankee hates women. The few times that he was approached by the girls, he spit on them, all the while hurling insults. It would seem that he was hunting for the bad boys. He's looking for trouble, that animal.
Does he frequent any pub in particular?
Aye, the Wasp's Nest on Burner Street, I think. A seedy spot even by our standards.
Do you happen to know Annie Chapman, the poor woman who was killed 3 days ago?
Dark Annie? Pff, like all the drifters in the area, I've seen her once or twice. With respect to the dead, Annie really was the bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean?
Well, in our profession, the pretty young ones go out when night has barely fallen and don't have a problem finding takers. But poor girls like Annie or Polly Nichols, who aren't as tender and are often sick, sometimes trudge around for a whole night in the cold and the rain before landing a client. And that doesn't help their appearances either. They don't have much choice about paying for a bed for a few hours, a glass of gin or a hot meal.
How terribly sad.
That's the price of survival in Whitechapel, my angel. One of my girls knew Annie for some time. They bought some jewellery on the black market, I think.
Jewellery?
That's not
How
what
could
the...
Annie Chapman have possibly afforded jewellery?
Luxuries for a woman are always relative to her condition, Doctor. As a matter of fact, it was real cheap junk. Annie got 3 assorted brass rings, I think. It's been said I have a memory for jewellery.
How is Lucy keeping?
She's doing
let me know
well,
who to ask
Doctor.
when you find
But
jewellery.
believe me, it won't last. Rare are the girls who can build a future in our profession.
The end?
Very well. I shall let you get back to work, Ma.
See you soon, my love.
So do we actually have to find him and tell him to come settle his debt? The other thing is we could ask the doctor about this pill.
Can I get a refill, please?
Might as well while we're essentially here.
Yes, Doctor?
Could you tell me what type of pill this is?
Aha.
Yes, we have those here. It's not really a medication.
On the other hand, it means we
give
don't
them
do
to
science
patients
to work
with
it out.
chronic respiratory
Boo.
conditions like tuberculosis.
No science for you.
Did you have a patient by the name of Annie Chapman, the woman killed 3 days ago?
Indeed. She came in the morning of her death. Poor woman.
Did you give her these pills?
Yes, now that I think of it. She actually came in twice. The first time I gave her an almost empty container without making her pay. She came back during the day and said she dropped the container and stepped on the pills. She wanted to know if I could give her more again without paying. I refused. After she left, a patient who was there told me that he lives at the same place and confided that she had been lying. He saw the pills fall in the tenement's communal kitchen, but the woman immediately wrapped them up in a piece of paper.
Where did this paper come from?
According to this man, she'd found it near the chimney in the kitchen.
Anyone could have thrown that paper there. That envelope can't have anything to do with the murder.
Pardon, Doctor?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself. Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Okay. So we have an empty inventory again.
So now the only clue is find the guy. Find the artist.
Is there a second brothel?
Yes, because he can only be at the brothel. There was the seedy bar, though.
Yeah, we were
they
told
mentioned.
about the bar. But that was for the other guy. That was for the
Yeah, but
rich...
can we still...
And I don't think we've ever seen that place, have we?
We have. You read the sign out, and I
here.
think it's the new thing.
There is a teleport point. Yeah, I do remember looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't get it as a place of interest until now.
No. Into the seedy
Wasp's
pub we
Nest.
go.
This pub looks even more disreputable than the Golden Lion in Baker Street.
There'll be something worse than turtle racing going on. Here he is.
Good evening, sir.
Well, I know you.
So you have to question why he's here
We
if
met
he's
at
getting
Miss
it for free
Pullman's
at the
other
brothel.
day. So you
He has
come
to sleep
slum it
somewhere.
in Whitechapel, eh?
Well, I don't think he sleeps in Whitechapel.
Do you know Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American chap? Quite an extravagant dresser. Frequents this pub now and then.
Are you intimate?
No. What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just wanted to prove my discretion concerning this man, in so much and so far as I know him. You wouldn't like it if one day the tables were turned and everyone was talking about why you were in the borough. Isn't that so?
As it happens, I saw Miss Pullman recently. She told me that she couldn't wait to see you again. She said something about a surprise that is waiting for you at her establishment.
Why, that is some of the best news I've heard, my friend. As thanks, I would like to let you in on a secret. The man that you were talking about, and whom I happen to know by sight, passed by and went through that little door that you see over there. Another man let him in. They weren't together for more than a few minutes, to be sure, eh?
Thank you.
Well, I will continue my search.
Ah, love.
But what is this person trying to imply? This matter is beyond me.
Who could understand?
Yes.
Hey, you can't go in there. It's private. Got it?
Isn't that the same barkeeper that they used in the Golden Inn?
Yes. Possibly with a different hat.
Oi, what'll it be to drink, Gav?
Hey, come back. I can't talk to you when you're that far away.
Greetings, my good man. Could I have a pint?
Here, Gov.
I've been told that Dr. Tumblety might be found around here. Is that so?
I don't do a roll call of all the drunkards here. I've got my hands full just making sure I get their money.
Don't people pay when they order?
Nah, look at that little scribbler there. Completely dead drunk. Tonight's tally is about as long as his arm. If he skips out, I'll be in for a guinea almost.
What's behind that locked door over there? Can I go in?
Not likely. And let me be unless you're wanting a drink. Got it?
I already ordered a drink.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
We don't use the drink in any way, shape or form.
This is the sink where the barmaid
Like we
puts
could
the
grab an
glasses to
apple?
soak.
Oh.
Look,
Yeah, I
ready.
agree. It did look a bit
What's that doing
apple-ish.
here? The bottle is closed. There must still be some ink inside, and it looks like a glass. The barmaid must have put ink into the sink by mistake.
Right. Do I get in your way? Me?
God,
If
he's
you'll excuse
very
me, sir.
confrontational. Do I give you the ink back?
Leave me alone. I bet this miserable act, the bloke that mopes there, will do a runner and leave me with the unpaid bill.
No.
What's behind
No,
that
no, no,
locked
no, no,
door?
no, 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 no.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi!
Still no?
Hey!
Still no. Well, there's you who we haven't talked to, who appear
Good
to want some
evening,
ink.
sir.
It'll be the coup of my career, Governor said. Ha! You'll make loads of doss of the paper, he said.
You're a journalist?
That's so. Tom Bulling at your service. The Whitechapel ferret, the wizard with the scoop.
You don't appear to be in a state to write anything, my friend.
You're mistaken. Whiskey passes through the blood and turns into ink. Simple. You see, mugs and inkwells are all the same.
Don't you think you should settle your tab and go home?
My red ink? Where's my red ink? I won't even pay half a halfpenny if they don't return my red ink. It's my blood you hear.
Here you go.
I found your red ink, my friend. You should settle up and head home.
Thank you, my friend, thank you. The spring-heeled phantom will be revived.
I don't know that that was much of a puzzle, but okay. Now will you let us in the door because we made the man pay?
Gov?
Here you go. It's on the journalist, my friend.
I owe you one. The next one is on me. What'll it be?
It'll be
Nothing,
opening
thanks.
the door.
But I may need your help. Listen, my friend. I would like you to let me in the door over there.
You're a bobby. A peeler?
Absolutely not, my friend. I am a doctor.
Fine. I owe you this at least. There's a bloke behind that door there. No pity Bluto. Let's just say he wants to lay low for a moment. So I don't think he'll be opening the door just now. Unless... Tell him you have word from Squibby. That'll open the door. But who can say what'll happen when the door closes?
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi! That's it!
Let me in.
Just don't call him friend.
I
He
have
doesn't
news
like it.
from Squibby. But stay calm.
And who are you? Where's Squibby? He's out.
To be honest, I don't actually know this Squibby chap. I was actually wondering if you knew Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American fellow. He came in...
Sure we know him.
Excellent. Can you...
You know about gas?
I'm afraid not. I am a doctor.
Then I ain't interested. You can be leaving now. But if I find out who snitched to the peelers, I'll find you. Got it?
But I can pay you for...
Keep your coins for the paupers, or one of the gas boys who ain't afraid of nothing and knows how to hold his tongue. You bring him to me. I'll meet with you.
So we're meant to go find one of his co-workers?
I think so.
One of the gas boys?
Hmm.
Is there a new teleport point? Because that would be a big hint that we're meant to go somewhere. No, there is no new teleport point. I don't assume I'd be allowed home.
I could return to Baker Street, but I am still missing some information.
Yeah.
And that would put Holmes in a devil of a mood.
A walk around until we found a gas man? Maybe there'll be a person, like, lighting the gas lanterns?
Maybe.
Burner Street. I have nothing to ask. Burner Street.
Preston North End should take the cup. This time I won't mess up my bets.
No, it would be better not to insist.
Why is it forcing me to walk slowly?
Tell me, is it...
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
No, it would be better not to insist. No, it would be better not to insist. I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Still not allowed down by the river.
No, it would be better not to insist.
Maybe we can talk to the police about it because the guy was somewhat concerned about telling the police.
Yes, Doctor. Tumblety is a man around 5'11", about 55 years old, extravagantly dressed and with a rather distinctive voice. He boards at Finley's. You should know where that is, as the police were there only yesterday. Their arrival coincided with a strange gas leak.
Ah, yes, I know where you mean. Indeed, there was an odd affair with the gas. It was rather unsettling. We were searching for a well-known scoundrel who was ratted out by Squibby, the chap we followed and saved from the pack a few days ago. This thug, no
Squibby.
pity Bluto, must have been in the abandoned building in question. But there was no sign of him when we arrived. Furthermore, an inspector said that, given the smell, the thingamabob that supplies gas to the building was probably damaged. So we took no risks and were called away somewhere else.
We didn't deal with the gas leak, we just left the gas leak.
I will take my
We
leave,
didn't
Humphreys.
want to be in
Goodbye,
danger, but what happens to the people,
well,
you
it
know?
would seem that I have all the information I need for my investigation. Anyway, this fellow Bluto at the Wasp's Nest is rather shady and doesn't look like he'll want to cooperate. I'd be better off returning to Baker Street. Holmes will certainly know what to do. And besides, I am worn out.
Okay, we are allowed home now.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. There we are, Holmes. I've told you in great detail everything that happened last night.
Excellent work, Watson. We shall now be prepared to answer a few questions about the horrible murder in Hanbury Street.
Do you think we are now in a position to find out the identity of the murderer of these two women?
No, I don't think so. It's outside of our scope and not our responsibility. As much as you've done for Leather Apron and the affair with the pills, our mission is to help the police by ensuring that they don't get caught up following false leads and to point them in the right direction. Let us start from what we know with some certitude. As you have just said, it is almost certain that the same person killed the Bucks Row and Hanbury Street victims. The reason to assume as much are numerous, and I shan't elaborate here. What do these two victims have in common?
I won't tell you. You must tell me.
Mm-hmm.
They knew the same people. They didn't have anything in common. They had the same profession. So they're both doctors because they both know anatomy?
Roughly?
I mean, it's got to be these two, because he wants...
Yeah.
This is the obviously wrong answer.
Mm-hmm. And we have nothing to indicate that they knew people in common, I
Yeah,
think.
so I think the most reasonable thing is assume they are both essentially doctors.
It's
Or
true,
other
these two women were in the
professions
same
that
profession,
Feel
but...
of anatomy.
Indeed, Watson. These
Oh, it's
two
the
women
women,
were
not
both
the
prostitutes.
guys.
That is of vital importance, Watson.
My memory from your examination of the scene is rather hazy. Didn't you say something about the killer's frame of mind?
I was talking about the victim's possessions that were placed on the ground and the rings missing from Annie Chapman's fingers. This killer is a cunning predator, comes from a rather humble background, and shows steely self-control in carrying out the murders.
Something is puzzling me, Holmes. Richardson's testimony contradicts the time of death given by Dr. Phillips, which also matches my own, 4:30 a.m.
And yes, we shall confirm that, Watson, and attempt to determine the precise time of death. In order to do that, we will need to place everyone involved on a timeline. Only after that will we be able to place the knife symbolizing our killer. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
You control Sherlock. Am I meant to go over to the board?
Should we save?
Yes, yes we should.
Since we started a new, like, the day thing showed up again. Which I'm assuming is that it's the start of a new chapter.
Oh, you think this is a new chapter? Okay.
I think it might be, since it had, like, the, you know, the board where it's, like, Baker Street and the date. Maybe? I don't know.
I mean, we did get a cutscene.
Yeah.
Do you want to continue, or do you think that we should cut there, then?
I'm okay with either. It's creeping up against lunchtime, but I could probably do it one more, I think. It depends on you. You've been up longer than I have.
I can keep going. Don't want to pressure you. The doggos need their walk or something.
Doggos are being looked after.
Okay, then let's learn about this new mechanic. Determine the exact time of Anne Chapman's murder in Hanbury Street. We arrive on the crime scene. We arrive at 6:30 because Watson says that it was 2 hours ago, and that was at 4:30. Ah, there's a button at the bottom that says, "This is now our evidence." Our evidence is what Sherlock Holmes said. Is that enough? We need more? I need more evidence than we... Maybe. Because it kind of looks like it wants 3 things up here. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it looks like there's supposed to be 3 things up there, but for what purpose? Like, you think it's that for everything here, or can we just drag these in and put them in?
Well, let's read the help. Select from the inventory the dialogue and the 2 documents which will permit you to determine the time of Anne Chapman's death in Hanbury Street. Then place these objects or the characters representing them on the timeline. Listen carefully to Sherlock's instructions, which might ask you to modify. This feels like you might want to print screen this. Once all of the icons are properly placed, Sherlock Holmes will ask you to place Jack the Ripper's knife at the exact time of death. So our things are... our own evidence. Yes.
So one dialogue and 2 documents, he said.
2 documents. Okay, so notes or document? Probably documents.
2 documents, yeah. Select from the inventory the dialogue and the 2 documents, which will permit you to determine the time.
This one seems reasonable. She was passing down the road at 5:30, 5 a.m. The testimony that we had to do the, like, literal assemble the jigsaw puzzle to make.
Seems right.
And the other testimony was the same. And they count as 2 separate things in here, and they are 2 separate things in here. Now am I allowed to place things? I feel like I might be misunderstanding. So maybe it isn't these 2? Or maybe I have the dialogue wrong. Because the documents feel hard to be wrong, right?
The documents feel very hard to be wrong, I'll give you that.
What other documents are there? Newspaper that doesn't mention time. The police report about when people were sent to jail. This. Another newspaper that doesn't mention... oh, well, there's an o'clock somewhere there. 2 o'clock. So it could be this, but there's no... we don't get a button. We don't even get an option to use it. In fact, if anything... Maybe that's because this is full? How can I remove you from the...
Good morning, real decoy.
Hail, decoy. G'day, g'day. No, these are right, because they don't have a... like, they haven't got a little cross to remove them. So it must be different dialogue. I would have thought it's this one. So what about the one with the man? The eyewitness man.
But just so I'm absolutely sure, you can't move anything until you put in those 3, right?
I can't seem to move anything anyway.
Okay, you can't drag anything onto the timeline.
No. If I try and touch these, it goes into the menu.
Okay.
If I try right-clicking
Can I see them again?
If I try right-clicking, it does nothing.
Okay. So we have...
Now,
yes,
for the most
that
important
one's-
part.
Oh,
need something for
it
that.
to the right of the thing.
Yeah.
It generates the faces, and these are.
Yes.
I was assuming we'd be dragging the, because in these things we drag boxes with text on them.
Yes. Yes, I get it.
The sensible thing, like I was assuming we'd also drag the boxes with text, but we don't. We drag the little
I
icons.
guess symbols make sense considering in the timeline they would overlap and it wouldn't be very visible.
Yeah, it would be hard to, like, arrange these unless they were, like, conveniently exactly abutting.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be much wiggle room.
No. And it wouldn't really show necessarily, like, if the if the entire text covers from 5:30 to 6, like
Where it really, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The estimate was 4:30, so we bring this and we come to...
So we push that up to 4:30.
The assessment of the time of the murder given by Dr. Phillips and yourself, Watson, 4:30 a.m.
Mrs. Long sees testimony of E. Long, and she says at about 5:30.
Yes.
Which is here.
Let us assume, therefore, that Miss Long's testimony is, as is most certainly the case, true. She places her meeting with the victim at around 5:30, claiming to have heard a clock chime on the half hour at the moment when she enters the street.
Okay. And then our pipe...
We left the station at 6 o'clock, and it took us 20 minutes to arrive at Hanbury Street.
We arrived at 6:30.
Ah, but he's just said that's not true, and that we're at 6:20.
20.
Our arrival at the scene occurred at around 6:20. Given the distance separating the two locations, we can deduce that the corpse wasn't discovered after 6 o'clock, and therefore that the murder must have been committed before. Our next witness is Albert Kadosh.
Mr. Kadosh is in his garden for a few minutes and then goes... Okay, so we go and read this, and he says... 5:32? Well, no, because he was going into the yard to go to the bathroom at 5:20. Going back into the house, they heard voices. And then when he passed in front of the church was... But that's not the relevant bit.
It was at 5:32. That's when he's leaving for work. So 5:20 is when he's outside, hearing the noises roughly.
Yeah, I think 5:20.
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline. Albert Kadosh goes down into his garden at approximately 5:20, and on re-entering his home, hears voices in number 29's garden.
Mr. Kadosh hears a fall against the garden fence. On going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence coming from number 29. The only word he understood was no. He went into the building again, returned into the yard approximately 4 minutes later, so at 5:24.
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline. Kadosh goes back down into his garden approximately 4 minutes after having left it, and hears the sound of an impact against the wooden fence.
If we were doing the full text boxes for this, it would have covered each other completely.
Yeah, if even these small things...
Yeah.
We've also got Mr. Kadosh leaves his place to go to work, which is 5:32.
Yes.
Well, 5:32 minus how long it takes to walk him to the church, but
Let's
we
place
don't know
this
that, so
symbol
I think
that represents
5:32 is the
Kadosh
most
on the
reasonable.
timeline.
Do you think so as well?
Yeah.
Kadosh leaves the garden, enters his house, then leaves for work, seeing the clock on the Spitalfields church showing 5:32.
Haven't I placed everything?
Yeah, but I think it's because there's still 2 things left that we need something else. So who else gives us anything? Because we got the Sherlock and Watson automatically. So there's one other dialogue that will give us some additional information.
Yeah, and all of these are now giving us users proof. So it presumably is someone else. Policeman.
Policeman, perhaps?
Policeman says 0 clues and never mentions the time. The boarding house man. Never mentions the time. Policeman. Never mentions the time. Oh my god, this is... No. Can I make this move in a way that is less... There's the little boy who accuses Watson of being cheap.
Mm-hmm.
No. No. That tells us about the time of the fire. But not the murder. No. I don't see why it would be the brothel lady. No.
No.
No. I don't know why it would be the Jewish man.
Hmm.
This one does talk about the times of death.
It does.
The testimony given by Mr. Richardson doesn't match the time of death given by the coroner. So we try this?
I mean, I guess. I guess we don't have anything else.
God damn it. Nope.
Okay.
Is it perhaps... Like, does this just mean generic dialogue?
Yes. That is just a sign for dialogue,
Okay,
I
this
think.
is the same as this.
Who else? Who else?
And there isn't really anyone else. We've been through all the people. Unless it's other bits of our own testimony. This guy is the only... Where he has his... Where was it?
The door was broken down.
It was at a quarter to 5 when I got there. I'll swear on my old mum's life.
Yeah. Let's use that then.
There we go. Okay, it is this guy, and it's multiple things that this guy gives us.
Okay. So when he leaves his mother place...
When he arrives and when he leaves is what we need from his text. It was quarter to 5 when I got there.
Okay.
Five minutes after getting to there, I had to leave.
Yeah.
And I didn't trip over a dead corpse on my way out, so she couldn't have been there.
Yeah.
So, 1:45 and 5 minutes past 1:45.
Yeah.
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival
So
and departure times on the timeline.
4:45.
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival and departure times on the timeline.
They don't even have separate... They don't have separate voice lines for the arrival time and the departure time.
Despite the great respect I have for Dr. Phillips and the value I place on our friendship, my deepest conviction is that both of you are mistaken and that Richardson is in the right and that these two testimonies put down in writing have real worth.
But how? Explain yourself, Holmes.
Remember how you assessed the time of death? You touched the fingers and body of the victim, but it was remarkably cold for this time of year. In addition, the corpse had been drained of bodily fluids. Its heat retention was therefore no longer the same as that of an intact corpse.
Egad! You're right, Holmes.
Oh, I've had
Our
some time
expert
to search
witnesses
what
were useless.
Given these facts, my first diagnosis may have been off by half an hour, perhaps even an hour.
Thus, we can confirm Richardson's statement and establish that the murder was committed after 4:50 a.m. and not before 4:30 a.m. Excellent, Watson. All our people are now in place.
Yes, but Holmes, Miss Long claims to have seen the victim at around 5:30. But according to Kadosh, someone, most certainly the victim and her murderer, was already in the garden at 5:30.
Excellent observation, Watson. It must be noted, however, that these two witnesses, Long and Kadosh, saw the time shown on the clocks in the area, which are often inaccurate and went by their empirical and, in this case, erroneous estimate of how much time had passed. Thus, neither of these two times can be considered reliable.
Do you mean to say that these two testimonies might match?
Indeed. Let's put Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30.
Miss Long's meeting with them at 2 minutes...
Let's add Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30 a.m.
So we're moving this 2 minutes back in time.
Mr. Kadosh claims to have passed by the Spitalfields Church at 5:32, which, given the distance from 27 Hanbury Street, would mean he was still at home at 5:31. Let's therefore put the end of his testimony at 5:31.
We're moving his testimony back a minute.
Miss Long heard the man say to the victim, "Will you?" To which the victim responded, "Yes," which would suggest that an agreement was reached and that the transaction was imminent. They then proceeded to enter the garden, which puts the voices heard by Kadosh at 5:29.
These had a 5-minute gap, and because we've moved this one, we have to move this one. But why are we moving them together instead of... Shouldn't it move that way?
No, because he just said that he went like into the garden before he went to work. That could be
after having heard an impact against the fence. Thus, 2 minutes passed between the moment when Kadosh entered the house after having been in the garden the first time and the moment when he returned to go out again and leave for work. How long did he estimate this interval to be? 3 to 4 minutes. In light of all this, Watson, we can finally establish the time of Chapman's murder. Now, place the knife at the exact time.
Sorry?
Okay, so if he hears something slump at 5...
Here's something fall. I mean, it has to be between
5:39.
these two things.
It has to be 5:30 then.
But how did he not see her then? Because his whole thing was like, I didn't see anything when I left.
Now then, taking into account that the local clock isn't exact and that a young man was off by a minute or two in his estimations of his comings and goings, we can confirm Miss Long's testimony and place the time of the crime at approximately 5:30.
But in that case, Holmes, the man that Miss Long saw is none other than...
That's right, Watson. It was the Whitechapel killer.
To think that Miss Long and Kadosh were only a few feet away from him.
Indeed, Watson. Had Miss Long passed just a little closer to the victim and her assassin, or had the young Kadosh popped his head over the fence out of curiosity, the killer would most certainly already be behind bars.
That's some stroke of luck he had there.
I couldn't agree more, Watson. But his luck didn't end there, given the mutilations inflicted upon this poor woman. What must be considered above all is the killer's obvious wish to remove one and only one specific organ. His surgery pinpointed the exact spot, avoiding superfluous incisions. This suggests the man possesses at least a minimal anatomical knowledge.
Are you suggesting a doctor or a butcher?
Perhaps, but the possibilities are still too broad to conclude with any certainty. Now for the motive. Despite my almost complete lack of practical experience on the subject, I have a rather precise idea of the usefulness of a uterus and a vagina. Nonetheless, once they are separated from their usual envelope, I am more circumspect as to the uses one can make of them. What do you think, Watson?
Okay.
You need a board, Watson.
One way to put it.
I mean, he's never had a baby, right? He's never had need of using his uterus that he doesn't have. So why are we back here? Or is it the other board?
There is nothing more to do here.
Pardon? Didn't he just tell us to use the board?
Oh, the board on the other side of the room, I think.
Oh, this board. Okay. We don't like, I was expecting to have new bits of paper to go on that one. But that one is like, you leave it alone now forever.
Yes, because that's about her. And it will now be about someone else.
So I honestly don't get a part of that. Part of, like, I'm happy enough with most of the rest of it, but the man that we saw that was giving his testimony, his big spiel was like, yes, I might have heard something that was the woman being bumped up against the wall, but when I left, there was definitely no one dead on the ground.
No, but I wasn't that about when he went into the garden, because then he would have walked across the body. Or did I see the whole...
Okay, so he leaves by the front door.
Yeah.
So he goes out to the bathroom, goes back inside, and then there's a 4-minute period, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
And the person is murdered in the backyard then.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I understand, it's like when he leaves through the main door. He doesn't go through his garden at that point, so he wouldn't stumble upon a body then.
Specimen...
I might have missed it.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Specimen for the sole purpose of study. In the medical university environment, students easily have access to a number of specimens. That seems like a...
Perhaps it is intended as a study specimen.
And that also
I have
implies
little
towards
faith
a
in
no.
that theory. Hardly anything was taken from the Bucks Row victim.
Black magic. There was no indication of any kind of ritual.
Black magic?
Watson, this line of investigation is far too vague. We don't have a single clue in support of such a motive. We can eliminate this hypothesis.
Dementia can push men to commit incredibly vile acts. That sounds like cannibalism.
Cannibalism.
But that would be a yes.
Yes.
Holmes, what if it was cannibalism?
Even if the idea is unbearable, we can't ignore it as a possibility.
Look, you are what you eat, and he wants to remain human. Trophy.
No.
Because he
with
left
this modus,
almost
it would have been
everything.
easy. Yeah.
A desire for some sort of morbid trophy.
I'd be inclined to dismiss this motive. If this were the case, why would nothing have been removed from the Bucks Row victim?
Money. Yes, for organ trafficking.
Elementary. What
Did they
emerges
even
from these
do
possible motives for having removed the uterus from the
transplants
second
back
victim
then?
is that they implied that the killer
No,
could
no,
have carried
that
out
would
the
be
same thing on the
people
Bucks Row
selling
victim,
it to
yet
the
didn't.
universities
This
for
is a
study.
terrible conclusion. Our killer has evolved
Transplant
in the
use,
space
okay.
of only a few days, and if that's the case, had he already struck
Killing it
before
to
the
the
first
scientists that
murder,
had
to which
plenty,
we
so you don't
attribute
need
him,
it for
and
that,
if the killer
but-
strikes again, what atrocity awaits his
before.
next victim?
We have to stop him, Holmes.
We shall do our best. This recent business of jars filled with formalin and of the American doctor might be a lead. Watson, inquire among medical circles to ascertain if there is a black market for human organs. The chances are slim, but this must be pursued.
Very well. What about you, Holmes?
I will send word to Inspector Aberline regarding our recent conclusions. I should also like to become a gas man and pay a visit to Bluto at the Wasp's Nest.
Understood, Holmes. I think one of my old university colleagues who works at the London hospital will be able to help me. I shall write him a note at once. He should be able to see me during the day. Afterwards, shall we meet here?
Yes, Watson. See you later, and good luck.
I must get to the London hospital, where my old university colleague works.
I have to agree, Antares, because those two kind of contradicted at that point. It's like, yes, we have this market of organ trafficking, which is being sold to supply the medical student and to supply like science research, and at the same time we're saying no, that they're already being supplied, so they don't need to go out and get their own.
So that goes back to the line that I tried to describe to you when you walked away for the dog, how we talked to the man about the glass that had the residue on it that was on the stairs, and he said, oh no, this isn't from here, this is like a specimen jar, and it's only for keeping things in universities. But yeah, it didn't say about anything about how many there are or that they're common, that I remember. Like, he didn't say, there's far more of these at the university than they would ever need.
Yeah. But if there's far more at the university than they would ever need, like, most of those have come from illegal sales at the organ market, because there's nothing else people are buying these for. It's not like people are buying those things for just having them around.
Who am I?
I mean, there are some people.
I meant to be talking to someone I know, a colleague. I am absolutely bamboozled how I am supposed to know who my colleagues are and who I would go talk to as Watson.
I would assume it is
Maybe
on the
we
map
look
as
for a letter
location.
in our own office? Like, maybe there's stuff...
This makes me question, though. Do you think that is the end of a chapter, when it's like, okay, now we have done the deduction part, but there's no cutscene then, really? I really wish, like, we were back in the first ones. At least you get a proper.
You've exited Switzerland. The chapter is obviously over.
Yes.
You have now teleported to America. Oh, sorry, no, New Orleans.
Colleague works.
The country of New Orleans.
Surely this is a new chapter, right? Yeah, you have a new location there.
This one.
To the London hospital, quick. My colleague agreed to meet me here in one of the London hospital rooms reserved for students.
Swimming in organs at uni.
Ah, John, you're there already. Punctual as always.
Oh,
Tell
yes.
me, you don't seem to be in good shape.
I have heard about.
Is it possible that your recent marriage is making you this morose?
You know me well, Andrew.
I guess.
No, it's a
saying
strange
it's a fascinating
and
story might
terrible
sound wrong, but it
affair that
is.
concerns me. Have you read my note?
Yes, I admit that I was surprised. It just so happens that I, too, was asking questions about our morgue.
What kind of questions?
What do you think? Have you heard of any organ trafficking within...
No, John. No doubt there exists some exchange between colleagues. Not quite legal, of course, but nothing that can qualify as trafficking. Since the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted the use of unclaimed corpses for science, the black market trade was definitely halted. There are sufficient subjects available for all practitioners and students. Of this I can confirm.
Well, organ trafficking as a lucrative trade is out of the question.
Okay, so that's the thing. I wasn't quite
Then what
sure
is
we were on
troubling
that
you with the
timeline,
morgue?
if it was before or
You
after.
are talking about trafficking organs, but I suspect there is trade in whole bodies.
So there are missing
What do you
cadavers?
mean to say? Whole bodies are disappearing?
Well, it's confidential, but I know of your discretion and your friendship with the famous Sherlock Holmes. I can tell you that a few corpses have recently disappeared from the hospital morgue. Cadavers that were intended for dissection. That is to say, not claimed. Poor, unknown people. If a single corpse had disappeared, it might have been a bad joke. There are many students who pass through here. It's even a meeting spot. For the majority, they are here to work. A few come here in secret to practice. It also happens that instruments or organs go missing. Nothing alarming, but so many corpses. It's very troubling.
Are we sure there's not some Cthulhu stuff happening? So many corpses.
But the hospital doctors aren't doing
I
anything.
believe they want
No,
their
that is
corpses
to
alive.
say, they would prefer not to call the police at this point. An investigation would no doubt result in the suspension of authorizations for the use of unclaimed corpses. Do you think that you could intercede on our behalf with Sherlock Holmes to clear up this situation?
Which corpses are missing?
I don't know exactly, but I can make an exact list if you would like to wait here for a few minutes. Feel free to look around the room while you wait. It'll bring back memories.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, presumably we have to sneaky find something.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments. An encyclopedia of anatomy. A page on the human heart is dog-eared. Let's see.
The vena cava superior. The arteria aorta. Print screen, Murray, print screen. The trunctus pulmonaris. The venae pulmonaris. The arterium sinistrum. The valva aortae. The ventriculeus sinister, and so on and so on. Presumably we need to go to play a match the board game. And yet no. Color me surprised.
The last lesson
no, we do it on
the
this
human
one.
heart. And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
Or not?
These wheeled trolleys are very handy for
Gives me
laying
more
out
time
surgical
to draw
instruments.
this thing out, I guess.
This wheel won't roll despite all of the added grease. Curious, as Holmes would say.
Curiouser and curiouser.
This rag is full of grease. It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work here?
And it's our good friend, the trolley for using with the... What was it? What was the wool stuff?
The macrame.
Yes,
the
that
macrame
can hold up an anvil.
But only when put on a trolley table.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
That one hurt you.
This surgical instrument resembles a
Anvils are really heavy. I have to move them fairly commonly.
I'll return it later.
Like a little woolen cat's cradle isn't gonna hold up an anvil.
Look,
It's here that
the
students
lady
come
who
to
was
carry out
working
their
there, she
experiments.
knitted some really strong stuff, okay?
This is gonna say we can't leave yet. Yeah.
I'm missing some information.
Is this book interesting? No, that's it. So we've looked at everything now.
The last lesson must have been a...
Can we look at this one again? No. Oh. There's now a jar with a heart that we can yoink. And yet it doesn't appear as a, Oh, no, it does. It does appear as an interesting thing.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long. And it looks like the drawing on the board. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
I wish you could see my face because I am extremely unimpressed at the idea of a jar with 2 combination locks.
Fascinating jar. Oh, you can put things in here, it looks. So you don't need to print screen, you can just use this document as proof.
Yeah, but what's the other thing? It wants 2 things.
Yes.
Something to do with a clock. I don't remember anything to do with clocks other than that little thing about Sherlock saying the clock is wrong.
Maybe we haven't found the document?
I mean, it would have to, because it's in this space, right?
No, but like, I mean, maybe we haven't found what we need. If we don't have a document to present, maybe it's because we haven't...
I am missing some information.
I mean, I haven't gone around the back side of these, but... That's the only other... Like, the rest of the space we have fully explored.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
And what was the thing with the trolley again?
The trolley has a wheel that has been heavily greased, but it cannot move.
This wheel won't roll despite all of the added grease. Curious, as Holmes would say.
Even though there's a very greasy
This
rag.
rag is full of grease.
Oh,
It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work?
Ancient memories are being triggered?
Yes. Yes, they are.
It had the sound of ancient memories.
It's like, I remember this. I remember spending time on this.
The last lesson must have been...
Yeah, the only thing that's interactable
There
and
is a
interesting
heart
is
in
the...
this jar. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
What's in your inventory?
The surgical instrument. But I can't... You think rub it against the things in the real world?
A
Very
message.
specific thing.
I'll be... Why the devil was it hidden here?
The vena cava superior and the valva aortae, the atrium sinistrum and the trunculus pulmonalis. Ethan Levy, 7 years, son of Sarah and Jacob Levy, hospitalized on May 18th with syphilis, treated with mercury and penicillin. Grave condition, advanced stages. Possibly an imminent subject. Watch carefully. The magnet is in the heart. Use this board and erase it afterwards.
An old prescription. Poor child, so young, yet terminally ill. Strange, someone scrawled something. Part of it is in Latin. These are instructions, it would seem.
Okay, so the heart had numbers. The numbers correspond here to the numbers we have to enter on the clock is my next guess. So, where is that note? Is it a document? Yeah. So we need vena cava superior, left. So left or blue. Let's go look at the colors on the...
There is a heart in this jar. Based on it, this jar contains 2...
Yeah. So
now we can also put the document in there.
can we?
You had the one spot. We can choose the thing from him now. Was that in documents?
This?
If you go upwards?
Okay.
Just so you have all of
Ah,
your
and-
things there, so you don't have to.
And it
go
even
back
is
and
on
forth.
screen. Oh, that's
Yes.
quite nice. You get points, game, for sort of the convenience of this. So Vena Cava Superior, which we matched over here to Vena Cava Superior, which is 1. So 1 left. Well, 1 with blue. And then red, Valva Aortae, which is in the middle here, which is 5. So 5 for red.
Look, there was a bit of paper stuck between the 2 lids.
6. Message from the heart. Okay, what of it? I thought we were told there's 2 combination lock things here, though. Like, and why is there a second one if not there's a second thing? So Atrium Sinistrum is...
We can then
this
assume that that
thing,
is blue
which
other
is
way,
8.
I guess.
Blue 8.
Uh-huh.
And red, Trunculus Pulmonaris, this thing, which is 2. So red to 2.
Incredible! Someone has hidden a magnet in this heart. But to what end?
Okay, and what was the other? The other note said something about the magnet is in the heart, but something something.
Yeah.
Mm,
But I don't know what we need a magnet for. It was in documents.
the magnet is in the heart. Use this board and erase it afterwards.
So that's probably just, not relevant.
Why do we need a magnet?
Why do we need a magnet?
Sure, I mean, that was a puzzle, and that was actually, again, points to the game for not making you go in and out and in and out and in and out of the menu to look at all the names and stuff. That was a fairly
Like,
reasonable
no need
puzzle.
To print screen or anything.
Yeah.
That's very
Very
good.
user-friendly. But why do we want this magnet that the puzzle has given us? Can I rub the magnet against this thing?
Let's equip the magnet at least, so
Yeah,
we know we're
absolutely.
gonna use it.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Can I rub it against the broken wheel?
These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgery. It's here that students... It's here that students... I am
missing some information. The board has
could you
lost
push
its
the button
interestingness. Push what button?
The one that gives
Nothing of
all the
interest
highlighted
here.
things. Oh, you are.
Oh.
Nothing of interest here.
Oh ho.
Nothing of interest here.
These are now interesting.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here.
That's new.
Incredible. There is
Anything
a
else?
magnet with a hook behind this pane of glass. I am in need of something.
No, I'm not. I have my magnet. Okay, so we have to move... These move symmetrically. Like when
And you can't touch it, seems.
Yeah. What?
You took too long?
They might not be able to touch each other, but I would think that these are on opposite sides of the pane of glass.
No, I don't think they are. I think it is like you have to get that up to the little corner so you can grab it without it being touched. But I'm not sure.
But isn't this just going to trade one magnet for another?
Yes, but we want the one with the hook on it.
Why?
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
We have no idea why we want the first object has become. We have no idea why we want the second
A
object.
hole. I can make out something inside, but how to get it out?
Okay.
I will need a hook.
Also, the texturing on this desk has stopped existing.
Yes.
It's a black hole desk. Light cannot
Yes.
escape this desk.
I found it.
Let's equip the hook.
A coded message. I do believe I will need Holmes.
Here is the list, John. The missing corpses are those of a woman, 40 years old, beginning of August, another, 55 years old, 2 weeks ago, and recently, a young woman. These corpses had nothing in common except that they didn't have any apparent lesions.
All of this is very troubling. Well, I think that I have all of the information possible, and I promise that I will do what I can to clear up this business. I must leave you, my friend, and...
In the name of our friendship,
Please, don't cause a stare.
To be sure.
What happened
Thanks
to his
again,
accent
Andrew.
at the end there? He became a
Thank you,
cat.
John. Don't forget to keep me up to date and say hello to your charming wife for me.
Count on me, Andrew.
I must go
He
to the
became a
Wasp's
cat
Nest to
for
find
half
this
a
rogue that
sentence.
Watson dubbed Bluto. He may be able to provide information on Dr. Tumblety. This lead, although tenuous, is well worth following. I must return to Whitechapel, but it would be better if I did so incognito.
Do we get dress up? Yeah, he said, don't cause a stir. Dress up.
Hooray.
Maury's been looking forwards to this.
This should do the trick.
Well, that wasn't
It's
much.
just one of the things I very clearly remember.
That was really,
clearly
really
it-
easy. It was just pick up a sweater.
So then it can't be this game. It must be the other one. Darn it.
Well, they're introducing the mechanic for the first time.
Grumble, grumble.
Grumble.
I just remember so well that wardrobe with things hanging in there, and now it's making me wonder, like, did I not? Was that not this series at all?
Okay, I was meant to go back to Whitechapel, but where in Whitechapel?
Oh, it was to talk to the guy at the bar, the CD bar.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Will we also be confused about how we could know the man intimately? Oh, no, the guy's gone. Although there is a lot of smoke. Okay, some cigarettes, sure.
What'll it be?
I have nothing to ask.
Oi, what'll it be to drink, Gav?
There's something here.
There is? There is.
There's something here. I need something.
Okay.
What can we find?
Hello there. You looking for a gas man?
You really a gasser? You sure it isn't a bobby?
Well, if you don't need me, I'll be on my way then. I've already been paid up.
Stay. Who paid you?
A doctor, Marston, I think he was. He told me you'd talk to me about a foreigner, name of Tumblety, if I did you a favour.
Right, mate. Might happen.
What is it you need me to do then?
Listen to me. At the end of Whitechapel, there's an abandoned dump of a house. Opposite Finley's boarding house. Upstairs in the mess where the gas pipes are, you'll find a sack with something heavy inside. If you look in, you'll regret it here. You find it, you bring it here, and you don't tell a soul, right?
Got it. And then you'll tell me about this Tumblety so that I can report back to the doc?
Yeah, doctors know people. And since you is here, it's because he'll move mountains for his American. Me, I don't know much. But you can tell him that he'll have to talk to Squibby. He seems to know lots about plenty. When you come back with a sack, I'll tell you what he needs to tell Squibby so that he snitches on the yank to him. Believe me, mate, it's as explosive as 10 miles worth of gas in your damn pipes.
Okay.
Right then, I'm off.
Do we have a new fast
Give me
travel
some air.
location? Or was there
I
actually
could
something I
arrange
meant
for
to
the
do with the
police to come
floor?
down here and arrest this thug, but he seems pretty tough and would probably be a lot less cooperative than if I play along. It's best I handle this myself, including meeting the mysterious
His lips aren't
Squibby.
animating.
No, because he's only thinking.
There's something here. I need something.
Maybe we use it later to like hold the door open and
Oh.
get to him or something.
Old Tong.
Or we use
There's
those.
something here. I need something.
Oh, come on. How is it not the giant tongs?
There's
Anything
something
else here
here.
we can use?
I see a jewel.
We
It's
have a
fallen
knife.
between the
Can we
floorboards.
use a knife?
Oh no, it's a slider puzzle.
Yay!
Yay, you monster. So what? We've got to get... What am I meant to do? This really should have a question mark thing with saying, get object X to location Y.
Okay, no. The two of you, get out. You're not getting the sandwich.
No sandwich for doggo. What was our
that goes for
dialogue?
you two. No sandwich. You can go downstairs and get ham.
There's something here.
But faces is the part of the sandwich you want anyway.
I suspect that I meant to get this thing over to here, but
I would assume that you're supposed to get it into the separate room, yes.
Is there a reset? Okay. That has to go. How do I drag you more left? You can't. Okay. But now I can do you. I need to move this one, which means I need to move this one.
You could move the two ones on top and then move the spoon over.
But no matter where the spoon is, it's not going to get out of the way of this.
If it's going to go all the way over. If you take the two ones in the top corner down, surely that makes room for the spoon and the comb.
My instinct is that this wants to go leftwards so that the comb can go up.
Yes. And if you take down those two one, you can slide a spoon.
There's nothing blocking the spoon moving left. Oh, this is a thing! I thought this was background with like a hole.
No.
This is the thing. Okay. Okay. Life becomes much easier. Fine. Reset.
Okay.
I didn't realize this was a thing. Like, it looks very similar to the boards around the thing.
I know, but you moved the other one that's identical to it. That's why I'm finding it amusing.
Yeah, these do look very similar. I have to give you that. I did move this one, but that one felt like... Anyway. Reset. Okay. You. Now I want you to move, which means I need you out the way there. But... You, which means you, which means you, which means you, which means you. And then you, which means you, which means you. Which means you, which means you, which means you. Isn't that the opposite of what I want, though? Because I want this to come across. So I want both of these up. But I also want these up. Well, you can go up there temporarily. And then you could go up temporarily. And now this is completely out of the way now. But there ain't no way... Well, actually, if that goes here... And then... No, keep going. Now you down, you across, you up, you done.
A Hebrew inscription. Going by the length of the chain, it must belong to a child.
Okay. Once you realize that part of that isn't background... That's why I was confused why why can't the spoon move over the empty space? Ugh, whatever.
So that's why you didn't understand why I said if you move those two down.
Yeah.
Because you could only see one there and it made no sense.
Jewel. Well, we know where there is one Jew. Rub Jewish object on Jew, which...
How do, sir?
Hello. I'm sorry to say, but I'm closing.
I am here because I found this.
Abraham's beard. The son of one of my neighbors was beaten in the street a few weeks ago and it was stolen from him. If you would give it to me, I promise to return it to him and get you a reward.
Money doesn't interest me.
Who are you, sir? And what do you want from me?
I'm a friend of Dr. Watson's. You know him, don't you?
In that case, welcome. Dr. Watson is a great man, and I would be pleased to help one of his friends.
We don't have anything we need from him. So it feels like we've solved the puzzle that we...
Now.
My regards to Dr. Watson.
We don't have something to ask from him yet.
Mm-hmm. Now we don't have to do it later.
Yeah. We're out of sequencing. So it was this, and then we're meant to go somewhere, and there's a sack in a wall.
Boarding house.
The boarding house?
Yes.
Okay.
The abandoned building across the boarding house.
So... here...
It's the abandoned house that Bluto pointed out to me. He must have set up his hideout there. There's a strange smell coming from this old building.
And watch out, Antaurus. Hinty hinties get smacky smacky before we ask. There's a channel redeem now, though, if you want to avoid the potential of smacky smacky. There's an I know channel redeem. You can show just how smart you are.
Closed.
You adapted the I know to redeem.
Oh yeah, I've shamelessly copied that from you. Shamelessly. Changed the end wording slightly because I think it needs changing a little bit, but otherwise...
Closed.
How do we get in? Do we use our pocket knife?
Closed.
No. Is there a downstairs door? No. What did the man say about how to get in? Let's go check the dialogues. He does not say. Do you know how to get in?
Good day, Finley.
Good day, sir. Have we met before?
It's me, Sherlock Holmes, but I don't want it to be known that I'm here. Can I count on you?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I shall be as silent as the grave.
Your tenant, Dr. Tumblety, is he here?
I don't think so. I'll go and find out.
It would seem you've been having some gas problems.
Don't talk to me about it. The problem is from the abandoned house not far from here, but nobody has come to take care of it.
Perhaps I could go and take a look. Do you have a ladder?
No, but I think in the pile of wood under the stairs there is one in pieces.
We got to assemble a ladder?
Something from the scrap heap, some old tools or who knows what. Feel free to take it, Mr. Holmes, but leave the dishes in good condition.
Thank you.
Please say we don't make a
Goodbye, Mr.
ladder
Holmes.
jigsaw puzzle.
Please say we make a ladder jigsaw puzzle.
Finley's ladder is smashed to pieces, but all the parts appear to be here. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. Part of a perfume atomizer. A heap of rusted iron crockery.
What a crock!
Some old nails. They may come in handy. This old cloth could be used as a mask. I must moisten my makeshift mask.
This fake mask seems very suspiciously familiar, Maury, doesn't it?
Very.
Aww. Okay, use mask on barrel of water.
There, this damp cloth will do for a mask.
Now can we make a ladder?
This must be a piece of the ladder.
Am I meant to combine them in the inventory? Oh, it's already a full... Okay, I don't know why it has nails spare, but it...
This window appears to be the only way out.
Do I not use ladder on
This
window?
appears to be the only way out.
Use ladder on window seems really, really intuitive.
This window appears to be the only way out.
Do you need a hammer for the nails?
Well, that's what I tried to use the perfume atomizer as, because it looks sort of vaguely hammerish. Like I could imagine holding this bit and smacking things with. But now it says an assembled ladder. Like that to me feels like it's finished.
I took that only as the parts have been assembled together, but you still need to hit in the nails.
And that would be aligned, maybe.
Hmm.
Okay. 1 with 2. 1 with 3. 1 with 4. 1 with 5. 1 with 6. 1 with 7. 1 with 8. 2 with 3. No, we've tried every object on every other object. So that suggests there's either something that I've missed.
Water. Water. Water.
Or we're meant to use water again?
Water.
Or oh, there are missing bits over here.
Part of a perfume atomizer. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines.
That looks like a doorstop.
A broken hammer. I will have to find a handle.
We assemble a hammer, and then we use the assembled hammer to finish our ladder. Okay.
Makes sense, makes sense.
But I'm stuck. Let me out.
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
And then I'm assuming we're putting together
Let's
the
go.
perfume thing as well.
My cloth mask won't make much difference, but I'll be able to inspect the room for a few seconds.
Sounds like maybe making a save is wise.
Yes.
Just in case it's
This might be your hound moment. I really hope it will be.
I was thinking more the fire, where you have a certain amount.
Yeah, the fire.
You have a certain amount of time to do things.
Someone left here in a hurry, presumably because of the gas leak. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animals didn't have time to escape.
Poor rats.
A small
That was
torch, a
giant.
useful tool for opening safes, I would assume, but the gas bottle is empty. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animals didn't have time to escape.
That's absolutely massive rats.
Perfume atomizer.
With the gas thingy.
Nope.
Oh.
Let's try everything again.
With the mask? Hi, Solar.
Hail, Salar. G'day, g'day, mate. No, my suspicion is that we are gonna
Also, hello, Raiders.
open this, and then we have to use the pipe bits to fix the pipes.
I need something.
But
I need something. I need something.
But what we use to open the lock... Oh?
The leak
No,
must
that's
have been
another
sudden.
rat.
Even the animals didn't have time to escape. This iron bar will help me.
Okay. Iron bar
Lover's trying
defeats
to
lock?
survive a gas leak.
Yes.
The leak is coming from here.
And it
The
may or may
satchel is
not be
behind these
timed.
pipes. This explains why the
I am
thug
hoping it
wanted
is.
someone who knew about gas. He must have hidden it there in great haste and broke the pipes in the process. The satchel seems to be...
Can I just shove that?
The satchel seems to be quite stuck. I don't think I can get it out without passing out. For good. I need a more suitable mask. The kind used by tanners would do nicely.
I need to leave and come back with a different mask?
Which we could probably ask the leather guy who owes us his favor.
How do I leave? Okay.
Can you fast travel from here?
I was wondering if... Yeah, but I could have... I didn't even think of that. That's a good idea. That's a good suggestion, Maury. Thank you.
Can I help you, sir?
I would like a
You work
mask.
the leather and perhaps even tan it yourself. I believe tanners wear special masks to protect themselves from the toxic emissions given off by the vats used to soak the leather. I have a gas leak to fix, and I won't survive without something effective to protect myself with.
Go see my cousin Abraham, who has a pet shop a little further down the road.
This is why the
Tell him
pet
that I
shop was a
sent you.
thing.
That's me.
I'll be off now.
My regards to Dr. Watson.
He doesn't actually sell parrots. He sells gas masks.
Or does he sell parrots wearing gas masks?
This is a pet shop.
Yeah, I know.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Is that a raccoon?
He's not only a brother, he's his identical brother.
You must be Abraham Solomonovich. I came on behalf of your cousin, Isaac. He said that you might be able to help me. I need a good mask to protect me from gas emissions so I can repair a leak.
Doggo wants sandwich.
Yes,
Where's
it
my
should help you.
sandwich?
But
No, in-game
I let it
Doggo.
drop into the big snake cage, and
Oh,
they are very dangerous
Sad in-game
beasts.
dog on
I
sad
don't
noises.
know how to retrieve it.
and a snake.
But you must be equipped to deal with these creatures safely, surely.
Of course, but I broke my hook. It should be over there. If you succeed in getting that beast from its cage, you will be doing me a great favor.
Okay. Hello,
Stop being
snake.
sad, Doggo.
This cage must do to hold the snake. This cage must do to hold the snake. This cage must do to hold the snake.
Can we let the doggo out of his tiny, far too small cage?
I have the broken hook. I can repair it, but I'll need some materials. Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be of use.
Okay, so go back to the...
Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be of use.
I'm trying to leave. Thank you. Isaac's. Maybe I need to talk to you?
I need a few items for your cousin Abraham. May I borrow them for you?
Okay, we talk to you.
Of course. You're welcome.
And then... Now we can steal his rope.
This may come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
And... Here's... tongs.
This should do the trick.
Mm-hmm.
And... I felt like there was a third thing.
Yeah, it was by the door, I think.
This should do the trick.
A really, really, really big nail? Metal shank. Okay, tongs, fix that. Tongs with that.
Tongs with the cage, I would assume, to cut it up.
Iron shank and hook for snake.
Yeah, and then you tie it together with the rope.
And also another piece of thing for some reason. We've made another not quite grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
Always not grappling hooks. We have a snake
So now
pole.
you just need to find a window that you need to clean.
With our perfume atomizer. I think we use the good snake cage rather than the crappy broken ones.
Yes.
That feels like the wrong options for the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Would you like to save before you handle a potentially dangerous snake?
I was just thinking that. But thank you. Okay.
I need something.
What? Do I use this with a cage? Surely I just use this on
I need
snake.
something.
No.
Do you have to have the other cage to present it with?
Sorry? Oh, you mean use the cage on the snake rather than the hook?
Yeah.
This cage will do the trick. The mesh is small enough.
Okay. I was
And then you can
imagining
use
we would use hook on snake and then it would be snake hook in the inventory and then I use snake hook on cage in inventory.
Mm.
Not use it out in the big wide world. My bad.
This makes more sense that you place the
There we
cage
are.
there and then you use
Magnificent.
the
Yeah, it's
hook
much
to
more
kinda
physical.
get it.
It is much more physical. Yes.
If I may ask, why is it you have such equipment?
I haven't always had a pet shop, my friend. I was a butcher for many years, but I wasn't serious enough to be a real meat man, and I was looked down upon in the community. I found myself carting carcasses from the slaughterhouse, a repugnant job in which you catch vile illnesses, and it breaks you before you're out of your 30s. Thus, I had the idea to make this mask with a sort of filter, and it worked. Since then, I have quit that work, and with my little savings, I started this business. I lived through the deaths of thousands of animals. Now I am devoted to their lives. If you are interested, I could sell you a little canary, for example.
No, thank you. Let's return to the boarding house.
I was thinking it would be yes for a canary in a coal mine for the gas leak, but...
No, one part of me is glad that Sherlock isn't buying a canary just to sacrifice it to the gas leak, so...
I thought you were like, try Pat Doggo again. Pat Doggo, must Pat Doggo.
I want a free doggo. I want to adopt Doggo, so Doggo is no longer making sad noises in his tiny cage.
Okay, now we have level 2 mask. And I'm allowed to interact with the pipes.
The satchel, rather heavy and
Whereas
firmly
others,
wedged,
it takes that you need to buy
dislodging it will take
Siggy.
a concerted effort and is better done in a safe environment. I must repair this leak before I can get the satchel out.
Okay. Right angle there. Long bit here. Long bit here. Perfume atomizer.
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough.
Here?
There isn't enough gas. The
Need more
pressure isn't high
apparently.
enough.
Do I spin the wheels? No, that's less, not more. And it doesn't spin... Oh, there we go. Can I spin you? No. That one does nothing. Can I attach you to that?
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough.
But there's no other things to adjust. Maybe I use this one?
If you adjust both of them...
0.
Yes, and then the other one?
25.
No, it doesn't change.
50. This one never seems to do anything.
Hmm.
Right, that adds 25.
Yeah.
That adds 50. But it only adds 50 depending on what this is.
Yes, that's what I find strange.
Because the gas comes here, and unless it gets past here, it doesn't get up to this one. But it, like...
Mm.
As long as this valve was closed, all the gas pressure should be going to here.
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough. The gas can escape through this nozzle. The gas can escape through this nozzle. The gas can escape through this nozzle.
Like, there's nowhere else for those bits to go.
The gas can escape through this.
And I really have a hard time imagining it goes anywhere else.
Oh, wait. Could you...
Oh!
Could you move the thing?
Oh, yeah! We
Yeah.
can move the sensor.
So if you move it right next to the one that doesn't do anything, will it let you know anything?
Okay, so we have to take the longer path because somehow it's going to give us more gas pressure, even though that's counter-physical. So...
Doesn't seem to do anything.
No, that should be at 100 now. So this is some reason stronger?
Okay. Yeah.
That is... what am I doing with it?
You're welding, I think.
There isn't enough gas. The pressure.
I'm welding the pipes?
I don't know.
Ah, we're
like
fixing these pipes.
Yeah.
Why doesn't this end of the pipe that we're going to be fixing?
And then it's just the joint where the
Now
bendy
these
bit
are
fits
okay.
the...
Oh,
you don't
you think
have to do
this
the one...
this needs one?
The one where those to connect should still have one, shouldn't they? To make it secure?
Yes, correct. Okay, and now I'm allowed to do this more?
Elementary.
But that's the same as it was before.
Yeah, but now fire there. There's fire. And that's what you wanted.
This much talked about satchel is very heavy and seems to contain metal dishes. I told Bluto that I wouldn't look inside, but I've little need to. It's quite obvious that it's full of silverware.
And I don't take it and I just close the door. We're done?
There is still gas in here. Looking at the state of this cat, it won't survive much longer if it stays here.
No, save the kitty!
Let's go to the wasp's nest.
We could have left without the kitty there.
Yes.
Let's go to the wasp's
could.
nest.
What a monster!
I'm sure it's an achievement. I'm sure it's an achievement. You left the cat.
To kill the cat? No.
Can we... Please don't tell me we have to give it to the pet shop.
You want me to go to the pet shop?
No, I hope we don't have to give the cat to the pet shop.
Oh, because he doesn't keep things in good condition. Here's the bag. Use bag
There's
on
no
door.
way of returning this fortune to that lout Bluto. I will give him the satchel, but with other contents. Something with the same weight.
The cat?
What the cat?
The old
Full of
rusty
crockery,
dishes.
The satchel makes the same noise and weighs about the same as if it were filled with silverware.
What's wrong with the cat, Maury? That would be a good reason for the cat to be needed. Then the cat would be an essential item.
Okay.
So that we would have to save him.
Tiny baby kitty into a bag and hand it over to a brute and pretend to be silverware. You don't think he'll notice it's a difference in weight?
He's very stupid.
Pass the sack to me. Did you look in?
I give you my word, but it won't belong to you until you tell me where Squibby is.
Fine. The poor idiot was taken by the peelers the other day. I don't know why some chap started to screech about it. He was the Whitechapel killer, but he ended up followed by an hysterical mob. In a flash, the bobbies had him
he was
rounded
the
up
one that
and
was
locked
chased.
down.
Do you mean at the local police station?
Might not. But if you or the doc talk to him, tell him that about the kayak business. I'll forget our score if he rats on the yank. He'll know. Now, hand over the bag.
I say, that's all a little bit wishy-washy. I'm not sure it's worth the satchel.
Hey, don't shake it like that, moron. If you don't want to end up with a knife in the back, you'll get busy with the pipe. Got it?
Here, take it. That'll teach me for being a good Samaritan. Honestly, how rude. I'd best be off now. Better to not be around when he opens the satchel.
Okay. Gas mask, cat, stolen jewels, and perfume atomizer. Which we still haven't used.
I can't just waltz into the police station to ask if they've got Squibby locked up. I'll have to come up with a ploy to find out if he's actually there. Then I'll need to get the policeman to leave for just a few minutes so I can talk to the prisoner.
The policeman that has been nothing but extremely happy that we've been on the case.
No.
So, you little jackanapes.
Oh my.
You want to ride on the big whirly?
Another day, perhaps, Mum. As a matter of fact, I would like to know if a chap I know called Squibby happens to be in this police station, and how many policemen are inside.
Information? Yes, but time is money for me, you know.
Here are a few guineas. So, Squibby.
I'll tell you everything that I know, my ducky. Nothing. I know
These are not the jiggle physics we asked for.
There, and I don't give a damn. The bobbies don't whisper sweet nothings to me, like the girls in the nice places. And now get lost before I get all worked up. Hey, if you have something to offer to a lady, I could tell you a little bit more, maybe.
I'll be back.
You do that.
What are we gonna
Girls from the nice houses.
offer?
That monster. Danny must have been referring to establishments like Miss Bella's that Watson told me about.
Can we talk to the brothel owner about getting her a real job?
Maybe?
Fine, I have to go to the brothel.
Oh, the door texture has also... Oh no, it's just very dark. I was going to say disappeared like the desk one.
Sherlock is not happy about having to go to the brothel, though.
Mr. Holmes, come in. You're strangely dressed. What have you come to do in the area?
I'm trying to find a lady a job.
I've come to ask if any of your colleagues, or perhaps even yourself, associate with any of the policemen from the local station.
Certain girls go with police officers, it's true. But Bella would be able to tell you more than me.
Very well, I'll be on my way.
But can we just acknowledge the fact that the guy who was sent on the fetch quest, who had the boarding house, did not recognize him in his disguise? Well, she immediately goes, "Oh, hi, Mr. Holmes."
When he's not even been in here? Oh no, but isn't she the,
Yeah,
she's the lady that was in the overhead balcony house.
Yeah, by all means. But she recognized him with his disguise on, like, it was not even a good disguise.
Ooh, and the scroll wheel scrolls through these when you're... That's convenient. Anyway, you supposedly know more?
You are a friend of Dr. Watson?
Indeed.
A fine man, your Dr. Watson. He got me out of a damn business with one of my clients. We gave this boor a lesson to remember, and he's since gone to France, having snagged one of my best girls. But it's a break from all of her chatter. You're looking for information about the police, is that right? I can't help you there. The girls concerned are busy, and anyway, I don't have the time.
What is bothering you so much?
A client left me a case of bottles as payment. It happens all the time. I'm saddled with all this stuff. He told me that these perfumes were the latest thing, straight
and our
from
perfume
Paris.
atomizer suddenly
I
makes
barely
sense.
smelled the first one when I nearly fainted. There might be some good ones in there, but I'd have to find out if it's really perfume, so that it won't burn the skin off my pretty girls.
Madam, I will undertake to tell you exactly which of these products are perfumes if you agree to entrust them to me for a little while. In exchange, I would like to know more about Squibby.
Yes, I know him. We've struck a deal, Mr. Holmes. I'll give you these bottles.
So I'm to test...
I will need a book to help me identify Miss Bella's perfume. I believe the bookshop on Glenworth Street, not far from Baker Street, has just reopened. Let's go and take a look.
Ooh, has he recovered from his turtle racing debt?
Or did someone else have to take over the bookshop because he got mad with his Cthulhu lore?
He has a different jacket? But I think otherwise he's the same. And his Cthulhu book has gone.
He does have a bit of a darker circle underneath his eyes, though.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Are you the new bookseller in the neighbourhood?
Yes. My name is Barnes. You're one of my first visitors. Welcome. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for work that can help me identify perfumes, a book that deals with vegetation and its possible uses in the domain.
He's a new person, he said.
I would recommend the
it's a different
Encyclopedia
timeline.
Spartica about vegetation. It consists of a reference on the matter. This book is the most complete that there is.
Fine, I will take it.
But it's just that, I have no idea where it is. Would you believe that my predecessor classified works by their acquisition date? Nowadays, we advocate a thematic classification. However, I am getting down to the task. You aren't looking for anything concerning the history of the scripts.
No, you don't. You
I'm
say
fascinated
over
by
there.
the subject, and I already have numerous books on the topic.
It is no doubt very interesting, but I need this book Spartacus without further delay.
Fine, fine. I will try to find the acquisition date of this encyclopedia, Mr.
Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, fantastic. You are the man for the job. Perhaps you could try to find the missing dates. That will buy you some time.
There are some dates missing?
Yes. I forgot to mention that detail. The dates were written on cardstock attached to the columns, and there was one date per section. As one goes along, you will see there is no specific order, and certain are missing. I remade the labels, but I don't know where to put them. They're there on the counter.
Are there any other details to know?
The proprietor inscribed a date every 2 years since his arrival in 1864, up until now, that is 1888. He left a note regarding his method of shelving, but I didn't understand a word. I do believe, in fact, that he was a bit mad.
Well, I will see.
There we go. They're acknowledging that he went crazy. All of the numbers placed on the same columns must have different ending numbers. 1886 and 1866 would be an inconceivable disaster to be on the same shelf. The dates whose numbers, added together, will produce the same sum cannot be put on the same column. I'm sorry? The dates whose numbers, added together, would produce the same sum... Okay, sure. If they indicate the same sense. I don't get what that means. Cannot be put on the same column if they indicate the same sense. But this is saying, like, if you had 1400 and 1310, those numbers would all add up to the same thing. Those dates whose numbers added together to produce the same sum can't be on the same column. If they indicate the same sense. That feels like a translation error almost.
Yeah.
Number of dates by column.
Sorry?
454.
Do you think... I don't remember when our other cases are from, but I think this one might actually
be the earliest?
chronologically be the first.
Maybe. But then it doesn't make sense to be a reference to the previous guy going mad.
No, but it's like... this is Barnes. It is the same Barnes, so... I think if... It's always been Barnes' bookshop, so I guess if Elsie would say, like, I took over from my father or something... Like, it would be a reference that there was relations.
1, 2, 3, 4. This needs 1, this needs 1, this needs 2. Can we exclude any? This is... You're gonna have to do math, Maury.
Yeah. No.
Yup, I can't tab out.
Oh, curses.
1868.
Okay.
What does it add up to? 16, 22, 23. That first one adds up to 23.
23.
And then we've got 21, 22 is the next one below it. Then we've got gap, and then we've got 18, 19. So have you written those number, gap, number? Then over
I didn't write anything down, but I guess... So it was 19 on the bottom.
Yup.
Then
8,
it
16,
is
20,
unknown.
23. 23 is
And
the
then
top,
it's-
and 22 is the one under.
22.
23
and then the
going
last
up.
one was 20.
So 19 gap, 22, 23 going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And then this column's 16, 16, 17, 18. Gap, gap.
8, 16. Come on. 16, 18. Didn't you say 16, 18?
No. 18. I was adding them
Okay.
up in my head. So 18.
Ah, okay.
Gap, gap.
Gap.
21.
Gap. 21.
17.
17.
And then the last column is...
Weird.
23.
Mm-hmm.
20.
Mm-hmm.
24 gap.
24 and then a gap.
And the ones that we have in our inventory are 16, 25,
Mm-hmm.
21,
Mm-hmm.
and 19.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, are there any that can be, like, excluded? Can we exclude enough from this column or enough from, yeah, any of the columns to say that, like, one has to go here with only that one rule without resorting to the second rule about end dates?
Well, what annoys me with the first one is that it goes... We could put 21 in there to get 21, 22, 23, but then it would be 19 to 21, so it wouldn't make sense anyway.
So what were for the first column? They were 23, 22 something, and 19.
From the bottom,
Yeah.
it's 19 something, 22, 23.
Okay. What were all of these?
16, 25, 21, and 19.
Okay, so any of these could go here based on the number of things that they add to. So it must be based on end number. So we can't use an end number of 8, 6, or 4. This has 8, this has 6, so it could be 0 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
We have to work out which it is by playing some sort of exclusion.
So is that either 16 or 19 for that one?
For what those numbers were worth, yes. Sure.
So give me a second to add in that. That is a potential for first. And that is a potential for first there as well.
Sure. And then we look at what we call the last column. It has 6, 4, and 8. So again, these two are the only two options that can go in this column.
On the last one.
Yeah. So that means if there's we know that those two columns each need one thing, and each of them can only have these. One must go on one and one must go on the other.
That's strange, but yeah.
But then how do we tell which one goes on which? There wasn't a third rule. Yeah, they must end in a different number. And it seems like there's another date missing? There's another date missing, because this one's meant to have 5 dates. 2, 3... Oh no, that makes 4, 5. That works, that's fine. Okay, so... this goes here. This goes here. But then I don't know how to tell which one of these goes on which side, so... presumably... what were both of them worked based off of...
16 and 19.
16 and 19.
But
This one had a
The
19.
last one because that is that's already has a 19, so
Okay.
it has to be the 16, so it has to be first.
So this one is the one that works on the first column?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. From what I understand that puzzle to be, yes.
Yes! Well done, Mathsing Mori!
That should facilitate your classification. Have you found my book?
Math.
Yes, what luck it was to meet you. It was acquired in
Game
1882.
immediately gets us
I will look for it.
minus.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that you
Loses
organize
some
your
points.
books quickly.
And
I
thank
am
you,
in the habit
Pizza.
of
Thank you for
visiting
the
my
raid.
local bookstore at least once a week.
Hi, Pizza.
You are right, Mr. Holmes.
Look, was this worse or better than the library problem in your game? With the how the hell do they number their library?
Yeah, but that one we figured out at the end. It took a long time, but we figured it out in the end.
Now, did you actually give me the book? I didn't pay attention to what he said. Ah, we need to go look at the right shelf. So, 1882. It's somewhere here. Perfume is described in a musical metaphor as having 3 sets of notes, making the harmonious scent accord. These notes unfold over time, with the immediate impression of the top note leading to the deeper middle notes, and the bass notes gradually appearing as a final stage. The quality of a perfume is usually assessed in terms of 3 parameters, fragrance being the most important, describing essentially the smell of the perfume. This is followed by the intensity of smell, ranging from a subtle scent to an overwhelming odor. Also, safety of use is important, because not all of the elements of a perfume might be sound for a lady's tender skin. But this is all that we have to
This
go on?
encyclopedia on plants and spices is just what I need to analyze these so-called perfumes. Let's return to Baker Street.
Science?
Yes, you get to science to figure out perfume.
Maybe. Teleport home.
I will need my work table.
And thanks, Pizza. We'll do our best.
Yeah. Night, mate.
I need something.
Do we need to use the perfume thing? Do I need to use the perfume thing on the box? No.
Probably just put the box on the desk, I would assume.
Let's get to work. I must analyze these perfumes.
This isn't science!
Yes! Yes, science foiled! Science has been foiled once again!
And it doesn't have a how does it work thing.
No. Okay, so if you put some in the dish, if you take some of the perfume and put in the dish.
I would love to.
Mmm. Can you use the paper on the perfume?
Yes.
Okay,
This
so
shape
now you know what you
represents
need
the
to
essence
create,
of the
I guess.
perfume, which I must recreate.
Okay, so that's...
These shapes represent the smells at my disposal.
And then it's this plus light blue? No, it's that plus double this?
This perfume is
Yeah.
ghastly.
Good, 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 good. Mornings of a sleepless night. Okay. Swamp water! No, undo. How do I undo? I want this instead, thank you. And
Reset.
Then no, you could just
Oh.
click on the other one, but yeah,
Okay.
sure. There was a reset up the top right, you are correct. And then we want... I mean, it looks
think
like the yellow.
That is one blue and one yellow, and that together will create green.
And yet it says
No, but the darker blue.
the darker blue.
Yes, and then you swapped
Excellent.
those two around.
Now,
So
onto the next
yellow
step.
is the bigger one.
Okay. So this is really a size and color puzzle.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, it is.
That's you again. And then just big one of you and slightly less big one of you.
Elementary. Fine, I have to go to the brothel.
Oh, such science were had today.
Boo! Boo! Where's my science?
Fine, I have to go to the brothel.
Sentences not to utter lightly.
So, my dear man, have you reached a verdict?
I have distinguished the good perfumes from the bad, but even the good ones are nothing more than common sense for adolescents.
Who cares? It'll freshen up a few of my girls. Wait, there's a perfume here called Valerian. What is it?
It's not really a perfume, technically speaking, unless you like cats. It's more of a kind of medicine.
It smells strange. I don't really like it. Here, I can give it to you.
We can use the
And
cat
I have
perfume on
some
cats?
Information. Squibby is most assuredly locked up at the police station hereabouts. It would also seem that he's the one who doesn't want to come out.
Do you know someone by the name of Danny?
Danny?
But
Big
only
Danny,
one of us
Nutcracker.
cackled the pizza nut.
The
and
one
that
who
was
hates
me.
cats.
That's the one.
You're interested in that kind of bird? Oh, be like dipping your biscuit in a pig's trough. She's dangerous, a real cyclone. So beware. And her appearance. She claims to adore perfumes. She'd need this whole box to smell sweet.
I doubt it'll take much to make Danny cooperate, perhaps by offering her a little gift.
Okay, so that's why we got the
Let's go to
perfume
the police
sample for
station.
cats. To give to the big lady.
Sensitivity isn't this game genre's biggest.
There's Chungus.
You still there, honey pie?
I have to rub
You
the perfume on her, which is... Maybe I even have to... Yeah, I have to turn it into an actual... I just want to see if I can use it on the cat first, though.
No, because you're probably gonna get her attacked by the cat.
No.
Do you remember me?
When
Would you be
she's
kind enough to help
all
me by telling me how
cat-perfumed
many
up.
policemen are inside in exchange for this bottle of perfume?
There ain't much in the station. It was pretty busy, but now there's only one constable, dearie.
There we are. Now Danny has been sprayed with valerian, a scent that's irresistible to cats. I must
So the
create a
cat is
diversion in the
necessary.
street to make the policemen come out, but I need some cats. Lots of cats. To the pet
Maybe
shop.
more than one. Okay, so
Let's go to
Kitty
the pet
isn't
shop.
sufficient. Inventory.
Kitty needs a bunch of friends.
Teleport. Cat shop. Little Timmy!
Hey, look! It's Mr. Detective. It's...
I'm
But
undercover
he's
on a special
extremely
mission.
Boston.
My cover.
Aye, aye, Captain. We won't let it slip.
Now, what are you doing in this area at such an hour? You're far from home, aren't you?
We've come to give Pounce a hand. About his cat, you know. Downstairs round is a nasty old lady Big Danny lives. She threatens to kill Pounce's cat, 'cause she's allergic, or so she says. And it makes her cough and vomit just by seeing one.
Allergic.
Oh, that's it.
Oh.
She stoned Pounce and his cat yesterday, and the poor thing took off and hasn't been seen again. We've been looking for it, but nothing.
You can really tell the difference between child on right, who is new child model, and old child model from previous game. It's just a little bit of difference between the two.
Does that cat there belong to Pounce?
Look, we didn't take the time to read you our old stuff,
Be
but
careful, he's injured. Let's take him to the pet shop. We might be able to take care of him. Let's go to the pet shop, children. If you all go in at once, you will scare
Yes,
the
children,
animals.
follow the
Pounce,
man into
come
the
with
pet
me.
shop.
Everyone else, stay here.
Well, it's not a van.
What can I do for you?
Isn't the house just a
I have
bigger
come to
van?
return your mask.
Ah, thank you.
But it's not our house.
If you need something else, do not hesitate.
Make it better.
May I present young Pounce and his cat, Bert. Poor Bert, he's been injured.
It's Big Danny who threw a cobblestone at him.
Big Danny? Danny the Jaw? The terror of the Highlands?
Oi, that's her, mister.
You know this lady?
Lady is not the appropriate word. Fury, more likely. Danny is a night worker. Before that, she performed in a circus where she fought against...
She never
men for
lost a
penny
fight.
round. It was said that she never lost a fight.
Is there anything you can do for poor Bert?
I don't know. This cat seems to be in a sorry state. I have a book on cats over there. Can you find it while I look at its wound?
Yes.
Okay. Find a book on cat.
Mm-hmm.
Game? Valerian, or Cappen's Tail. It is an irresistible attraction for all passing cats. The effect of its consumption on felines resembles, in all ways, the euphoric effect of alcohol on humans. We know that the simple fact of carrying an inch on one's person will be enough to cause even the most errant of cats to stay glued to your heels.
Aha! This must be the cat book Abraham needs.
Rub. Oh, I don't even get it as an inventory item.
What can I do for you?
Here is the book on cats.
Thank you, my man. I will see what I can do for this cat.
So, how is Bert doing?
He'll pull through. But he must eat, and I have no food for him here. We will need to find him some.
And where can we get some cat food?
I have no desire to
must
become a
find
cat lady,
Hardiman.
Solar. I have tried
He
to keep
sells
cats, and
meat
it's
for
just not for
cats.
me.
It's around this time when he passes the end of the road. You might be in luck. You'll hear him from far away. He was always calling beep, beep.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Solomonovich.
Cat tried to kill me as a baby, so I'm not
Pounce,
overly fond
shall
of
we look
them.
for the cat food seller? Poor Bert has to be fed, and I might have some work for you and your friends.
For me, it's just they're okay, but they're no dogs.
And we get the neighbours' cats for free because of the... We keep the horses, and the horses need horse food, and the horse food attracts mice, and the neighbours' cats get attracted to the mice. So neighbours' cats visit a lot. Anyway, for free without even owning our own. Okay, Cat Meat Man. Hello, what do you need us to do to be allowed to have
Good
cat
evening,
meat?
sir.
How do? A little kebab for the cat? These little brats can't possibly all be yours.
Pardon? Oh, no, none of them.
Ah, children, they're our pride and joy. And yet...
Do cats really like kebabs?
They adore them. How many would you like?
I'll take the lot.
I beg your pardon, sir?
How much for the lot?
For £2, they're all yours, my lord.
It's a deal. Listen up, my little soldiers. You need to find all the cats in Whitechapel and lead them towards the police station.
Raising
You'll be
children
armed with
soldiers.
Kebabs to entice them. Go, as quick as you can now. If my calculations are correct, the cats will be seduced by Danny's odour and will throw themselves on her. That should cause enough of a commotion to get the policeman
This is
to
a
come out
little
onto the
contrived.
Nah.
No.
Come on now, children.
Come on,
Let
little
the cats
urchins,
Release the cats of war.
What's all this racket? Calm down.
The cats
Come
are
on.
actually doing a surprisingly good job of not phasing through her. Like, they are still a little bit,
Well, now,
but they're not
let's see
phasing
what
through
I
her
can
as
do
much
about
as I would have
Squiddy.
expected.
No.
I shall leave Bluto's treasure at the station. The police will know what to do with it. I shall leave Bluto's
I have
treasure
to...
at the station.
Come on,
The
let me go to the
police will know
inventory
what to
game.
do with it.
Thank you. This.
I shall leave
here.
Bluto's treasure at the station. The police will know what to do with it.
Okay. Anything else?
This
You
must
were
be the
supposed to
door
go
that
back in the
leads
back
to the
and talk to
cells.
Squibby, so...
Do I use the knife on the...
Oh, is it another one where the... where we have to do the
Oh.
lock and we disagree with how locks work?
Oh. Sometimes I can make it move. But only sometimes. Oh, I meant to hold.
Hmm. Well, now it seems to be fitting into the shape.
I don't get it. I've extended it to the most in either direction and it does nothing. If this is self-evident to you, Maury, I'm all ears.
I wouldn't say completely self-evident. Is there anything in the police station that would tell us how to twist this back and forth?
Sure, we can go look around some more. No. There is the door.
Okay.
There is that door. And that is all. Maybe we use our knife on it?
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
I would have thought they would have written down somewhere how to twist it, but guess not.
Well, we can have another look, but nothing was interactable.
Okay, let's see.
Like, did I miss a bit of paper on the floor?
Anything on the board?
There was something on the board before, but now it's not... I think that's the door through the...
Oh.
Through that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's actually anything there.
Okay. Could you go back to the nail then?
Yes.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
It can go
And
left,
then just
or it can go
carefully,
right.
slowly rotate it.
And that's the end. There is no more left. So...
Okay, so the thing is, it doesn't seem to make any noise when it's going through there. So what I want you to do is consider this as like a clock.
Yeah, so here's 12 o'clock, here's 3 o'clock, here's 9 o'clock.
Yes. So what I want you to do is, while holding it in, go to one step and let go. so that you try like, okay, try putting it to 11 o'clock. If 11 o'clock doesn't work, try to put it to 10 o'clock, but let go of it, sort of thing.
Okay, there's a place where you let go and it's happy.
Mm-hmm.
That probably should have had a question mark little, how do we interact with this minigame? Because that's fairly unlike how most lockpick minigames, but whatever. We're through now. Hello.
And who are you?
I've come to talk to you about Tumblety.
So you're here to kill me, are you?
Absolutely not. I've come on behalf of someone you know, who told me you have some explosive news about this American. In exchange, he has settled your bill on the kayaks.
You ain't no street person, you. You're a bobby, trying to wind me up, aren't you?
Not at all. Will you agree to talk?
Not a chance. I'll give nothing away for nothing. I don't have to follow Bluto's orders. I'm in it up to my neck, and the bobbies won't agree to keep me locked up here for the rest of my life.
You mean to say that you are here of your own accord?
Damn right. Only death awaits me out there. I was almost lynched because I was blamed for the murder of those poor girls who were chopped up like animals. The police put me here for my own safety. That's when this journalist showed up.
A journalist?
I socked him once for disrespecting me down at the pub. He said I'd pay for it one day. And that day came. He said he was going to squeal to the papers about me. With my description and my tattoos and all, I was arrested at the same time the police said they'd caught the Whitechapel killer. While waiting to write the article, he started the rumour. Now the streets ain't safe for me no more.
I understand. Listen, if I find this journalist and make him promise to not write a word about you, and if I also agree to pay for you to get out of London, will you tell me everything you know about Tumblety?
You sure know how to speak to ruffians, don't you? You got yourself a deal.
What's the name of this journalist?
Bulling. Tom Bulling.
Tom Bulling? That name sounds familiar. That wouldn't be the journalist that Watson met at the Wasp's Nest.
Huh?
Ah, no, nothing. I was just thinking aloud. Well, I'll be going, Squibby.
You're right. It ain't healthy here.
Alright, so off to the pub?
Hey, but what are you up to
I
here,
would assume
you?
so.
Off with you, and make it quick before I take you in.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to the pub, he says.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
And I'm assuming Danny is now gone.
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Let's return to Baker Street to change.
Ah, we got to play more dress-ups. Maury will be happy. No, it just happens
Yay.
magically.
Aww.
Some paper, ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his copy. Evening. A pint for me and have one for yourself. I'm looking for a journalist, a good client of yours. Goes by the name of Bulling. Ring any bells?
Haven't seen him for a day or two. He must be sleeping it off somewhere. Where to hide from the landlord when you owe some serious bread?
What paper does he work for?
I don't know, but I can't believe that he works at his rag, because he's always round the pub scribbling his useless papers. The last time I seen him, he spent a whole day at that table drinking and scratching away from morning till night. He finished by celebrating, and without the help of a rich chap, he would have fleeced me of a guinea.
Thank you, my friend.
That's nothing.
Okay, he's hiding somewhere, is what he says. That's not a lot to
Some
go
paper,
on.
ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his
Does
copy.
the barmaid know anything?
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Good evening. There'll be a nice tip in it for you if you can tell me if you recently saw a journalist here.
Yes, sir. A damn nuisance, that man. And a real cad. He cursed me out something fierce for staining a book that he put down, even though it was him who was shaking so much that he soiled it with a whole lot of ale.
He was reading a book?
Bah, not a real book. A halfpenny rag. He put it down on the ground, and I put it in the paper bin for the stove. It should still be there if it weren't already put in the fire.
Thank you.
Goodbye, miss.
At your service, me lord.
Here. Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Spring-heeled Jack.
Yay.
The boys...
I figured that was what he was writing.
The Boys Standard, published weekly. Now ready. Price 1 penny. Numbers 1 and 2, 24 pages. Splendidly illustrated in handsome wrapper. The history of this remarkable being has been specially compiled for this work only by one of the best authors of the day, and our readers will find that he has undoubtedly succeeded in providing a wonderful and sensational story, every page replete with details of absorbing and thrilling interest. But there is no next page.
I gotta check that. I gotta check. Did they actually use the guy who's credited with that? Because I do enjoy my Penny Dreadful, and if they actually put the guy who usually gets the credit for writing Spring Hill Jack in the game as the journalist, I will be very pleased.
Spring Hill
As in
Jack,
voice acting,
a
or
fantastical character that terrorizes
No, as the
the
character.
population
Just
of
the
London.
character name.
This
reporter that you're
journalist
looking
has some
for.
far from cheerful reading.
Let's see. Anything about who wrote it? Because usually they have like something about who they assumed wrote it.
Some paper, ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his copy.
Okay, but what has this told us?
Let's return to Baker Street. Tom Bulling isn't here, but the Baker Street irregulars should be able to track him
we're
down.
going to sick our
Perhaps
children
Watson will have
soldiers on
something to
him.
tell me in the morning.
Up
Yes,
at last,
Thomas
Holmes.
Milbank. That
Were
was
you
his
able
name.
to get anything from that crook at the Wasp's Nest yesterday?
Not yet, but I am working on it.
This
And
is a
yourself,
new
Watson,
date. Do you
what
think
were
that's
you
a
able
chapter
to find out
done?
from your colleague about the sale of
Could be.
second-hand
But
female
it
parts?
was Thomas Milbank that the
Holmes?
journalist was
Well,
called, wasn't
actually-
it?
Let it be, Watson. It was tiring, no doubt.
Well, as soon as I mentioned the possible existence of a black market dealing in human parts,
check once the
everyone in the
scene's done.
hospital became very tense. This silence, therefore, tells us more than anything else at this point.
However, I have trouble believing that such a peculiar dealing as that involving Annie Chapman's uterus could have gone unnoticed in the medical community, if that is indeed what happened.
That's my opinion, as well as that of my old university colleague. He maintains that any form of organ trafficking would be impossible, not to mention unnecessary. However, he did tell me something rather troubling: the unexplained disappearance of several corpses from the hospital morgue. He has allowed me to investigate, provided I do so discreetly, and here is what I found, concealed in what appeared to be a secret letterbox.
Interesting, an encoded message.
Indeed, and look, the symbol of a certain well-known Spartaca encyclopedia is printed on it. Perhaps it will help in deciphering the letter.
Thank you, Watson. Are you going out again?
I promised a new patient, Captain Stenick, I'd go round to examine him. He lives nearby. I may be back before you've had a chance to decipher this mysterious message.
Okay, you wanted to know the name that he said?
Yes. If they've used that name, I would be very much amused.
No, it doesn't. The text doesn't include
it was the Squibby. Is the one who told us about Police Station Squibby. The name of the newspaper guy.
Tom Bulling. So it doesn't sound the same as what you wanted.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not the guy who even wrote about it afterwards. It was Henry May who... No.
Big sad.
Big sad. I was really hoping that maybe they had done...
Some
put him in there.
historiography.
Yes.
That said, we are closing in on 8 hours. I think that sort of new date, new chapter probably makes a reasonable point to cut.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
You
All
can
right.
go and have some food. I ate the sandwich while we were playing, so...
Any thoughts? The music has been nice. I think the voice acting has mostly been okay. There's been a couple of times people have jumped into, like, American accent. But otherwise, it's been alright. I think the 3D models and stuff are, like, significantly improved. Like we pointed out with the children's face between the two generations.
Yes.
The puzzles
I do
have
think
mostly
that,
been reasonable.
I do feel like you can definitely notice that there's been a change with the people making it as far as you kind of start from scratch. Like everything before now has been thrown away. It's no longer on the same timelines. And quality as far as writing has definitely gone down because they haven't checked for spelling errors in the same way as they did in the previous games.
And the subtitles not matching.
Yeah. But also in like news articles, things are written wrong and on notes.
It loses points for no science.
It gains points for not having science.
Net neutral. Ridiculously large. There haven't actually been... Most of the in-game modeling has actually been pretty good. Like, there's no teapot as large as a person sort of stuff going on aside from, this is a bit too big and a bit silly, but almost everything else has been fairly sensible.
Yeah, I would still say that the rats were a bit big.
It is London.
Fair enough, I suppose. It is Whitechapel in London.
Yeah, I've been mostly enjoying it. It could do a better job of introducing its little... Here is how the logic, like, crazy person map thinking thing works. And I don't like that the first person was investigating a lady that wasn't even there. That really... As soon as it was a real person for the second one, fantastic! But, yeah, they should have just had you turn up...
No fan of the Mind Palace imaginations.
Well, not when it's generating information out of thin air. That then is just magically declared to be true. But no, I'm not unhappy with this. I think this is pretty decent. Like, look at that fire. That's a fairly pretty fire. Anyway.
That's where the budget went.
Yeah, the budget went there instead of remodeling original Timmy's head and checking for spelling errors. Or correct historiography. Cool. Well, thank you all for joining us. I hope you have all had a lovely time. We will be continuing with this tomorrow, yes?
Yep.
Okay.
So that you get to play your song.
Yes, so that we get to play our dare we call it our theme song for this series. Thank you all again.
As close to it will get.
And bye.
Bye-bye.
Boop.